Chapter 101. Smack! Miranda felt her vision darken, and a clear, loud sound rang out immediately afterward. Before she even realized what had happened, her head had been knocked to the side. It was only when a hot, stinging pain spread across her cheek that she understood. Someone had slapped her. She turned back abruptly and saw Nora standing right in front of her. Nora glanced at her carelessly with her cat-like eyes and said, "Aunt Melissa didn't hit you because she's a cultivated lady." Then she raised her eyebrows provocatively and added coldly, "But I'm a wild child with a bad temper. I can't stand people acting like animals in front of me." Miranda was intimidated by her attitude. The young woman looked thin and delicate, her fingers slim and slender, yet the slap she delivered carried terrifying force. Miranda felt as though she were still seeing stars. She staggered back a step, deliberately putting distance between herself and Nora. Holding her cheek, she glared furiously at Melissa and shouted, "Melissa! Are you just going to stand there and watch her assault her elders? Make her apologize. Otherwise, I'll never let this go." Melissa's cheek was still burning with pain. She was a learned woman. She had never liked resolving problems with crude violence, nor did she enjoy arguing with uncultured people. Miranda's habit of acting like a street shrew always left her feeling helpless and disgusted. Besides, Miranda was family. Melissa didn't want to make things unbearably ugly. That was why she had endured being bullied and suppressed for so many years. But the moment Nora slapped Miranda earlier, Melissa finally tasted the satisfaction of revenge, especially when she saw how Miranda was furious yet didn't dare say a word. Melissa gave a bitter smile, her eyes reddening slightly. She straightened her back, looked calmly at Miranda, and replied sharply, "Then shouldn't you apologize to me first?" Miranda was left speechless. After a brief pause, she stamped her foot in rage, pointed at Melissa, and ranted, "I came here with good intentions to persuade you to invest in real estate, and this is how you treat me? You even let someone hit me. I'm going to tell Farrell about this right now and let him see what kind of person you really are." With that, Miranda stormed off. A mocking smile appeared on Melissa's face as she watched her leave. Back then, she had been well known for being gentle, intellectual, and dignified, not a pushover. She had tolerated Miranda all these years solely because Miranda was her sister-in-law. Melissa herself was just a daughter of the woods who had married into another family. She didn't want to put her elder brother in an awkward position, so she had kept silent. Who would have thought that Miranda would now see her as such a weakling that she even dared to hit her? Melissa lowered her gaze. Beside her, Nora noticed Melissa's gloomy expression and subconsciously rubbed her chin. Although she wasn't afraid of the woods, they were still her aunt's family. Moreover, Aunt Melissa's elder brother wasn't a bad person. If they truly fell out, Aunt Melissa would definitely be hurt. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Melissa suddenly lifted her head and said, "It's time some things were made clear." She clenched her fists and instructed the chauffeur, "Get the car ready. I'm going to talk to Farrell." Nora was speechless. Why did it suddenly feel like her aunt had turned into a bitch? Cough. But she looked kind of cute like that. With that thought, Nora left the Anderson residence. Melissa disliked the Jeep, so Nora was the only one driving it now. She drove straight to the hotel where Justin had made a restaurant reservation. At the hotel, Justin was seated in a private room. As he adjusted his tie, he glanced at Sean and asked in a deep voice, "You know what to say later, right?" Sean replied, "Yes. I've taken note of it, Mr. Hunt." Perhaps because this was also his first time doing something like this, Justin adjusted his tie again, trying to hide his discomfort. He looked at Sean and said, "Practice your lines." Sean fell silent. Justin shot him a look full of disdain. If Lawrence were here, he would have understood immediately without needing any explanation. Sean was simply too dull. Sensing his boss's displeasure, Sean coughed and said, "I'm ready, Mr. Hunt." Justin nodded and asked indifferently, "What is Pete doing?" Sean straightened his posture and answered methodically, "Tomorrow is your birthday, so he's making a handmade card for you. He plans to give it to you as a birthday gift, which is why he refuses to come for dinner." Justin frowned. You sound too fake. Sean. His boss was really doing everything possible to let Miss Smith know it was his birthday tomorrow. But if she truly cared, how could she not know? As the head of Hunt Corporation, all his personal information was easily searchable on Wikipedia. Just then, the service staff's voice sounded from outside the door. Miss Smith, this is the private room. Justin immediately straightened up. He cast a subtle glance toward the door, coughed lightly, looked at Sean, and asked again, "What is Pete doing?" Nora entered the room right as he spoke. Having clearly heard the question, she also turned to look at Sean with interest. Sean answered stiffly, his expression serious. "Tomorrow is your birthday, Mr. Hunt. Pete is making a handmade card for you and plans to give it to you as a birthday gift. That's why he refuses to come for dinner." Justin nodded coldly. "I see." Then he looked at Nora with a helpless smile and said, "The child is too spoiled." Nora sat down across from him. Though she was a little disappointed that she wouldn't see her son again, their exchange caught her attention. She asked, "Is it your birthday tomorrow?" Justin did his best to suppress the smile tugging at his lips and maintain a serious expression. He met her gaze and replied in a low, gentle voice, "Yes." Nora propped her elbows on the table and rested her chin in her hands. Her face was small, and her lazy, cat-like eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Does Pete give you birthday gifts?" She was deeply curious about how her son had lived over the past 5 years. She wanted to know how he had grown up, and how he had ended up in Justin's care. Justin nodded. "Yes. He gives me a gift every year." He deliberately emphasized the word gift. Nora felt inexplicably jealous. That stinking cherry had never given her a single gift. Every year on her birthday, all she got was shameless flattery. Thinking about it made her even more envious of Justin. As expected, her son was much more considerate. Nora clicked her tongue and shot Justin a hostile look before suddenly asking, "Can I attend Mr. Hunt's birthday party?" Justin replied calmly, "Of course." Nora blinked. "I'm very curious about the card Pete is making for you. Can I take a look at it?" Justin? Beside him, Sean tried desperately to suppress his laughter. Pete had been mildly autistic since childhood. When had he ever made a birthday gift for his boss? Yet Justin responded without any change in expression. "Of course. You can come over with your daughter, Miss Smith." "Together?" Nora's eyes flickered slightly before she replied, "Sure." She wondered, would Justin like it if she gifted him cherry for his birthday? Chapter 102. The service staff soon began serving the dishes. Although they were dining at an Italian restaurant, the food was surprisingly served on small plates, just like last time. The sight of countless tiny plates scattered across the table made Nora's eye twitch repeatedly. What the hell was this? The bored young woman held her fork lazily, taking bite after bite. Across from her, the corners of Justin's lips slowly curved upward. He said, "Miss Smith, you should chew your food properly and eat more slowly. Eating too fast isn't good for your health." Even so, was it really necessary to eat this slowly? Some of the plates only had 2 thin strips of cucumber on them. Nora seriously suspected that Justin was doing this on purpose. After all, when she had passed through the restaurant hall earlier, all the other diners were using normal-sized plates. She twirled the pasta in her bowl with her fork and casually stuffed it into her mouth. Seeing how bored she looked, Justin tried to strike up a conversation. "How did you know the real estate industry wouldn't perform well in the future, Miss Smith?" Nora swallowed the pasta, speared a vegetable from the salad bowl, and only then replied, "Wasn't it you who told me that, Mr. Hunt?" Justin raised an eyebrow. She continued, "I heard that the Lows approached the Hunts first, but the Hunts rejected the offer." Justin let out a low chuckle. "But outsiders are saying I was just in a bad mood because of my son." Nora blinked. Leaning against the table with one arm, she lazily placed the vegetable into her mouth with the other. "Well, if Mr. Hunt really made business decisions based on his mood, the Hunt Corporation wouldn't be what it is today. You've always had a sharp eye for business." Justin had grown up hearing praise like that. Everyone called him a business prodigy, yet he had never cared much for it. But when the woman casually said that he had always had a good eye for business, he found himself in an unusually good mood. Without thinking, he picked up the glass of apple juice beside him and took a sip to hide his smile. However, when he looked up again, he found Nora staring at him in shock. She said, "That's my juice you're drinking, Mr. Hunt." Justin. His gaze dropped to the glass. The rim still seemed to carry the warmth of her lips, making his own feel faintly scalded. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and calmly set the glass down. "Oh. Sorry. I picked up the wrong one." Nora couldn't help but notice that the tips of his ears had turned faintly red. Who would have thought that the dignified head of the #1 family, the Imperial League's ruthless and decisive eagle, could have moments where he looked shy and innocent? Especially when he lowered his gaze like that, his deep, bottomless eyes partially hidden, even the beauty mark at the corner of his eye seemed to radiate an alluring aura that screamed, "Please bully me." For some inexplicable reason, it made her lick her lips. The atmosphere instantly turned ambiguous, as though even the air had thickened. After dinner, the two headed to the car park together. As they passed through the restaurant's main hall, Nora suddenly felt a probing gaze. She turned her head sharply, but what entered her sight was only a lush green curtain of devil's ivy blocking the view beyond. As the leaves swayed, through the dappled light filtering through the gaps, she seemed to glimpse a man in a white suit sitting quietly and looking at a menu. It felt as though everything she had sensed was merely an illusion. Nora frowned slightly. For some reason, it gave her an unsettling feeling. Suppressing it, she followed Justin into the car park. Before they parted ways, she asked, "Where will your birthday party be held tomorrow, Mr. Hunt?" Justin gave her an address. It was the place where he and Pete were currently staying. Nora nodded. "I'll be there at noon tomorrow." Justin nodded as well. "See you then." Even after Nora started the car and drove away, Justin remained standing where he was. Sean couldn't help but ask, "What if Miss Smith doesn't bring a gift, Mr. Hunt?" Justin glanced at him coolly and replied with certainty, "That's impossible. Why wouldn't she bring one when she liked him so much? Besides, she wanted to see the birthday card Pete made for him." Justin got into the car and instructed, "Let's go home." When he returned to the villa, Pete was practicing martial arts after dinner. Justin stood before him and said arrogantly, "It's my birthday tomorrow." Pete looked up. His expressionless face was a perfect miniature of Justin's. "Oh." The corners of Justin's lips twitched, and his expression darkened. "Is that all you have to say?" Pete blinked, utterly confused. Happy birthday." Justin took a deep breath and reminded him, "Other kids usually make birthday cards for their parents." Pete curled his lip in disdain. "That's childish. I'm not doing it." Mercilessly rejected by his son, Justin left behind the words, "You little brat," and went to the study in a foul mood. Once inside, he took out 2 sheets of card stock. After finishing his training, the sweaty little boy headed to take a bath. On his way to the bedroom, he passed by the study. Through the slightly open door, he saw Justin bent over the desk, apparently doing crafts. Curious, Pete walked in, only to see his domineering, tyrannical father awkwardly writing, "Happy birthday, Daddy," in crooked, ugly handwriting on an atrocious card. "Pete." He stared at the tyrant with a complicated expression and asked worriedly, "Daddy, have you seen a psychiatrist this month?" When Nora returned home, Melissa was still out. Worried that she might be bullied at the Woods residence, Nora immediately sent her a message. It was only after Melissa replied that everything was fine that she finally went upstairs, relieved. Cherry, who had just won another live stream face-off, had climbed into the top 300 streamers. In 5 more days, she would break into the top 10 and face fierce battles with the remaining 9. However, the little girl was completely unaware of this. After happily saying goodbye to sponsor Grandpa, she ended the stream, washed up, and obediently climbed into bed. After Cherry fell asleep, Nora sat up. She put on her earphones and pulled up an audio recording on her phone. As it played, a clear voice spoke. "Nora, by the time you hear this, Mom will no longer be around. Remember this, do not expose your abilities. Before you're strong enough to protect yourself, be as mediocre as possible. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Nora narrowed her eyes, staring coldly into the distance. After a long while, she removed the earphones, lay back down, and closed her eyes. For some reason, the image of the man in the white suit she had seen earlier flashed through her mind. The next day, it was nearly noon when Nora finally woke up. After a simple breakfast, she said to Cherry, "Go get ready. We're going to celebrate your father's birthday." Cherry stared at her in disbelief. "You're really taking me there, Mommy? Was this going to be a showdown?" Nora smiled. Of course. First, it was her father's birthday. After all, it was only right to celebrate it. Second, she wanted Cherry to see just how sweet her son was to his elders. Chapter 103. Cherry blinked and asked, "Do I need to put on a disguise, Mommy?" At her question, Nora fell silent for a moment. She had originally planned to put some makeup on Cherry so no one would recognize her. However, when she recalled how Justin had blushed during dinner the night before after realizing he had taken a sip of her drink, she couldn't help thinking that maybe he wasn't actually that scary, right? Besides, the unsettling feeling she had experienced last night made her want to uncover the real source of danger. And why had her mother left behind such words before her death? Nora vaguely felt that her premarital pregnancy back then was connected to what had happened to her mother. After the incident, she had conducted some investigations. In her memory, she had never had any contact with Justin before. How she became pregnant was a mystery in itself. To be honest, hiding the truth from Justin was meaningless. In that case, she might as well be honest with him. As for why Justin hated Pete's mother so much, there must be some misunderstanding. She was a straightforward person. Once things were properly explained, everything would be resolved. After reaching that conclusion, Nora replied, "No, it's fine." Cherry's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yes, really. That's awesome." Cherry grabbed her phone excitedly. "I'm going to tell Pete that our family is going to be reunited soon." Seeing the little girl about to run off happily, Nora suddenly asked, "Have you prepared a birthday gift for Daddy?" Cherry froze and turned around. Do kids have to prepare gifts for adults? Nora. Wasn't she the one who kept insisting she was no longer a 3-year-old? Just as Nora was thinking this, Cherry grinned and said confidently, "Don't worry, Mommy. I prepared it a long time ago. I've already drafted my speech. Daddy will definitely love all the praises I'm going to shower him with." So her birthday gift was also shameless flattery? Perfect. That was extremely fair. Nora ignored her and turned to head downstairs. "Go change. I'll wait for you downstairs." Okie dokie. It was Saturday, so Cherry didn't have to go to school. Tanya had moved into a hotel arranged by the TV production team after picking Cherry up from school the day before, making filming more convenient. Cheryl had locked herself inside the pharmaceutical factory's laboratory again. As for Logan, he was usually out all night and rarely came home. Meanwhile, the elderly Mrs. Anderson was taking her afternoon nap. The house was unusually quiet. When Nora went downstairs, she saw Melissa sitting alone on the sofa, looking dejected. Even though she was lost in thought, she still sat perfectly upright, her posture impeccable, like a noblewoman trained under strict etiquette in ancient times. Nora walked over. "How did it go, Aunt Melissa?" Melissa snapped back to reality and sighed. "Miranda went back to her parents' home." Nora immediately understood. "Did Uncle Farrell lecture her?" Melissa nodded. As the head of the Woods family, Farrell was no fool. The Woods had steadily risen to their current position precisely because of Farrell's leadership. Times changed rapidly, and many old wealthy families that failed to adapt had already been eliminated. Farrell had long been aware of Miranda's temperament. At first, when Miranda returned home with a red, swollen cheek and cried about being slapped by Nora, Farrell believed her. However, when Melissa went over to apologize and explain that Nora had only slapped Miranda after Miranda struck her first, everything became clear. When Farrell noticed the guilt in Miranda's eyes, he immediately reprimanded her. Instead of reflecting on her actions, Miranda threw a tantrum like a street shrew. "Farrell, we've been married for so many years. Even if I haven't made huge contributions, I've devoted my entire life to this family. And now you two are ganging up on me. It's because you think the sonnets are inferior to the woods, isn't it? You look down on me. Fine, then I'll leave." After shouting that, she stormed out. Later, Farrell told Melissa to return home first. He said that letting Miranda go back to her parents' house to cool down wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, they were husband and wife with both a son and a daughter. Farrell would never truly abandon Miranda. Melissa sighed heavily. "Farrell had an important meeting this morning and is working overtime. When I spoke to him earlier, he said Miranda must admit her mistakes before he brings her back." She rubbed her temples in distress. Why couldn't they just live peacefully as a family? Why did she insist on tearing everyone apart? Just as she was thinking this, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Along with the servant announcing, "Mrs. Wood is here, ma'am," Miranda barged into the living room. She was seething with rage. The moment she spotted Nora, her steps faltered slightly and her gaze flickered. Keeping her distance, she turned her fury on Melissa. "Well done, you troublemaking bitch. Will you only be satisfied when this family is completely torn apart?" Melissa frowned. "Haven't you admitted your mistake yet, Miranda? Why the hell should I?" Miranda was so furious she looked ready to hit someone. But when her eyes landed on Nora's tall, slender figure, she instinctively kept her distance and shouted, "It was you, wasn't it? You're the reason Farrell hasn't come to bring me home yet. Do you think the woods will belong to you just because I'm not around?" She sneered viciously. "Melissa, you're shameless. You're already married, yet you keep interfering in your brother and sister-in-law's affairs. If outsiders didn't know better, they'd think there was something disgusting going on between you and your brother. That's enough." Melissa snapped, her usual gentleness completely gone. "Even if you're determined to humiliate me, have you thought about Rachel? She's a daughter of the woods. How will she ever find a husband if people hear this garbage you're spewing? Are you trying to disgrace the woods completely?" Melissa rarely scolded anyone. This was the first time she had ever spoken to Miranda this harshly. Miranda froze for a moment, then quickly exploded again. She stomped her foot furiously. "The woods? You're an Anderson now. What does the Woods family have to do with you? Do you think you have the right to lecture me when you're not even a Wood anymore?" She lifted her chin arrogantly. "I'm here today to tell you something. You and Farrell have always looked down on me because the sonnets are inferior to the Woods, haven't you?" Miranda laughed coldly. "But Farrell has given up the opportunity to invest with the Lows. The sonnets have already taken over that investment slot. We finalized the deal just now." Melissa was stunned. "What?" Seeing her shock, Miranda laughed triumphantly. "You convinced your brother to give up a golden opportunity just to spite me, and in the end, you handed us a fortune for free. Are you furious now, Melissa?" She sneered. "Just wait. When the sonnets get rich, Farrell will regret everything he's done. When that happens, he'll finally understand who his real family is. When the sonnets rise, both you and your brother will be crawling around trying to please me." With those venomous words, Miranda turned and stormed out, not giving anyone a chance to respond. Only Nora and Melissa remained, staring at each other in silence. A moment later, rapid footsteps echoed from upstairs. Cherry came running down with her short little legs, arms stretched wide as she threw herself at Nora. "Mommy! I'm ready. We can go see Daddy now." Chapter 104. "Daddy?" Melissa was taken aback. "What daddy?" Nora replied frankly, "Cherry's father." Melissa became even more confused. "He's in New York?" When she had investigated Nora's background back then, it was said that her premarital pregnancy had resulted from illicit sexual conduct. However, Melissa never believed Nora was a loose woman. She must have been deceived. Because of that, she subconsciously assumed Cherry's father had to be a bad person. And now, after everything he had done, he had actually come to New York to look for them? While she was still lost in thought, Nora took Cherry by the hand and walked out. Melissa watched the two of them from behind. The lazy, sloppy adult walked with her hands clasped behind her head, dragging her feet, while the child automatically grabbed the corner of her clothes and skipped along obediently. Neither of them walked properly in the traditional sense, yet together they formed an inexplicably harmonious and heartwarming scene. Nora was still driving the Andersons' Jeep that day. Her movements were sharp and decisive as she got into the car and settled Cherry properly into the back seat. After fastening the seatbelt, she stepped on the accelerator, and the Jeep shot forward. Her driving was borderline reckless, but Cherry wasn't afraid at all. She cut the usual half-hour drive down to just 15 minutes. The Hunts owned a massive manor, but it housed several generations of the family. As such, Justin lived elsewhere with his son. Soon, Nora's car arrived at the guardhouse. Ordinarily, visitors were required to register there. However, the moment she slowed down, the guard immediately said, "Miss Smith, Mr. Hunt has already informed us of your visit today. Please go ahead." Nora raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in her eyes. She hadn't expected Justin to be that thoughtful. On second thought, it made sense. When someone as high-profile as him hosted a birthday celebration, it was bound to be crowded and chaotic. Naturally, he would have prepared the guest list in advance. Otherwise, registering every visitor and calling the host one by one would be a nightmare. With that in mind, she drove into the villa compound. The compound was vast, with beautiful scenery. The last time Nora had been here was the night she learned Pete was her son. Pete had brought her here to look for Cherry. It had been very late, and she hadn't been in the mood to admire the surroundings back then. Now that she looked around, she noticed there was even a small stream running through the compound. Built against hills and water, the environment was uniquely elegant. Moreover, there were only a handful of villas, each spaced far apart, making the area exceptionally quiet and secluded. Just as she rounded a corner, someone suddenly rushed out in front of the car. Screech! Nora slammed on the brakes. The inertia caused her body to lurch forward slightly. When she straightened up to see who was reckless enough to do that, someone violently knocked on the side window. She turned her head and saw several large, muscular men standing there, gesturing aggressively. Others positioned themselves in front of and behind the vehicle, completely blocking her escape. Nora frowned in displeasure. She rolled down the window, casually rested an arm on the door, and asked lazily, "What is it?" The man by the window had a long scar slashed across his face, giving him a vicious, intimidating appearance. He roared, "Get out of the car!" Nora. TSK, trying to scare her. She didn't move. Her cat-like eyes lowered slightly as she asked calmly, "Is there a problem?" Scarface was about to speak when someone beside him whistled and said admiringly, "Damn, that chick is hot." The moment those words left his mouth, lewd looks appeared in the other men's eyes as they stared at Nora greedily. Scarface scowled and barked in a low voice, "Our target is the Hunt's little mister. Don't stir up unnecessary trouble. Once we finish the job and get paid, you can fuck whoever you want." As the apparent leader, his words immediately restrained the others, though their eyes still lingered on Nora. Nora frowned and asked, "Your target is the Hunt's little mister?" "Yes." Scarface glanced toward the back seat. "If you know what's good for you, hand him over. We don't want extra trouble. Do that, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, neither you nor he will leave here alive. Neither you nor he will leave here alive." A cold, murderous glint flashed in Nora's eyes. Just as she had suspected, they were after her son. Scarface didn't care about the reason. Someone had offered an astronomical price for the Hunt's little mister's life. The job was dangerous, but the payoff was insane. Once it was done, none of them would ever have to worry about money again. That was why he had brought his men and laid an ambush here. They had destroyed the neighborhood's surveillance cameras days earlier and had been waiting patiently. Unfortunately, Mr. Hunt was always surrounded by bodyguards, and the little mister was never alone, at least 3 or 4 guards were always with him. Their destinations were limited to either Hunt Corporation or the Quinn Martial Arts School. They didn't have the balls to strike at either place. So they waited. And finally, today, the kid was alone. Scarface looked at Cherry and sneered. The Hunt's little mister was ridiculously cautious. The moment he went out alone, he disguised himself as a little girl. If Scarface hadn't seen photos beforehand, he might not have recognized him at all. As for the beautiful woman driving, he didn't take her seriously. Victory was finally within reach. Just as Scarface moved closer to the car, someone suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder. At the same time, Nora spoke calmly into the car, "Cherry, close your eyes and sing." "Okay, Mommy." Cherry, already used to this, obediently raised her chubby hands and covered her eyes. Then she began to sing sweetly. Mary had a little man, little man, little man. Mary had a little man, he was so handsome. Bam! Ugh! Bam! Fuck, my ribs! Bam! 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 The violent sounds outside mixed with Cherry's nursery rhyme. She couldn't resist peeking through her fingers, but every time she did, she met Nora's sharp, warning gaze. Cherry immediately faced forward again. She didn't dare look anymore. She also became much more obedient. Sigh. Mommy was terrifying. Those bad guys were really pitiful. By the time the song ended, 7 or 8 burly men were sprawled on the ground, groaning. Scarface lay there in agony, unable to move. He stared at Nora in disbelief. Who the hell are you? With skills like that, there was no way she was a nobody. Nora grabbed him by the collar. Instead of answering, she asked coldly, "Your name?" "B. Ben Loris." "Where do you live?" "Who's in your family?" Ben answered mechanically. Nora pulled out her phone, tapped it a few times, and hacked straight into the public security system. She pulled up his personal records and shoved the screen in front of his face. Ben's face turned deathly pale. "What do you want?" "It's a rule in our line, family is off limits." Nora smiled faintly. "Remember this. If anything happens to little Mr. Hunt, no matter who does it, I'll come for you." Ben's pupils shrank violently. Nora brushed off her hands, turned back to the car, and said calmly, "Let's go. We're not wasting time on trash. Your father's birthday celebration is waiting." Chapter 105. Nora turned around, intending to return to the car. But before she could get in, Scarface shouted fiercely, "You can't do that. There are too many people in the underworld who want him dead." Nora paused. She suddenly turned back and asked, "What did you say?" Scarface replied, "We have a chat group where we accept missions. Over the years, missions to kill the Hunt's little mister have been issued again and again. There are a lot of people after his life, and many of them have accepted the jobs. While we were lying in ambush here, we already ran into 4 or 5 other groups who came for him." Nora! She had never imagined that her son had been living in such a dangerous environment ever since he was a baby. It was practically a miracle that he had managed to reach 5 years old alive. With a dark expression, Nora asked, "Can you find out who issued the missions?" The woman had already thoroughly investigated his background and even found out who his family members were. For the sake of his wife, Scarface didn't dare lie. He answered honestly, "Mr. Hunt is a very famous man. At the same time, he's also made countless enemies in the business world. Who can really say who it is?" His answer left Nora speechless. After a short pause, she said coldly, "Fine. Just remember what I told you earlier." Scarface. Had he said all that for nothing? The men could only watch helplessly as Nora got into the car and drove away. After she disappeared, they gathered together nervously. "What do we do now, boss?" someone asked. Scarface shouted angrily, "What else can we do? Keep lying in ambush, of course. So, we're still looking for another chance to kill him." Scarface slapped him hard on the head and snapped, "Kill my ass. We're protecting the Hunt's little mister." If anything happens to him, I'll skin every one of you alive." Nora had no idea what happened after she left. After making another turn, she suddenly stopped the car and climbed into the back seat from between the driver's and passenger's seats. Cherry looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong, Mommy?" Nora opened her bag and took out some cosmetics. She said seriously, "We're not telling your daddy the truth for now. It's too dangerous. I've thought it through. We'll secretly take your brother away someday, leave the country together, and be done with it." Cherry's lips twitched. So Mommy had developed an even worse impression of Daddy after learning that he had so many enemies. At the villa, Pete had been in an excited mood ever since he received Cherry's message half an hour earlier, saying that they would be reunited as a family that day. After thinking it over, he decided that he needed to warn the tyrant in advance, just in case he got too excited and did something inappropriate. Thus, after a brief internal struggle, Pete went to Justin's study. With a solemn expression, the little boy said, "Daddy, I have something to tell you." Justin was standing in front of the mirror, adjusting his clothes. Did the black suit make him look too old? But wouldn't a white suit look too frivolous? Dark colors suited him better after all. Which tie should he wear? While he was still debating internally, he raised his eyebrows at Pete's words and asked casually, "What is it?" Pete hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "Actually, you have a daughter." "Justin?" He turned abruptly and stared at Pete, who was looking back at him with a serious expression. Father and son locked eyes for a long time before Justin finally asked, "Oh? Where is she?" "You'll meet her very soon," Pete replied. Almost immediately after he said that, his phone beeped. Pete glanced down. It was a voice message from Cherry. Her soft, childish voice sounded through his earpiece. "Mommy says she doesn't want to tell Daddy anymore, Pete. Don't accidentally let anything slip, okay? Pete?" His small body stiffened. Slowly, he raised his head and saw the tyrant staring at him silently. Still staring. Still staring. A few seconds later, Pete suddenly tilted his head and tried his best to imitate Cherry. "Daddy, look at me. Am I cute? Aren't I adorable? Do I look like a little girl?" Justin was completely dumbfounded. His son's personality shifts had always been subtle and occasional, but this time, he had witnessed it firsthand, his cold, taciturn son instantly switching into a cute, bubbly persona. He felt like his sanity was cracking. If his current mood were turned into emojis, it would definitely be a face split cleanly down the middle. Rows and rows of them. Pete quietly turned around and walked away, letting out a long, heavy sigh. Life was just too hard. At such a young age, he was already carrying burdens that children his age should never have to bear. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Before Pete could react, Justin had already stood up and walked briskly toward the door. However, he stopped before opening it, straightened his clothes, and even put on a faint smile before finally pulling it open. It must be Ms. Smith. Or so he thought. Instead, Chester stood outside, looking surprised and flattered. "You're actually opening the door for me yourself, Justin." "Justin?" His expression immediately darkened. "Why are you here?" Chester grinned. "It's your birthday. I specially came to celebrate with you." Justin stepped aside. Chester entered and placed his gift in the hallway. In the kitchen, Sean and the others were already busy preparing lunch. After all, they had told Miss Smith yesterday that it was a birthday party. It would look strange if there were no other guests present. Not long after, the doorbell rang again. Chester, who loved playing errand boy, rushed over to open it. Justin remained seated on the sofa, pretending not to care, though his ears were fully alert. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Tina York walk in instead. She stood gracefully, exuding mature charm. "Happy birthday, Mr. Hunt." Justin's expression darkened further. "Why are you here?" Tina clenched her fists slightly, then smiled politely. "Is it inconvenient for me to be here?" Ordinarily, no host would chase away a guest who came bearing birthday gifts. But Justin replied coldly, yes. Very. Tina. Chester sensed the tension immediately. Knowing that he was the one who had let her in, he smiled awkwardly. Everyone here today is male, Ms. York. It really is inconvenient with you being the only woman. In other words, have some self-respect and leave after dropping off the gift. But Tina pretended not to understand. It's fine. We practically grew up together. You can just think of me as one of the guys. After saying that, she walked straight into the kitchen. Just then, the doorbell rang again. I'll get it, Tina said, turning to open the door. However, when she pulled it open and saw Nora's beautiful face, her expression immediately darkened. She stepped outside, lowered her voice, and demanded, "Why are you here?" Nora. She raised an eyebrow. Why can't I be? Tina sneered. There's a clear difference in status between the Andersons and the Hunts, Miss Smith. I suggest you stop daydreaming. Also, Mr. Hunt has already said that it's inconvenient to entertain female guests today. Please leave. With that, she stepped back and slammed the door shut. Inside, Justin frowned when he didn't see anyone enter. Who was it? Oh, Tina replied gently with a smile, just the property management staff. They came to wish you a happy birthday but didn't come in because they didn't want to disturb you. Chapter 106. The building management. They did come to offer birthday wishes every year, but that was usually in the evening. There was no reason for them to intrude at noon, right? Besides, it was already almost 12. Why hadn't Miss Smith arrived yet? Was she no longer planning to come? The thought caused a surge of restless irritation to rise in Justin's chest. He stood up abruptly, his deep-set eyes fixed firmly on the door, the beauty mark at the corner of his eye flashing with icy displeasure. At the sight, Chester, who was playing games on his phone, asked casually, "Are you waiting for someone, Justin?" "No, I'm not," Justin replied immediately, denying it without a second thought. He had already given that woman a chance to get close to him, yet she hadn't taken it. That was her loss. What did it have to do with him? She was clearly the one in love with him, so why was he the one feeling unsettled now? Justin froze. At the doorway, Tina smiled faintly after overhearing their conversation. She had truly thought that Mr. Hunt had invited her over when she saw Nora at the door earlier. But from the looks of things, that clearly wasn't the case. That woman must have heard about his birthday from somewhere and deliberately showed up to curry favor with him. How shameless. How dare she set her sights on Mr. Hunt when she already had a child? In that case, she would make sure the woman couldn't even step past the door. Just as that thought settled in her mind, Pete ran out of his room and said, "Daddy, I heard you refused to let Mommy in." Justin's expression darkened instantly. As if something suddenly clicked, he strode toward the door. He yanked it open, revealing Nora standing outside with a bored expression. Empty-handed, she looked at him lazily and asked in a low, leisurely tone, "I heard it's inconvenient for you to host female guests today, Mr. Hunt?" For some inexplicable reason, Justin felt a slight tremor in his chest the moment he saw her. The irritation he'd been feeling vanished without a trace. A smile appeared on his face as he replied, "It is inconvenient to host other female guests today, because we're expecting a special little female guest." He shifted his gaze away from Nora and toward the child beside her. Immediately, the corners of his lips twitched uncontrollably. Cherry's face had been dramatically painted like a clown's. Thick black makeup surrounded her eyes, and lipstick was smeared outward from the corners of her mouth. Her original features were barely recognizable, yet she somehow still looked adorable. The little girl's big eyes brimmed with grievance as she pointed at Tina and complained, "But that middle-aged woman said she wouldn't let us in." Justin frowned and turned to look at Tina. Tina was stunned. She clenched her fists tightly. She hadn't expected that the Smith woman had already won over the little mister. With a stiff expression, she said awkwardly, "Mr. Hunt, I wasn't trying to deceive you. It's just that you mentioned earlier that it was inconvenient to host female guests, so I misunderstood. As for saying it was the building management staff." She glanced at Nora, sighed, and continued, Mr. Hunt hates women coming over without his consent. I was afraid he'd be angry if he found out she was here, so I told a white lie. I didn't expect that you had actually invited her. I truly didn't mean to overreact. Nora couldn't help clicking her tongue softly. What a manipulative piece of work, she could turn lies into something that sounded righteous. The corners of Nora's lips curled upward. So, am I supposed to thank you? No need, Tina replied with a gentle smile. After all, I was the one who made a mistake. Thankfully, no misunderstanding occurred. Nora was just about to respond when another voice cut in. You're really good at making excuses for yourself, Ms. York. You're clearly trying to monopolize Mr. Hunt by driving away other women while keeping yourself around. Do you really think no one can tell that you like him? Tina's expression changed instantly. No, I didn't. Nora. Why did that annoying voice sound familiar? She turned and saw a man standing nearby, smiling brightly at her. We meet again, Miss Smith. Nora paused. Who are you? The man's lips twitched. Your memory isn't great, Miss Smith. We met in California. I'm Lawrence Zimmer, Mr. Hunt's executive assistant. Why are you so tanned? Nora asked. Lawrence? Who wouldn't get tanned after being dumped in the tropics for half a month? Please don't expose people struggling through miserable lives. Still, remembering why he'd been sent there, Lawrence forced an ingratiating smile. Nora frowned. Please don't smile. Your teeth make your face look even darker. Lawrence. The group chatted as they entered the house. Seeing that no one paid her any attention anymore, Tina took a deep breath and followed them. However, just as she reached the doorway, Lawrence suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, Ms. York, it's Mr. Hunt's birthday today. It's inconvenient for us to host female guests. With that, he slammed the door shut loudly. Bang! Tina. It felt as if someone had slapped her across the face several times in quick succession. She ground her teeth furiously. It was all because of Nora. Inside the villa, no one had any idea how furious Tina was outside. The moment Nora entered, she spotted the birthday card on the coffee table. She picked it up immediately. Is this the birthday card your son made for you? Pete, who was still staring blankly at his sister's clown makeup, froze. He looked at the card silently, then at Justin. He saw Justin shoot him a long look before answering calmly, yes. Pete. Nora examined the card again and again before finally putting it down reluctantly. Her son really was the sweetest. Look at Cherry, that little brat only knew how to flatter people shamelessly. Cherry would like to protest this unfair accusation. After lunch at the Hunts, Cherry finally succeeded in giving Justin her carefully prepared birthday gift, a full-on assault of shameless flattery. Nora then took Cherry home. After they left, Pete picked up the birthday card, handed it to Justin, and said disdainfully, Daddy, your handwriting is ugly. Justin. That was him deliberately imitating Pete's handwriting with his left hand. Did Miss Smith forget to give him a birthday present? Justin entered the study. Sean and Lawrence followed. Sean reported, your uncle bribed people to kidnap Pete again. They even provided photos this time. Photos? Justin's expression darkened. Nothing related to Pete must be leaked. Sean nodded immediately. Yes, sir. Justin ordered, set up a screening system. If any photos of Pete appear anywhere online, notify us immediately. That was the only way to strictly prevent information about Pete from leaking. Yes, sir, Sean replied. Chapter 107. The supervisor was slightly taken aback when he heard that. How so? Sweet Cherry wasn't a huge celebrity. Even big-name streamers on their platform found it difficult to trend on social media, let alone someone like Sweet Cherry, who was only ranked in the top 80. The supervisor picked up his phone. Immediately, he noticed that a hashtag #WhosALittlePrincesses was trending at 49th place. Although it wasn't ranked very high, for someone like Sweet Cherry, who only had 250,000 followers, the engagement numbers were astonishing. One had to admit that SweetCherry's ability to attract followers was exceptional. The platform hadn't even promoted her much, yet she had gained 50,000 followers on her own simply by riding the popularity of the face-off contest and her sharp, never-repeating trash talk. Her follower count on the app had been climbing visibly ever since she started trending. The supervisor clicked into the hashtag and discovered that over 100,000 users had already followed the keyword SweetCherry. One of the top posts under hashtag Who's a Little Princess that read, "Make no mistake, SweetCherry is definitely a little princess from a wealthy family. Honestly, you can tell just by the way she speaks." In one of her matches, she said to a teammate, "Why is your horse slower than even my Whitey?" Someone asked who Whitey was, and she replied, "My little pony, of course. It's in the stable right now. I kinda miss it. Horseback riding is expensive. Sure, rich people can take lessons, but she owns her own pony. Think about it. Think very carefully." There were nearly 10,000 replies. Everyone suddenly turned into Sherlock Holmes, piecing together Cherry's daily life from the casual remarks she made while roasting others during her streams. After extensive analysis, the consensus was clear: SweetCherry was absolutely a little princess from a wealthy family. Otherwise, how could a 5-year-old receive such outrageous tips from people nicknamed Sponsor Grandpa and Sponsor Daddy? Whenever curious onlookers clicked into the trending topic to ask who SweetCherry was, others enthusiastically explained everything and even affectionately nicknamed her Sweetie. The post also included a screenshot from one of her streams when she briefly revealed her face. Although the image was blurry, it was obvious that she looked sweet and adorable, earning her even more goodwill. The supervisor scrolled through the posts one after another and said excitedly, "I wanted to keep her low profile until she entered the top 20 before promoting her, but I didn't expect her fans to do this well on their own. She's gone viral without us lifting a finger. This kid is destined to be famous." Just as he said that, the person in charge twitched slightly and said, "Sir, she's trending again." The supervisor froze. He checked the trending list and saw a new topic climbing rapidly at 45th place, clearly gaining momentum. Hashtag WeOnlyHave $75 million. A live stream clip was attached. In the clip, a viewer who had seen the earlier trend asked during SweetCherry's stream, "Sweetie, are you from a wealthy family?" The video showed SweetCherry pausing mid-game and asking innocently, "What's a wealthy family?" The viewer replied, "People who are rich." SweetCherry answered seriously, "We aren't rich. Mommy says we're very poor. We only have $75 million, so she told me not to overspend. Otherwise, we'll have to ask my grandaunt for money." Everyone watching was stunned. Only $75 million? The comments section exploded with rows upon rows of. Then, Sponsor Grandpa appeared again, tipping 9,999 airplanes. His accompanying comment was bolded and in all caps. "Your family is indeed very poor. Buy some clothes for yourself with this." Everyone lost their minds. The big boss had arrived again. As a result, hashtag WeOnlyHave $75 million surged upward on the trending list. The supervisor's hands trembled with excitement. He stared at the person in charge and said firmly, "Contact the relevant social media platforms and push this into the top 3 trending topics." The person in charge laughed. "Got it." The cut the company received from Sponsor Grandpa's tip alone was more than enough to buy a top 3 spot. He had a strong feeling that SweetCherry would soon be famous worldwide. Cherry was in the middle of her live stream. All she noticed was that the comments were flooding in faster and faster, so fast she couldn't even read them properly anymore. Eventually, she stopped interacting with the chat and focused on playing. It wasn't until 2 hours later, when the stream ended and she glanced at her follower count, that she nearly dropped her phone. She had gained 500,000 followers in just 2 hours. Worse still, the number kept rising even after the stream ended. Every refresh added several thousand more. Cherry swallowed hard. A terrible premonition crept over her. If Mommy found out, she definitely wouldn't let her live stream anymore. But Sponsor Grandpa was waiting for her every day. After serious consideration, little Cherry made a huge decision. She wouldn't tell anyone. After all, she never showed her face during streams. No one knew what she looked like, right? Cherry, who didn't use social media at all, had no idea that live streams could be replayed, let alone that she had already gone viral. At the Hunt's villa, study. The psychiatrist placed 2 pill bottles in front of Justin. Have him take 1 pill a day from this bottle, and 2 a day from the other, Mr. Hunt. I've made them look like vitamins. Let Pete take them for a while. Justin stared at the bottles. Truthfully, he had wanted to take things slowly. Pete's condition had improved after returning to New York. He hadn't had any major relapses for quite some time. However, over the past few days, his personality switches had become frequent again. Yes, that was why the psychiatrist had re-diagnosed him after hearing Justin's description. Children with mild autism were already emotionally unstable. Thus, the psychiatrist made a bold conclusion. Pete had schizophrenia. One personality was a boy. The other was a little princess. After careful discussion, they decided to begin medication. However, since resistance to treatment could be dangerous, the psychiatrist suggested disguising the pills as vitamins and letting Pete take them unknowingly. That way, everything would be fine. Justin took the bottles and nodded. After the psychiatrist left, Justin stepped out of the study and saw the nanny organizing the birthday gifts. Mr. Hunt, she said, this watch is from Mr. Chester. This one is from Mr. Sean. This is from Mr. Lawrence. And this scarf is from Ms. York. Justin frowned slightly. Put everything in the storage room. As for the scarf, winter is coming. You can wear it when you go grocery shopping. After the nanny left, Justin stood still, troubled. How could he remind Miss Smith that she had forgotten his birthday gift? While thinking, he went to Pete's room, placed the 2 pill bottles on the desk, and said, "These are vitamins. Remember to take them every day." Chapter 108. Night had fallen. Little Pete was sitting at the large desk, reading. When he heard what Justin said, he silently lifted his head from the book and glanced at the bottles. He stretched out his arms, opened them, and examined them briefly. Then he said, "I'm not taking them." Justin replied, "These are vitamins. Nutritional supplements. You have to take them." Pete fell silent for a moment before asking, "Can they boost brainpower?" "Probably." The moment Justin answered, Pete pushed the bottles back toward him and said, "Then you'll need them much more than I do." "Justin?" His expression darkened instantly as he said sarcastically, "Peter Hunt. I have an IQ of 301. 301, the highest IQ ever recorded among human beings." It was just that he was a low-key person and never showed off. Neither had the test results ever been publicly announced. Pete, however, shot him a disdainful glance and said, "They say people with high IQs have low EQs. Looks like it's true. You're really stupid. It's been so long, yet you still haven't won Mommy over." They were supposed to reunite today, yet he had managed to upset Mommy again. Sigh. Poor tyrant. Pete pushed the 2 bottles of vitamins toward Justin once more and said, "Remember to take them every day. They'll boost both your brain power and your EQ." Justin walked out of Pete's room gloomily. The man, usually shrewd and unreadable, often found himself so exasperated by Pete that even his chest hurt. He couldn't help thinking of the little girl Miss Smith had brought along today. To be honest, before meeting Cherry, he had been somewhat repelled by her. Whenever he thought about how she was a child that the woman had with an idiot, he felt uncomfortable. He had always believed that even if he accepted Nora, he would never be able to accept a child she had with another man. Yet, for some reason, even though the little fellow had been painted up like a clown, her voice was young and tender. It sounded exactly like his son's during those occasional episodes of abnormality. Did all children add a "yeah" to the end of their sentences? Then he thought of the endless stream of compliments that had poured from her big, red-painted mouth. Words like "even more handsome than Prince Charming" and "your good looks are out of this world" were shamelessly exaggerated, yet they somehow sounded pleasant when spoken by her. After that, the little fellow had even naturally held his hand. Children were soft and fragile. He had wanted to push her away, but instead, he had carefully held her hand, afraid that he might break it if he used too much force. Compared like that, a daughter really did seem more lovable. For some inexplicable reason, he even started to miss how Pete had behaved during his relapses. Justin felt that he must be out of his mind. Otherwise, why would he even think about turning his son into a girl again? His gaze fell on the 2 bottles of vitamins he had brought back. In the end, he actually opened them and swallowed a few pills. After that, he lay down casually. Only then did he realize that he had missed Sweetie's live stream today. Come to think of it, some people also called Sweet Cherry, Cherry. It was the same name as the little girl who had come over today. Why was he thinking about her again? She was a child Nora had with another man. Why was he caring about her? Why was he missing her so much? Justin felt that he clearly hadn't taken enough medicine. Suppressing his irritability, he picked up his phone. By accident, he opened Facebook and saw that Chester had posted a photo from the afternoon gathering. The caption read, "Happy birthday, Justin. Do you like my gift?" Gift. Why was everything circling back to gifts again? Justin coughed lightly. Suddenly, he thought of a way to remind Nora about the gift. He stood up, went into the storage room, and casually snapped photos of a few items from his private collection. With his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he arranged the photos into a neat 9-grid collage. Then he wrote, "Thanks for the gifts today, everyone." After that, he set the post's privacy so that only Nora could see it. Once the post was up, he tossed his phone aside. The man, who had originally decided not to work that evening so he could spend time with his son, still couldn't stop himself from picking up his laptop and burying himself in work. 1 minute later, he grabbed his phone again. No notifications. Thinking it was still too early for a response, he put the phone down. Besides, why was he so nervous? He merely wanted to remind Miss Smith and give her another chance to deliver his birthday gift, that was all. For example, she could comment, "Oops, I forgot to give you the gift." Then he would reply, "It's fine. I'm on a business trip nearby. Just bring it over." No, telling her to go and get it sounded like he was asking for a gift. He would just mention that he was on a business trip nearby. She would surely say she'd bring it over herself. 5 more minutes passed. Justin picked up his phone again. Still nothing. He frowned and stared at the screen. Half an hour later. Finally, a notification appeared. A red 1 lit up his alerts. The corners of Justin's lips lifted as his long, well-defined finger tapped lightly on the screen. His heart even skipped a beat. Then he saw it. "Nora Smith likes your post." Justin stared at the screen for a long time, making sure that was all there was. Then he angrily tossed the phone aside. At 8 p.m. The person in charge of the live streaming app called the supervisor who had just gotten off work. "Sir, you need to check Facebook, now." The supervisor, who had only just arrived home, felt an ominous sense of dread. He quickly opened Facebook and saw a new trending hashtag. Hashtag Fantasia claims Sweet Cherry is fake. Fantasia was also a registered live streamer on their platform. However, she wasn't in gaming but in entertainment. She was rumored to be from a wealthy family. During her stream earlier that day, someone had asked about Sweet Cherry in the comments. Fantasia immediately responded. "Oh, Sweet Cherry. You guys really believe her princess-like background is real? Real wealthy families would never allow a 5-year-old to show her face publicly like that. I only managed to start streaming after fighting my family for years." Her words implied that Sweet Cherry's background was fabricated, an image deliberately created by a management company for hype. Because of Sweet Cherry's immense popularity, the clip of Fantasia's words shot straight into the top 20 trending topics. The person in charge asked anxiously, "What should we do?" The supervisor frowned. "You could say this is another way to chase popularity. Fantasia always rides on whatever's trending. Issue her a warning." "Understood," the person in charge replied. In my opinion, Sweet Cherry is the most promising streamer this year. Besides, she's only 5. What children say is naturally adorable. I won't let Fantasia ruin that. Cherry, the subject of their discussion, was currently tucked snugly under her blanket. After sending a few stickers to Grandpa on Facebook Messenger to maintain their friendship, she happily said, "Mommy, I added Daddy on Facebook today. What should I say to him?" After thinking seriously, she typed, "Daddy, are you asleep?" The message immediately filled Justin's mind with question marks. He was still furious at Nora for being so heartless, yet she had thrown herself straight into the battlefield. Who gave her permission to call him Daddy? Justin replied coldly, "I'm not your father." Then he blocked Cherry on Facebook. He would never accept the child that woman had with an idiot. Not even if she were free. Chapter 109. When Cherry saw the words, "I'm not your father," she secretly covered her mouth and giggled. However, she soon found herself unable to laugh anymore. She had used the voice-to-text function and sent him a message. "Don't you want to be my daddy?" But when she tried to send it, a big exclamation mark appeared in front of the message. At the same time, a prompt popped up, "This person is unavailable on Messenger." Cherry's big, round eyes widened in shock. She turned to Nora, who had just finished bathing. The young woman had already put her phone away and was lying quietly on the bed with her eyes closed. Seeing that she was about to fall asleep, Cherry anxiously nudged her and asked, "Mommy, can you take a look at this? Why isn't Daddy receiving my messages?" Nora lazily opened her eyes. After glancing at the phone, she replied amusedly, "Oh, he blocked you." Cherry? As someone who had always been everyone's favorite in all her social circles, Cherry would like to state that she had never suffered such injustice in all her 5 years of life. She pouted and asked sorrowfully, "Why did he block me? I'm so cute." Nora yawned and replied mercilessly, "Because you called him Daddy." Cherry felt like crying even more and flung the phone aside. The heartbroken little Cherry closed her eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep, thinking, "Stupid Daddy. I'll never like you ever again." Unfortunately, some people were also unable to sleep that night. Tina tossed and turned restlessly in bed, her mind filled with thoughts of what had happened at the villa. Justin hadn't even looked at her when he noticed her presence. Not only was his expression cold, but his attitude was distant, exactly like how he acted at work. However, the look in his eyes clearly changed the moment he saw that woman. On top of that, he had even mentioned something about a little guest. In Tina's eyes, they had looked like a family of 4 on a blind date. But why? Nora already had a daughter. How could a woman like her ever be worthy of a man like Justin? The more Tina thought about it, the more restless she became. Unable to sleep, she picked up her phone and opened Facebook, intending to distract herself by scrolling through the trending topics. What was that ranked 3rd on the trending list? She casually tapped it and began reading the post about Sweet Cherry. After realizing it was about an unfamiliar live streamer, she skimmed through it half-heartedly, about to return to the main page, when she suddenly noticed the photo attached to the post. Was that Pete? Tina had never thought much of Pete. In her opinion, he was just a pitiful little boy without a mother. Once she married Mr. Hunt, they would certainly have children of their own. She would raise him properly and then send him away once he grew up. Even so, she had to admit that Pete had inherited Justin's looks perfectly. With his exquisitely refined features, he was the most beautiful child she had seen in recent years. In the photo, he appeared to be wearing a wig, with 2 small braids that made him look like a girl. Still, there was no way she could mistake him for someone else. Tina felt as though she had stumbled upon a completely new world. She carefully read the post and finally understood what Sweet Cherry was all about. She was actually a 5-year-old gaming live streamer. And their ages matched perfectly. A gaming live streamer. So that was the reason why the Hunt's little mister didn't attend school and why there had been rumors some time ago about his declining grades. He had become addicted to games. Based on Tina's understanding of Justin, she was absolutely certain that he knew nothing about Pete's live streaming. Justin would never allow his child to engage in such activities. That meant Pete must have been doing this behind Mr. Hunt's back. No wonder he was pretending to be a girl. This way, the chances of being discovered were indeed much lower. Tina's eyes lit up, and a smile slowly crept onto her face. Everything had been fine after she drove Nora and her little bastard away. It was all because Pete had suddenly rushed out of his room. Worse still, he had insisted on calling Nora mommy and siding with her. That woman was indeed clever, winning over the child first. With the kid's help, she could then move on to win over the adult. TSK. How scheming. Ah well. It was her own fault for being too rule-bound, too proud, and thinking it beneath her to curry favor with a child. Tina finally felt much better. She put her phone away and fell asleep. The next day was Sunday. After waking up, Tina went straight to the Hunts' villa. She was an attending physician at Hospital Finest, so she often visited the Hunts as a doctor whenever someone felt unwell. Especially after it was said that she had saved old Madam Hunt's life, she came and went from the Hunts' residence as if it were her own home. The same applied to Justin's villa. That was one of the reasons she had been able to enter freely the day before. She drove to the villa's entrance. However, even after waiting for some time, the automatic barrier failed to lift. Surprised, Tina rolled down her car window and immediately saw the security guard staring at her sternly. "Do you have an appointment, Ms. York?" "Tina?" She was stunned for a moment. Then she pointed at herself and said, "Do I really need an appointment? You're not new here. Did you forget who I am?" The security guard replied just as firmly, "No, but Mr. Hunt has given specific instructions. You are no longer allowed to enter or leave at will." Tina. An indescribable sense of humiliation surged through her, and she clenched her fists tightly. Even her eyes reddened with anger. "Isn't this some kind of misunderstanding?" The guard replied, "Mr. Hunt personally issued the order." "Isn't your full name Tina York?" Tina took a deep breath. Then she said, "I'll call Mr. Hunt immediately. There must be a misunderstanding." After speaking, she picked up her phone and dialed Justin's private number. Justin had two phone numbers, one for work and one personal. Back when Mrs. Hunt had been hospitalized and Tina was her attending doctor, Justin had given her his private number. She had always been able to reach him. However, this time, she heard an automated message, "Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service." Not in service? What bullshit! He had simply removed her from his contacts. Tina clenched her fists, pulled the car to the side, and slammed her hand against the steering wheel in rage. No, Mr. Hunt would never treat her like this. That woman must have said something to him. Suddenly, she thought of something and dialed Pete's number. The call was picked up almost immediately. Pete's young but calm voice sounded from the other end. "Hello, who is this?" Tina forced a smile. "Hi, Pete. It's Aunt Tina. You must have dialed the wrong number. I don't know any Aunt Tina." Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Tina's expression darkened further. As expected, Pete was just as ungrateful as ever. She took a deep breath and let out a cold laugh. Fine. She had originally planned to speak nicely to him and coax him into helping her. But since he was so determined to side with Nora, he had no right to blame her. Even if she told Justin about his live streaming. Chapter 110. Unfortunately, Tina could no longer enter the villa. She also couldn't get through to Justin's phone. Since it was the weekend, he wouldn't be going to the office either. As such, she could only wait for him at the gates. At the same time, at the Andersons. By the time Nora woke up, Cherry was already outside playing with Melissa. Nora stretched, washed up, and then went downstairs at a leisurely pace. After a simple lunch, Melissa and Cherry returned. Someone else came back with them as well. It was Sheena. It had been a long time since they had last seen her. At the moment, she wore a sullen and hostile expression. She hadn't even sat down when she immediately questioned Melissa. "What's wrong with you? Why did you reject the Lowe's real estate investment opportunity? Knowing that Sheena was present, Simon, who happened to be home that day, left the upstairs study and came down. He was slightly taken aback when he heard her words and asked, "What investment opportunity are you talking about?" Sheena looked at Melissa with displeasure. "I'll let her explain it herself." Melissa sighed and told Simon what had happened. While she was recounting the events, Nora sat down on the single-seater sofa and couldn't help pursing her lips. Thinking about it, it was actually quite astonishing that Aunt Melissa had managed to marry into the Anderson family. With a sister-in-law like Miranda back home and another aggressive sister-in-law like Sheena here, Nora genuinely didn't know how Melissa had survived all these years. As Nora silently dissed them in her heart, Melissa finished explaining the situation. The moment she did, Sheena, who was a career woman obsessed with making money, couldn't help but say, "The news about the Lowe's being short on funds for their real estate project has already spread throughout the circle. Plenty of people rushed to invest, yet the Lowe's rejected them all. They don't cooperate with just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Since they chose the woods, why couldn't you just endure your sister-in-law's criticism and suffer a little? That way, you could have helped the Andersons make money." "Simon, such a good opportunity just slipped away. Aren't you going to say anything?" Simon had been frowning the entire time. Upon hearing this, he immediately turned to Melissa and looked at her face. "Miranda actually slapped you in our own house. She's gone too far. How's your cheek? Does it still hurt? Let me take a look." "Sheena." Melissa, who seemed to have anticipated his reaction, smiled helplessly and shook her head. "I'm fine. It's already been 2 days." Even so, Simon was still uneasy. He insisted that Melissa remove her makeup, suspecting she was covering the injury with foundation. This left Melissa torn between laughter and tears. The two of them, nearly 50 years old, were openly flirting, much to Nora's surprise. For some reason, although Nora had just thought that her aunt had been treated unfairly, she suddenly realized that as long as there was love, there was no such thing as whether someone deserved it or not. She had always believed that Justin's identity would bring danger to the children. Yet, she had never truly considered whether Cherry would be happier if she reunited with her father and gained his love. She thought of Cherry's reaction after Justin blocked her on Facebook the day before. Although Cherry had only complained briefly, she was clearly still feeling down. Was she being too cruel by preventing them from acknowledging each other? "That's enough, you two." Sheena suddenly slammed the table, snapping everyone's attention back to her. "Do you really think love can fill your stomachs? Simon, your heart aches just because your wife got slapped, but do you have any idea how much insult and humiliation I endured back then for the sake of Harmonia Pharmacy?" Simon clenched his jaw. To be honest, he had already realized that his second sister must have suffered greatly over the years when he witnessed Deputy Dean Lucas pawing at her during that conference. Guilt flooded his heart. "It's been hard on you, Sheena." Sheena's expression softened slightly. "I was willing to endure it for the family." "Simon, do you still remember how glorious the Andersons were when we were young? Even the Hunts and the Smiths had to show us respect. But what about now?" She took a deep breath and continued, "They even dare to exclude us from medical conferences now. Why? Because we don't have money. A golden opportunity is right in front of us, yet none of you cherish it." She stared straight at Melissa. "I know you came from a scholarly family, and it was unfair for you to marry Simon under those circumstances back then. But Miranda is your sister-in-law. What's the big deal about letting her slap you? If it means the Andersons can expand into real estate, I'd smile and let her hit me 100 times if she wanted. You people are really just, how could you let such a great opportunity slip away?" Melissa disagreed. She straightened her back and replied calmly, "Sheena, in my opinion, money isn't everything. As long as we have enough, that's fine. Wealth shouldn't be what we rely on to revive the Andersons. We should depend on our own abilities and expertise. Why must we grovel before others? We must not lose our dignity or backbone." Simon nodded. "I agree with Melissa." Sheena stood up abruptly, fury blazing in her eyes. Are you really saying you don't care about money? Won't you feel jealous when the sonnets strike gold? Won't you regret it? Melissa and Simon answered in unison, no, we won't. Sheena took a deep breath and then turned to Nora. Even if you don't care about money, don't you care about your reputation? Nora, how dare you slap your elders and arrogantly claim that you'll help your aunt make money? Do you know how many people have been asking me about your marital status after you stole the spotlight at the dance party? And now Miranda is spreading rumors everywhere about how unbearable, arrogant, and ignorant you are. Several decent families were interested in you, but now they've all backed off. Don't any of you care about that either? Melissa wasn't concerned about her own matters, but she panicked upon hearing this. Just as she was about to speak, Nora's cool and steady voice rang out. If they're the kind of people who blindly believe gossip, why should I care about them? Sheena. Melissa added, besides, it's still uncertain whether real estate will remain profitable. Don't worry, Sheena. Seeing how calm all three of them were, Sheena let out a harsh laugh. What is there for me to worry about? It's not like I'll get a single cent from the Andersons anyway. And are you seriously saying real estate isn't lucrative? You think you'll make money by letting Nora invest in stocks? What utter nonsense. There's a limit to how much you can spoil a child. Fine. Since none of you want to listen, then just wait and watch the sonnets strike gold while all of you starve at home. The Andersons have fallen to this state precisely because all of you are content with mediocrity. With that, she turned and stormed out. As the sun rose higher, sunlight streamed through the car windows, making Tina increasingly drowsy. She had already waited for 3 hours. Just as she was beginning to think that Justin wouldn't leave today, the gates of the villa complex finally opened, and Justin's imposing motorcade drove out. Tina's eyes lit up instantly, and she pulled her car forward to block them without hesitation. Chapter 111. Justin had always been extremely careful whenever he went out, especially when he had Pete with him. He had been kidnapped as a child, so he placed the utmost importance on making sure his son was safe. That was also why he had hired home tutors for Pete instead of sending him to school. No information about Justin's son could be found anywhere online. There weren't even photos, let alone his name. In fact, very few people in New York had ever even seen Pete. Justin wanted his son to be as well protected as possible until he was capable of protecting himself. For instance, he was currently just taking his son out for lunch, yet he had brought along as many as 8 bodyguards. The 8 bodyguards were split between 2 cars, one ahead of them, and the other behind. Tina got out of her car in high heels and stopped in front of the vehicles. Mr. Hunt, I have something to tell you, she shouted. The passenger door of the middle vehicle opened, and a leg clad in suit trousers stepped out. Tina exhaled in relief, thinking it was Justin, but it was Lawrence, tanned and composed, getting out of the car instead. He straightened his suit and walked over, grabbing Tina by the arm and pulling her to the side. Tina shouted at the car, Mr. Hunt. She only managed to utter 2 words before the 2 cars in front started moving. The 3rd car remained beside Lawrence. Lawrence said calmly, Mr. Hunt hates people pestering him the most, Ms. York. Tina narrowed her eyes and shook off his arm. Standing tall, she said, Mr. Zimmer, please relay a message to Mr. Hunt for me. I really need to talk to him. It's about his son, so I must speak to him in person. Lawrence's lips curved mockingly. Ms. York, what could you possibly need to say to Mr. Hunt in person? I've seen too many people approach him under the pretense of caring for his son, all with ill intentions. Can't you try a little harder and come up with a different excuse? He pursed his lips and added, or you can tell me directly, and I'll convey it to Mr. Hunt. There's no difference either way. Tina, realizing her intentions had been exposed, immediately became furious. But she knew insisting on seeing Justin directly would likely be useless, so she relented. Mr. Zimmer, she said, I discovered by chance last night that Pete is live streaming games. Mr. Hunt has always been very strict with Pete. It doesn't seem appropriate for him to be live streaming online, right? Lawrence scoffed. You're really doing everything you can to get close to Mr. Hunt, Ms. York. Isn't the credibility of your claim a little low? It's impossible. Pete wouldn't play games, and he doesn't talk much. There's no way he'd live stream. Seeing that Lawrence didn't believe her, Tina panicked. It's true. He's already trending on social media. Trending on social media? Lawrence raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? Show me, then. Tina narrowed her eyes. This concerns Pete, so I can only show it to Mr. Hunt, Mr. Zimmer. Let Mr. Hunt know about it first. Once we're friends on Facebook, I'll send him the information. How about that? Lawrence smiled. Fine. I will let him know. He turned, got into the third car, and caught up to the cars in front. Inside the car, a bodyguard asked, "Is what that woman said true, Mr. Zimmer?" Lawrence sneered. How could that be? Pete, a live streamer? Are you kidding me? Then it suddenly hit him, he had said something similar when he was in California last time. He hadn't relayed Miss Smith's message to Mr. Hunt, which had landed him in Burundi. Lawrence shuddered. I'll check if it's true, he said hastily. He picked up his cell phone, opened the social media apps, and scrolled through the trending topics. From first to last, he examined them all, but found nothing related to Pete. Still, he didn't dare risk missing anything. He called Hunt Corporation's IT security department. Has the screening system Mr. Hunt requested been completed? The IT chief replied, We've been working overtime since yesterday. It should be done by tonight. Good. Send it to me when it's finished. Lawrence hung up. As an executive assistant, he had learned to filter certain content on his own. From now on, all of Ms. Smith's messages must be relayed to Mr. Hunt. For everyone else, he had to verify the authenticity before passing anything to the boss. Otherwise, was he supposed to subject his boss to Tina's threats and force him to add her on Facebook? That would make him an incompetent executive assistant. By the time the car caught up to the other two, Justin and Pete were already in the restaurant. Lawrence observed his boss carefully as he entered the private room. Justin had been wearing a scowl since the previous evening, radiating a chilly aura that made no one dare approach him. Lawrence wisely decided to verify the situation thoroughly before informing him. He had no desire to be caught in the line of fire while the tyrant was in a bad mood. It was impossible to predict who the unlucky ones would be. After lunch, they returned to the villa. As they turned a corner, the rearview mirror revealed a few people behaving sneakily. Justin frowned. Get rid of those flies, he ordered. Lawrence replied, Yes, sir. They had already been informed of these people's presence the moment they arrived at the villa complex. The security personnel surrounding Justin were the best in the world. To ensure Pete's safety, all bodyguards around him were retired Special Forces officers. Justin kept them around to draw out those hidden further behind. Apart from his uncle, there were others seemingly eyeing him for reasons Lawrence didn't understand. 5 minutes later, Scarface, battered and bleeding, was brought before Justin in the villa's living room. Scarface looked completely defeated. His face was swollen, a tooth was missing, and he could barely speak as he begged for mercy. Mr. Hunt, your female bodyguard has already taught us a lesson. We don't have the guts to kidnap your son anymore. We've been protecting him all this time. We even drove away 3 groups of people over the last 2 days. Justin? Taken aback, he asked, My female bodyguard? Yes. She was driving a jeep yesterday. The one protecting your son. A jeep? Nora Smith? Justin sat up straighter. The coldness in his expression softened slightly. Nora hadn't given him a birthday gift the day before, making him feel neglected and sour all day. Yet now, it seemed she had cared for him all along. Otherwise, why would she secretly teach Scarface a lesson without telling him? As expected, she was deeply devoted to him. Everyone else loved to broadcast their actions for him to see, yet she didn't mention a thing. The corners of Justin's lips curled slightly. His mood, gloomy all day, improved. He waved to have his men take Scarface away. Then, he thought of Cherry. Had deleting her from Facebook been a mistake? Should he add her back as a friend? He opened Facebook, intending to unblock her and use the excuse that he had accidentally deleted her. But instead, he saw that. Chapter 112. Justin tapped on the link to Cherry's Facebook profile so he could send her a friend request. But when he did, a message prompt unexpectedly appeared. "Sorry, this content isn't available right now." Justin frowned. Did this mean the little brat had blocked him too? TSK, she was pretty bad-tempered, huh? Cherry must be angry. A young voice suddenly rang out beside his ear, startling him. He turned and saw Pete standing behind the sofa, staring at his cell phone. Justin let out an awkward cough and tossed his phone aside. So be it if she's angry. She can do whatever she wants, he said casually. Pete fell silent for a second, then sighed. Daddy, I'd advise you to coax her. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Regret it? Justin scoffed. Why would I regret it? Why should I coax someone else's daughter? Pete asked, Are you sure? Yes. Seeing how he refused to listen, Pete silently said a prayer for him. To be honest, the tyrant was a good father. After all, how many fathers actually took care of their children themselves? Cherry liked him quite a lot too. But the tyrant was insisting on upsetting his soft and cuddly younger sister now. He was really digging his own grave. He would just watch in silence when the tyrant was forced to eat his own words. Justin snorted inwardly. He did want a daughter, but she wasn't going to be the one Nora had with someone else. Instead of pampering her, he might as well pamper Sweetie. After all, unlike Cherry, who was so bad-tempered, Sweetie was cute, well-behaved, and obedient. With that in mind, Justin suddenly remembered missing Sweetie's livestream the day before. On a whim, he opened the livestream app on his phone. Elsewhere, Lawrence was checking the web for information about the trending topics Tina had mentioned. He had thought it through carefully. Tina wasn't stupid. Even if she was making up an excuse to approach Justin, she wouldn't use such a sloppy one. Perhaps it wasn't in today's trending topics but from previous days instead. Unfortunately, Lawrence didn't use social media much and wasn't very familiar with the apps, so he had to fumble around randomly. At the Andersons. After Moody Cherry was forced to finish her mathematical Olympiad assignments, the bored little girl started her livestream ahead of schedule. Fans poured in the moment she began. Spotting familiar names, she greeted them excitedly, "Hi." In the comments, JH wrote, "Hello." As her second highest ranked fan, he had special privileges. His comment appeared in a larger font, bolded, and his username was in red text so the live streamer could easily notice that a major patron had arrived. Usually, the moment Justin entered the live stream, Sweet Cherry would greet him sweetly, "Hi, sponsor daddy." The way she said "daddy" was like honey in her voice, making him feel warmth all the way to the bottom of his heart. However, today, Sweet Cherry didn't greet him even after a long while. Had she missed it? Taken aback, Justin wrote another comment, "How come you started the live stream so early today?" Children had screen time limits, usually set from 6 to 8 o'clock. But after sending the comment, he heard the little live streamer's cute voice. "Hi Windy. Yes, I've already had lunch, yeah. Green Kite, I'm only good at playing as this hero. Besides, don't you think she's the prettiest and cutest character here?" Justin frowned and scrolled up the comments. Although she had gained more fans, she hadn't announced that she'd start early, so not many viewers were present yet. Windy's comment was above his, "Has Sweetie had lunch yet?" Green Kite's comment was below, "Do you only know how to play that hero? What about the others?" She had replied to both but ignored him. Was his comment not sent due to a bad connection? Then he saw more comments. Did Sweetie fall out with Sponsor Daddy? Why are you ignoring him? Huh. Sponsor Daddy was ignored. Sweetie used to call out to Sponsor Grandpa and Sponsor Daddy all the time, but she's ignoring Sponsor Daddy today. Why do I feel so good about it? Wow, I've done well today. I'm actually one of the first 100 to enter Sweetie's live stream. You can put up a notice next time if you start early, Sweetie. What's the matter, Sweetie? Sponsor Daddy is talking to you. Why are you ignoring him? Given all the comments, Sweet Cherry must have noticed him. Yet, the little girl ignored all remarks about Sponsor Daddy, only saying adorably, "How do I put up a notice if I want to start early? I don't know how to do it." Her young, tender voice carried a coquettish charm, melting the hearts of everyone listening. The live stream was filled with comments. "Sweetie is so cute. Remember to eat more, sweetie. How can a child be this cute? I really want to take Sweetie home." Yet Justin, watching the stream, felt hurt. She was doing it on purpose. No doubt about it. His expression turned frosty, and he felt completely at a loss. This was the first time Justin had ever been ignored in his 20-odd years. He had always been the center of attention. He frowned and wrote another comment, "Are you in a bad mood today?" The 7 big red words stayed on the screen for a long while before disappearing. Everyone saw them, yet the little girl acted as if nothing had happened and continued ignoring him. The viewers began joking even more in the comments. One wrote, "It must be because you didn't tip her today that she's ignoring you." A tip. Justin frowned. In his world, money was just numbers representing transactions. If she was ignoring him because he hadn't tipped her, then this was no longer someone appreciating another person, it was just a transaction. He returned to his usual icy cold attitude. Someone else commented, "Live streamers should keep their patrons happy all the time. Why is she being so arrogant? If I were you, Sponsor Daddy, I'd unfollow her and tip her rival instead." Her rival? Only then did Justin notice a face-off section in Sweet Cherry's live stream. Meanwhile, Lawrence was still searching through social media trending topics. Unfortunately, trending topics were all real-time, so he had no idea where to start. While he was lost, the IT security department chief emailed, "The screening system is complete. Upload little Mr. Hunt's photo, and you'll be able to check whether his information has been leaked online." Lawrence felt immediate relief. He quickly took out his laptop, downloaded the program, photographed Pete, and uploaded it. Soon, search results appeared, a web page of trending topics from the day before. Lawrence was stunned. Pete really was live streaming. On top of that, he was using an alias, Sweet Cherry. Chapter 113. Lawrence swallowed hard. He carefully went through the content again and even deliberately replayed the live stream video featured in the trending post where Sweet Cherry had dropped her mask. Even if one were to argue that the photo could be fake, Lawrence was almost 100% certain that the face in the video belonged to Pete. He looked at Pete incredulously, feeling as though he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The post included all of Sweet Cherry's classic live stream moments, such as her adorably asking another player, "Is your entire family so skilled at doing nothing?" It also featured her calling out "Sponsor Grandpa" in that young, tender voice of hers. The way she habitually added "yeah" to the ends of her sentences was practically brainwashing. Was that adorable, lively child in the live stream really the same merciless, reticent Pete who had mild autism? Lawrence silently walked to the entrance of the study and peeked inside. Pete was still seated inside, reading seriously. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't seem like someone who cross-dressed. Nor did he look like someone who would live stream games. No wonder Mr. Hunt thought Pete was sick. Wasn't his current self completely different from the one in the live streams? This was practically schizophrenia. Lawrence's scalding gaze was so intense that Pete couldn't ignore it any longer. Pete looked up and immediately saw Lawrence staring at him with a troubled, sorrowful expression. Lawrence sighed and said, "This isn't your fault, Pete. You're just sick." Sigh. "Pete?" With a completely expressionless face, Pete replied, "There are vitamins in Daddy's room. If your brain lacks nutrients, you can take some to boost your brain power." Lawrence nodded immediately. "Really? Then I'll take 2. Sigh, so many of my brain cells died just now." He then cast Pete another regretful glance before leaving the room. Pete. Had Uncle Lawrence been influenced by the tyrant? He was still so young, yet he had already become an idiot. How pitiful. Pete shook his head. He lowered his gaze back to his book, but his eyes drifted to his phone instead. Earlier, his younger sister had sent him a message. "I'll never love Daddy ever again. He actually blocked me. I'm so sad." A sympathetic expression appeared on Pete's face. Compared to Uncle Lawrence, it seemed the tyrant was even more pitiful. Initially, Mommy was the only one who disliked him, but now, even his sister was starting to hate him. A surly-looking Justin stared at the livestream. Were children these days all so spoiled? First, Cherry blocked him on Facebook. Now, Sweetie was deliberately ignoring him during the livestream. He was the great CEO of Hunt Corporation. Was he really someone who would care about two little kids who weren't even related to him by blood? He snorted inwardly and looked at the face-off screen again. The opponents in livestream face-offs were randomly selected by the system. Unfortunately, Cherry had been matched today with a livestreamer who had over 1 million fans. The other party had clearly come prepared and already had $150,000 more points than her. The comments section began to panic. "Quick, Sweetie. Call out to sponsor Daddy. One round of airplanes and it'll be a tie. Why isn't sponsor Grandpa here today? I know why. Sponsor Grandpa always enters the live stream half an hour earlier, but Sweetie started 3 hours early today. He must not know she's live streaming. Quick, Sweetie. Ask sponsor Grandpa for help." The comments made Justin frown. At that moment, Sweet Cherry's young, tender voice rang out. "No, that won't do. I can't ask sponsor Grandpa for money." Cherry had always known she must never ask others for gifts. Sponsor Grandpa was an outsider. To her, the airplane tips he gave were simply gifts. Even though she had him on Facebook Messenger, there was no way she would ever message him just to demand gifts. This was one of Cherry's basic principles in life. Besides, it was just a contest. Did it really matter whether she won or lost? She had only joined the face-off because she accidentally clicked on it anyway. With that thought, Cherry continued playing steadily and ignored the comments. At the same time, Fantasia started her livestream. Fantasia was a young woman in her early 20s, styled as a wealthy socialite. She was live-streaming herself shopping for luxury goods. She sat inside a Gucci VIP room, waiting for staff to bring over clothes and newly released bags for her to choose from. Afternoon tea had already been served, and the pastry plates were trimmed with gold borders, making them look exceptionally luxurious. Holding an exquisite teacup, she took a sip of fruit tea and said leisurely, "The fruit tea here is delicious. It's very suitable for women." While chatting, she suddenly saw a comment. "Sweet Cherry is in a face-off with IKA right now. Do you think she can win?" Fantasia burst into laughter. IKA is a famous rich second-generation heir in the gaming channels. "I know him, we've met at several parties. Even if his opponent were a top live streamer with 10 million fans, he still wouldn't lose. He's definitely going to be one of the top 10 live streamers. Let me take a look." As she spoke, Fantasia picked up her spare phone and entered the face-off stream. After seeing the points, she smiled faintly. Is there even a need to compete anymore? Sweet Cherry's fans are actually quite smart. Fighting IKA will only hurt both sides. In that case, it's better to give up early. Someone asked, "What do you mean?" Fantasia laughed. "Didn't you notice? Sweet Cherry's number 1 and number 2 fans haven't done anything today. Don't tell me you still think those two are real patrons?" Someone replied, "Aren't they? They're really generous." Fantasia curled her lips and drawled, "Let me teach you how to tell real patrons from fake ones. Real patrons usually follow multiple live streamers and tip several people. But look at Sweet Cherry's number 1 and number 2 fans, brand new accounts registered right around the time she started streaming. That alone is fine. But both of them have only ever tipped her. Isn't that interesting?" The comments exploded. "So I get it now. Her number 1 and number 2 fans are tools. No wonder she got popular so fast. Management companies really know how to hype people up. So sponsor Grandpa and sponsor Daddy are just fake accounts boosting her popularity? I just want to know, is the one playing now still that 5-year-old cutie? Led by Fantasia, a group of viewers flooded into Sweet Cherry's live stream and began attacking her. Sweetie? What a fake persona. Disgusting. Hahaha, backing off because you're up against IKA? At least you have some self-awareness. Your number 1 and number 2 fans are just tools. One doesn't dare to show up, and the other pretends to fall out with you. TSK, you're pretty slick, huh? Chapter 114. Justin stared at the screen coldly. He, a genuine patron, had actually become a tool in their eyes? On top of that, they were even claiming that there was a management company behind it all? Ha! What a fucking joke. They were just a bunch of naive internet kids who jumped to conclusions based on insignificant evidence and blindly believed whatever others said. The comments section was in complete chaos. He picked up his phone, ready to speak up and defend Sweet Cherry, when she suddenly said, "Sponsor Grandpa isn't a tool. Don't you spout nonsense. Otherwise, I'm gonna get mad." Justin? She had only mentioned Sponsor Grandpa, but not Sponsor Daddy. Justin had always thought of himself as a tolerant person since childhood. His upbringing had never allowed him to lose his temper in front of outsiders. Moreover, aside from Pete, no one had truly been able to anger him all these years. But right now, he actually felt hurt. That little live streamer was going too far. To think he was always thinking about her and even occasionally came in to watch her live streams. This was also the first time in his life that he had ever tipped anyone like that. Justin made up his mind. He was going to unfollow her. Just as he was about to leave the live stream, someone asked in the comments, "Is Sponsor Daddy a tool, then?" Sweet Cherry fell silent for a moment before replying unhappily, "No, he isn't. Sponsor Daddy is even less likely to be a tool." Seeing that she finally mentioned Sponsor Daddy after such a long time, the motherly fans immediately started expressing concern. "Sweetie baby, did you argue with Sponsor Daddy? What happened? Sweetie cutie, did someone make you upset?" The comments were mixed with attacks from haters. "Ha, how is he not? He hasn't tipped you a single cent today. Doesn't that mean you've already given up on the face-off?" Sweet Cherry ignored the haters and said unhappily to those who truly cared about her, "Because I hate Daddy." The motherly fans asked cautiously, "Do you mean Sponsor Daddy, or your real daddy?" Sweet Cherry replied bluntly, "They're all the same." Fans? Justin? So the little brat was venting her anger on him just because her real father had pissed her off? His heart softened slightly. Justin coughed lightly and typed, "What did your father do?" Since other fans were asking the same question, Sweet Cherry answered, "Daddy is horrible. He ignored me. I will never talk to Stinky Daddy ever again." The comments section immediately exploded with people scolding her father. "Your father is such a piece of shit. It's bad enough that he abandoned you and your mommy, but now he's even ignoring you. Sue him. He's obligated to raise you. Who the hell does he think he is, ignoring our sweet and innocent sweetie? He's fucking disgusting." Justin. For some reason, Cherry suddenly flashed through his mind, and he felt a trace of guilt. But the next second, he found the thought ridiculous. What the hell was he guilty about? He wasn't Cherry's father anyway. Still, as a man, how could someone not take responsibility for their own child? Justin lowered his gaze and typed, "Your father is a real scumbag." The large, bold red words appeared in the comments section and lingered there for several seconds. Cherry instantly felt much better. Having Daddy scold himself was also a form of punishment, wasn't it? While she was still thinking about it, another wave of haters flooded into her live stream. "This is fucking disgusting. I've finally seen what a bully looks like. Why didn't you give up yesterday when you were facing our favorite live streamer? Are you only backing down today because IKA is a rich second-generation heir and harder to bully? She's just a fake image packaged by a management company. Why are you idiots getting so worked up? The number 1 and number 2 fans are way too fake. They're obviously management accounts. I seriously doubt whether the one playing is really a kid. Last time, everyone only saw her holding a phone, no one saw her actually playing. She must be hiding something. Otherwise, why does she refuse to turn on the camera? And isn't the #1 fan ridiculous? It's a critical moment, yet he hasn't shown up even after half an hour. He's probably not coming at all. Cherry didn't care about them insulting her. But they were insulting sponsor Grandpa. That, she absolutely would not tolerate. She was just about to let her mouth run wild and tear them apart when someone suddenly commented. "Quick, sweetie, go check Fantasia's live stream. She's calling you an uneducated little country bumpkin." Cherry? The 5-year-old was completely confused. The comments immediately filled with things like, "Sweet Cherry is a fake princess. Fantasia is the real princess. Fantasia is live right now and personally exposing a bitch. There's a simple way to prove yourself, either turn on the camera and show where you live, or have your #1 and #2 fans compete with IKA. Here's a tip, IKA has prepared $800,000. Exactly. You say sponsor Grandpa is busy, but sponsor Daddy is obviously online. Why don't you ask sponsor Daddy to tip you, then?" As the insults grew increasingly vicious, the motherly fans panicked and began tipping Cherry one after another. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. Just as the gap narrowed by $15,000, IKA received another $150,000 tip. The gap widened even further. Everyone felt helpless. Someone commented, "Sponsor Daddy, can't you help sweetie?" The corners of Justin's lips curled slightly as he replied, "I'll help if you ask me to." The moment his comment appeared, Sweetie said flatly, "No, I won't." She would never give in to Stinky Daddy. Justin? Whose stubborn little brat was she? Fine. Since she refused to give in, he wasn't going to tip her either. He wasn't insane or masochistic, there was no way he would demean himself. The motherly fans tried to smooth things over. "Don't take it to heart, Sponsor Daddy. She's just a child." Justin sneered and typed, "It's not like I'm her father anyway. So why should he pamper her?" Justin exited the live stream in a foul mood. When he turned around, he saw Lawrence watching him cautiously. "Are you in a good mood now, boss?" Lawrence asked. Justin frowned. "If you have something to say, just say it." Lawrence sighed inwardly and said, "We discovered that Pete has been live streaming himself playing games." "Pete, live streaming?" Justin sneered. "Are you still asleep?" Pete was with him every single day. Justin knew his routine like the back of his hand. How the hell could Pete be live streaming? Lawrence hurriedly explained, "It's true. His alias is Sweet Cherry, and he live streams for 2 hours every day." Justin froze. "What did you just say?" Lawrence handed him his phone and showed him the trending topics related to Sweet Cherry. Seeing Justin's stunned expression, Lawrence tried to placate him. "Don't be angry, Mr. Hunt. Children are naturally rebellious." Before he could finish, Justin stood up abruptly and strode straight toward Pete's study. Lawrence rushed after him. "Boss, please calm down." As soon as he spoke, he saw Pete sitting quietly and studying. At the same time, Justin re-entered Sweet Cherry's live stream. Lawrence was stunned. Wasn't Sweet Cherry Pete? Then who the hell was live streaming now? The next second, Lawrence saw Justin rapidly operate his phone and hack into the live stream app. Immediately after, Sweet Cherry's camera turned on. Chapter 115. The entire villa suddenly fell silent. The only sound was Sweet Cherry's young, tender voice coming from the live stream. "Don't give me any more gifts, guys, it's too wasteful." The comments were filled with messages like, "Poor sweetie. Fight on, sweetie. You have mom's support. Sob. Why did sponsor Daddy leave? He's horrible. It's okay, sweetie. Sponsor Daddy may have left, but we're still here. I'll top up another $150. We mustn't lose." Cherry had noticed the moment Justin left the live stream. She was so sad that her eyes turned red, tears brimming in them. Her little mouth was puckered into a pout. Since she was in the middle of a team battle, she wasn't looking at the computer screen. Her head was lowered, making her long eyelashes look like fans casting shadows on her cheeks. She muttered angrily, "Stinky daddy. I won't like you ever again." Justin, who was staring at the screen, didn't even dare to blink. That face, together with that young, tender voice, made his entire body tense. He subconsciously held his breath, as though afraid the little girl on the screen would sense something. He was completely shocked and stunned. Apart from having a stinky son, he, Justin Hunt, also had a daughter. The realization made his mind go completely blank. His eyes, fixed on the phone, slowly reddened, and the corners of his lips curled upward with uncontrollable excitement. A completely stunned Lawrence stared at him. He looked at the phone, then lifted his head to glance at Pete. After comparing the two several times, he still couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In the end, he still found it utterly unbelievable. "And Mr. Hunt, how can two children in this world resemble each other so much?" Resemble? This wasn't resemblance at all, they were practically identical. Apart from twins, there was probably no one else who could give birth to two children who looked this much alike. Pete, who had been confused, looked up dazedly and saw the tyrant looking like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, while Lawrence looked utterly shocked and horrified. The two men stood at the doorway, occasionally looking at him and occasionally at the phone. At the same time, audio from the game Cherry was playing could be heard coming from the phone. Pete was completely alarmed. Had they discovered Cherry? He hurriedly climbed down from the chair and trotted over. Standing on tiptoe, he peeked at Justin's phone. Sure enough, it really was Cherry. Pete's eyes widened until they were round. What were they supposed to do now? Judging by how aggressive the tyrant was, he would definitely take Cherry away from Mommy and never allow them to see her again. From then on, he and his little sister would be locked inside a prison called the Hunt family and completely separated from Mommy. The more Pete thought about it, the more anxious he became. Previously, the tyrant hadn't noticed anything strange about him or his sister only because he didn't know he had a daughter. But now, he did. Taking a deep breath, Pete hurriedly grabbed his phone and sent Cherry a message. "Cherry, you've been exposed." At the Anderson residence. Cherry was playing games on her phone when a notification suddenly popped up. After reading the message, she raised her head in shock, only to discover that the camera on the computer in front of her had somehow turned on. Cherry was terrified. She quickly turned off the camera, only then letting out a huge sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the comments had already exploded in amazement. "Oh my God! How can there be such a cute child in this world? Ah! I was watching Sweetie closely just now, she's really the one playing. The way her fingers slide across the screen matches the game perfectly. Her eyelashes are so long. I'm in love. This isn't a child, she's clearly an angel. Isn't she way too cute? She'll definitely be a stunner when she grows up. The kind that can easily trash people in the entertainment industry." Among the countless compliments were non-stop notifications of people tipping her. "Don't be scared, sweetie. Your mommies are here. Let's do this. After seeing how cute Sweetie is, I really can't bear to see her lose. Let's work hard together." The fans unexpectedly united into a single front. Meanwhile, in Fantasia's livestream. Fantasia had just finished trying on several outfits, but none of them satisfied her. She complained lazily, "Sigh, I couldn't find any clothes I like this time either. I'll just buy a couple of bags instead. I can't let this trip go to waste. Besides, it wouldn't be nice if the service staff didn't earn anything after spending so much time and effort." She sat back on the sofa and instructed the staff to bring the bags over. At that moment, certain comments began appearing in her livestream. "Sweet Cherry is really stunning. It'd be such a waste if she didn't debut in the entertainment industry. No wonder she gained nearly 1 million followers in less than a month." Fantasia had always been praised as a classy beauty, her confidence rooted in her wealthy background. Seeing people praise someone else in her own livestream instantly made her unhappy. She picked up her phone, watched for a while, then sneered. She's obviously just changing the topic. Look at how many tips she got the moment she turned on the camera. She's stooping really low. Resting her chin on her hands, she smiled faintly. Didn't she claim she comes from a wealthy family with $75 million? Then why is she gathering fans here for just a few pathetic tens of thousands? She shook her head and continued, Sweet Cherry really made the wrong move. There's nothing wrong with a management company creating an image for her. She's so cute, she could have just gone with the adorable baby style. A 5-year-old playing games is already a highlight, but they were too greedy and tried to grab everything. Her loyal fans immediately echoed her words. Exactly. Do ordinary people really think they can pretend to be rich? What a joke. Everyone wants a luxurious image these days. Other than Fantasia, I haven't seen anyone who can actually pull it off. Fantasia's confidence is in her DNA. That kind of charm can't be cultivated without money. Sweetie is ridiculous, she keeps saying people shouldn't tip her, but if it's not for money, why is she live streaming at all? She's so fake. Ha ha ha, her number 2 fan is ridiculous too. He openly left after pretending to fall out with her. That way, no one can criticize him. Fantasia smiled again. You're right. Her opponent today is IKA, a famous rich second-generation heir, so she started her live stream early. That way, she can say her number 1 fan didn't show up because of the timing. As for her number 2 fan, they conveniently fell out. What a coincidence, huh? She sneered. Her management company is quite smart though. With all this, she'll probably trend again. Almost at the same moment she finished speaking, the comments suddenly went berserk. Fantasia calmly glanced at the screen. Quick! Go check Sweet Cherry's live stream. Oh my god, I can't breathe. Chapter 116. Fantasia was taken aback. She asked, what's going on? In the comments. I actually witnessed a $1.5 million transaction while I'm alive. If this still doesn't prove that she's from a wealthy family. A big boss has appeared. Fantasia's eyes widened in shock. She no longer had the luxury of paying attention to the fact that she was still live streaming. She immediately entered Sweet Cherry's live stream on her phone. The moment she did, a flood of tip notifications exploded in the comments, and dazzling virtual gift effects filled the entire screen. At the Hunt Villa, Justin was still standing at the door of Pete's study. After sending the message to Cherry, Pete had been secretly observing him. The tyrant stared at the live stream with a dark, unpredictable expression. Even Pete couldn't tell what he was thinking at this moment. Given his harsh and domineering personality, Pete had assumed that the moment the tyrant discovered he had a daughter, he would forcefully take her away. So why was the tyrant standing motionless now, looking as though he was locked in an internal struggle? The clever Pete quietly entered the live stream and scrolled upward through the comments. In no time, he understood the entire dispute between the tyrant and Cherry. Pete. He was utterly speechless. What the hell was wrong with this tyrant? Why was a grown man in his 20s arguing with a 5-year-old? And more importantly, was that bold comment saying, "Your father is such a scumbag," really something the tyrant had said? Why did it feel so damn weird? Justin also felt extremely embarrassed once the shock faded and he recalled what he had typed. He had always harbored the illusion of having a daughter whenever Pete dressed up like a little princess. Every time he imagined himself with a daughter, the cold-hearted man's heart would inexplicably soften. On top of that, Sweet Cherry was so adorable. She was real, flesh and blood, not just a vague longing that surfaced whenever his son relapsed. That was why he had felt inexplicably jealous when Sweet Cherry said her father was ignoring her. How could someone who had a daughter not treasure her? That was exactly why his brain had short-circuited, causing him to type something as childish as, "Your father is such a scumbag." At the time, he had thought that no one on the internet knew who he was anyway. But now, his expression shifted repeatedly. He lowered his dark eyes and cast an indifferent glance at Pete, his gaze subtly flicking toward the phone in Pete's hand. Lawrence was still fussing beside him. "Boss, what the hell is going on?" Justin's thin lips parted as he replied coldly, "This is my daughter." "Lawrence." "Pete." It was over. The tyrant sounded absolutely certain, he had already confirmed Cherry's existence. As Pete panicked internally, Justin issued an order. "Investigate immediately. Find her, even if you have to turn the entire city upside down." Lawrence snapped to attention. "Yes, sir." Just as he turned to leave, Justin added coldly, "Do it discreetly." Lawrence nodded and left. Pete. His lips twitched uncontrollably. Daddy was so stupid. Everything was already obvious. Not only had he and Cherry switched identities back in California, but Mommy's intentions after coming to New York couldn't have been clearer. The only reason Daddy hadn't realized it before was because he didn't know he even had a daughter. Now that he did, was there really any need to investigate? Wasn't it painfully obvious where his little sister was? With his lips still twitching, Pete asked, "Daddy, do you really have an IQ of 301? Justin." He lowered his gaze, his eyes dark and bottomless. The beauty mark at the corner of his eye glinted sharply as he asked, "Why? Have you seen your sister before?" Pete replied stiffly, "No." Since the tyrant hadn't figured it out yet, that was for the best. Under no circumstances could they betray Mommy. Justin didn't seem suspicious. He merely frowned and turned his attention back to the live stream. Pete had already seen the comments earlier and knew Cherry was losing badly in the face-off match. As a die-hard sister complex holder, this was completely unacceptable. After hesitating briefly, Pete said, "Daddy, if you send virtual gifts and help my sister win, you'll be a hero saving a damsel in distress. It'll definitely ease the tension between you two." Justin, who was in the middle of topping up his account, paused. Then he coughed lightly and said coldly, "There's no tension to ease. But now that I know she's my daughter, how could I let a hunt lose?" Pete. He clearly cared deeply, yet he insisted on making it sound noble and detached. Pete sighed silently and lowered his head again to watch the live stream. Suddenly, he froze and called out urgently, Daddy?" Justin had just finished topping up and was about to swoop in and save his daughter when the screen was suddenly flooded by an overwhelming storm of virtual gifts. At the same time, Cherry's little heart was pounding wildly after she turned off the camera. She didn't understand why it had suddenly turned on. Had she pressed something by accident? While she was still confused, a massive wave of virtual gifts poured in. Row after row of airplane icons dominated the screen, crushing the comments section with overwhelming force. Cherry froze. She scrolled upward through the barrage and discovered that the sender was, "Sponsor Grandpa." 10 sets of 9,999 airplanes. A total of $1.5 million. Once the visual effects finally faded, a message appeared. "Why did you start the live stream early?" Cherry was deeply moved. At that moment, Sponsor Grandpa seemed unbelievably tall and radiant, as if he were glowing. Although she didn't care much about the outcome of the face-off, seeing so many people support her still made her want to win. But IKA was still ahead by $300,000. Mommy would definitely notice if she spent that much pocket money. She had already accepted defeat, until Grandpa appeared. Cherry's eyes sparkled as she smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Sponsor Grandpa." Grandpa replied, "Message me next time someone bullies you." "I'll come immediately." Cherry replied cheerfully, "Okay." "Grandpa, are you feeling better today? Did you eat meat for lunch?" Justin's face was icy cold, radiating a chilling aura like dry ice. It was too late. He was one step too slow. He had missed a crucial chance to rebuild his image in his daughter's heart. Justin stared at Grandpa's username. If looks could kill, the phone would have already been riddled with holes. Beside him, Pete was completely speechless. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Chester the dimwit rushed in and blurted anxiously, "Justin, can I borrow $1.5 million? My boss, Sweet Cherry, is being bullied like crazy on her live stream. I have to help her." Justin's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You're friends with Sweet Cherry?" Chapter 117. Chester had already received the news when Cherry started her live stream and was immediately outclassed by her opponent. Unfortunately, he didn't have any money in his bank account, so he had to drive over to Justin's place to borrow some. As a result, he had no idea what happened afterward in the live stream. When Justin questioned him, Chester immediately nodded and replied, "Yeah. Sweet Cherry is my boss. We often play games together." The look in Justin's eyes darkened. "Have you ever seen her in person?" Chester answered quickly, "And no." Pete. "Uncle Chester, you'd be much more convincing if you didn't avoid looking the tyrant in the eye, or fidget so much by coughing and scratching your head." Pete raised his head and silently looked at the tyrant again. However, Justin seemed to believe Chester's words and didn't press him further. He walked past him and said, "She doesn't need it anymore." "Chester?" He hurriedly turned on his phone. Only then did he realize that Sweet Cherry had utterly crushed her opponent. Although IKA was a rich second-generation heir, there was no way he could compete with genuine top-tier rich heirs like Chester. Even Chester's pocket money didn't exceed $1.5 million, let alone Ika's. As a result, IKA immediately conceded. He even joked during his live stream, "Sigh, my family only has $15 million, so we're not as rich as Sweetie's family with $75 million. I've lost." His refreshingly straightforward attitude earned him a wave of new fans. Cherry's motherly fans, in particular, praised him for his grace. Afterward, they stormed Fantasia's live stream and demanded an apology. Fantasia backed down the moment she entered Sweet Cherry's live stream and saw the $1.5 million tip. She sneered and said, "To be honest, $1.5 million isn't that big of a deal." The comments immediately exploded with Sweet Cherry's motherly fans. "If it's not a big deal, then buy something worth $1.5 million and show us. Or tip yourself $1.5 million. Apologize to Sweetie. I finally get it now." Some people are pushing a wealthy family image, so they lashed out at Sweetie just because their images overlapped. TSK. Fantasia live streams every day saying she's shopping for luxury goods, but she barely buys anything. Take today, for example, we said the third outfit looked good, so she asked for the price. When she heard it cost $15,000, she didn't buy it. And the bags she buys are only a few $1,000s each. Sure, that's still expensive for us, but do real wealthy people only buy bags? Besides, the outfit she's wearing now looks like fast fashion pretending to be high-end. Compared to that, doesn't Fantasia look more like a fake princess? Apologize, you fake princess. Yeah. Apologize. Surrounded by voices attacking her, Fantasia's eyes reddened as she said weakly, "Aren't Sweet Cherry's fans being a little too malicious? Are they all brainless?" Everyone was stunned. In the comments, "What the F***CK? This is infuriating. Why didn't you say that when your fans were saying disgusting things about Sweet Cherry earlier?" Correction, they weren't insinuating. They were straight up insulting her. This is peak double standards. Apologize. Fantasia sighed and said, "To be honest, it's not uncommon for management companies to spend $1.5 million to make someone famous. Besides, there are dividends from virtual gifts. That means the company only spent about $800,000. Seeing how shameless and unrepentant she was, everyone was furious. Chester cursed loudly, "That bitch actually dared to bully my boss. She must be tired of living. Just you wait, I'll cry and beg Justin to teach her a lesson." Pete replied calmly, "Very impressive, Uncle Chester." Chester smiled awkwardly. Then, as if seeking praise, he said, "Did you see that just now, Pete? I stubbornly insisted that I'd never met Sweet Cherry even when Justin was interrogating me. You have to tell Cherry about that. I finally made it into the local server's top 10 players, but grinding levels and resources is hell. Without a good carry, it's almost impossible to break into the top 3. Can you ask Cherry when she's free to carry me for a few rounds?" Pete's lips twitched. "Uncle Chester, are you sure he was interrogating you just now?" Chester waved dismissively. I get scared the moment Justin glares at me, so I usually spill everything. This is the only secret I've ever managed to keep. My loyalty to Cherry is absolute. I've never even thought about betraying her. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Justin walked out and looked at Chester coldly. I remember you once saying that I might have a daughter, Justin said. Where is my daughter? Chester. He watched Pete give him a look full of disdain that clearly said, so this is what you meant by never betraying us? Chester wiped non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Justin, I was just talking nonsense. Pete sighed inwardly. It was over. If the tyrant asked even one more question, Uncle Chester would definitely sell them out completely. However, to Pete's surprise, Justin seemed to believe him and merely said indifferently, oh. Justin walked over to the sofa and resumed working. He said to Lawrence, who was investigating Sweet Cherry, look up that live streamer named Fantasia as well. Lawrence looked up. Understood, boss. What should I do with her afterward? Justin replied coldly and domineeringly, cancel her. At the Anderson residence. After IKA conceded, Cherry's live stream chat exploded with discussions about Fantasia's refusal to apologize. The fans were furious, but Cherry tilted her head and said innocently, even a 3-year-old knows they should apologize when they're wrong. Don't force her anymore, everyone. After all, she's still young. Rows of question marks instantly flooded the chat. Cherry continued, when she grows into a decent human being, she'll naturally come and apologize. Everyone. The comments erupted after someone explained it. F***CK. Sweet Cherry is a master at verbal assassination. She's saying Fantasia isn't even human yet. This is next level roasting. I've learned something new today. It feels great seeing her get scolded, but I'm still annoyed. Amid the comments, Grandpa typed, I'll ban her from live streaming. Almost instantly, another bold red comment appeared. I've already banned her. Cherry froze. Then another comment appeared. Is the face-off over? I went to top up my account earlier, but it was a bit slow. There's already $1.5 million in it now. I'll give it to you during tomorrow's face-off. Cherry. At that moment, her phone beeped. She picked it up and saw a Facebook friend request from along with a message. I accidentally deleted you yesterday. Want to add each other again? Chapter 118. Cherry? Her eyes widened, big and round, as she stared at her cell phone for a long time. If she hadn't asked Pete to check with Daddy, she would have believed him for sure. However, Pete had already asked him about it. Stinky Daddy had done it on purpose. There would be serious consequences when Cherry got angry. Thus, Cherry decisively rejected the friend request. At this point, the motherly fans in the comments also began mocking Sponsor Daddy. This is killing me. Who was it that just said he isn't Sweetie's dad? He said he'd only help if the live streamer asked him first, then he left the live stream. I thought he was gone for good, but turns out he went to top up his account. I love Sponsor Daddy. He's so badass. Am I the only one who feels safer with Sponsor Grandpa? I feel like Sponsor Grandpa is even mightier and more badass. Then someone started a poll in the comments. Who do you prefer, Sponsor Grandpa or Sponsor Daddy? Cherry looked at the comments and declared in her soft, tender voice. I like Sponsor Grandpa more. But you mustn't give me any more gifts, okay? You've already given me too much, Sponsor Grandpa. Mommy says I mustn't just take things from other people. Grandpa replied. It's not that much. I'm happy to give it to you. Cherry put on a stern expression and said seriously. No, you mustn't. I'll get mad if you send me any more. Left with no other choice, Grandpa could only sigh and reply. Alright, then. Their interaction caused Sponsor Grandpa's votes to rise visibly, while Sponsor Daddy only received a few miserable votes. Justin. After being rejected both on Facebook and during the live stream, Justin looked rather sullen. There were plenty of ways to coax children, though. Wasn't it precisely because her number one fan had descended from heaven and saved her from defeat during the face-off that she was being so friendly with him? In that case, he would become a hero too. He would save the damsel in distress the next day. Then the little fellow would surely acknowledge him. While he was thinking, Lawrence handed him the information he had found. "I've located Sweet Cherry's personal information," Lawrence said. Due to her age, her account was registered using her parents' IDs. Her mother's name is Queenie, and her father's name is Dick. What a strange name. Justin. Her mother was a queen, and her father was a dick. How fucking discriminatory. He clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to punch someone. Gnashing his teeth in fury, he said coldly, "Go and investigate Nora Smith's background again." Lawrence said in surprise. "We've already checked Miss Smith's background several times, Mr. Hunt. It matches everything we've found so far." Justin snapped, displeased. "Did you find out that she's anti?" Lawrence lowered his head, not daring to speak further. Then he said, "I'll go investigate her background again immediately. At night." "Huh? Did Daddy really say that?" Cherry hid in the bathroom, whispering secretly to her brother over the phone. Although Pete's voice was young and tender, it strangely gave people a sense of security. "Yeah," Pete said. "He's trying to find out where you are, but it seems he's run into some trouble. He can't find any information." Cherry pursed her lips. "Of course. I'll tell you a secret, Mommy is actually a hacker." She looked extremely proud as she mentioned her mother. Then her expression shifted to disdain. "Daddy is such a dummy, Pete." Pete replied seriously. "I think so too, so I gave him my vitamins to boost his brain power." "Great job, Pete. That's awesome," Cherry said happily. "In that case, I can live stream with peace of mind. Daddy's a dummy who can't find me anyway." "Alright," Pete replied. After they ended the call, Cherry walked out of the bathroom. Nora had already washed up and was lying in bed. Cherry thought about it carefully. Since Daddy couldn't find them for now, that meant she didn't need to tell Mommy, right? Otherwise, Mommy definitely wouldn't allow her to live stream anymore. Having made up her mind, Cherry climbed onto the bed and sent a few cute stickers to sponsor Grandpa on Messenger. He replied almost instantly. "Have an early night." Sweet Cherry replied. "Okie dokie. You should sleep early too. Mommy says people who sleep early and wake up early are more energetic." At the Smith residence, Ian lay weakly on the bed and replied with difficulty. "Okay." He set his phone aside and stared at the ceiling. Outside the door, Yvonne Smith, his adopted daughter, lowered her voice and instructed. "Dad has a poor appetite. Make liquid food instead. Add some minced meat so it's more nutritious." "Understood?" the caretaker replied. "Don't worry, Miss Yvonne. I've memorized everything." "Good." Ian sighed when he heard their conversation. She ultimately wasn't his real daughter. Her concern always felt superficial. His eyelids drooped as he closed his eyes. Life suddenly felt meaningless. More than 20 years ago, when Yvette Anderson had suddenly disappeared, he had personally searched for her for a long time, but without success. By the time he finally found her in California, she was already married and had even given birth to a child. Back then, Yvette had told him, "Forget me, Ian. I've let you down, but Henry and I truly love each other. If you really love me, then let me go. Let me go." He had been fully capable of bringing her back, placing her under house arrest, and forcibly keeping her by his side. He had even seriously considered it. He had sent people to capture her. But on the way back to New York, the strong, stubborn woman had broken down in front of him. His heart had ached unbearably. In the end, he let her go. Before leaving, she looked at him and said, "Find someone else and marry her. Have your own wife and children. Forget me. I'm sorry." After returning to New York, he pretended to stay strong, but he never considered marriage again. Later, he adopted a daughter, because he heard that Yvette had given birth to a daughter. After that, he never interfered in her life again. Looking back now, he still regretted it. Why had he given up back then? Why hadn't he forcibly taken her away? If he had, she wouldn't have died from postpartum hemorrhage during labor. She probably passed away when the child was only a year old. If they had stayed together, if they had had a child, would that child have been as adorable as Sweet Cherry? That thought was exactly why he became so captivated by Sweet Cherry's live streams. He had even developed the urge to meet her. Sweet Cherry gave him the will to live. Their bond, small as it was, kept growing stronger. She had once said she hoped it would one day become a small boat, or even a giant ferry. Ian closed his eyes. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Soft footsteps approached, and a small voice called out, "Granduncle Ian." Ian opened his eyes and saw little Mia standing beside him. "What's the matter?" he asked. Mia lowered her head and asked timidly, "Granduncle Ian, can you give me $150,000? Ian was stunned. Mia was usually the most sensible child. Why was she suddenly asking for money? Lowering her head, she whispered, "I just found out that my classmate Cheryl Smith is live streaming, but she's having some trouble. I want to help her." She hesitated before adding, "Her live stream alias is Sweet Cherry." Chapter 119. Cherry? Ian's eyes flew open abruptly. A glimmer of light appeared in his usually listless gaze as he looked straight at little Mia. Lowering her head, Mia said, "Granduncle Ian, I know I shouldn't borrow money from you, but all my money is with Mommy. She doesn't let me ask Daddy for money either. Brandon has a loose tongue, he'd definitely tell Mommy if I borrowed money from him. After thinking about it, you're the only person I can ask." She glanced at him awkwardly and added, "But if you don't have any, it's okay." As soon as she finished speaking, Ian smiled faintly. "I do. I'll give my little Mia some." Mia's eyes immediately lit up. "Thank you, Granduncle Ian." Ian then asked, "Can you tell me about this classmate of yours?" Mia nodded. With admiration written all over her face, she said, "Cheryl Smith is amazing. She can turn into a little boy and also into a little girl. Ian? She dances really well too." Sinead Lowe was originally the lead dancer for the school's 50th anniversary celebration, but she's really unlikable and bullies everyone at school. Ian frowned slightly. "Does she bully even you?" Mia shook her head. "She doesn't dare bully me because I'm a Smith. She doesn't dare mess with me, but she doesn't talk to me either. She started bullying Cherry the moment she transferred in, but Cherry's mommy is really amazing. She brought Miss Tanya Turner over, and after that, Cherry became the lead dancer." She continued enthusiastically, "Cherry also became Brandon's boss. He follows her around every day and even serves her water. He keeps asking her when she can turn into a little boy again." At this point, Mia lowered her voice and added softly, "I also hope Cherry will become a little boy." Ian was stunned. "Why?" he asked. Mia smiled shyly. Her small oval face looked delicate and adorable. "Cherry is really cool when she's a boy. I like talking to him." Ian felt like he understood her, but also didn't at the same time. Without saying anything else, he casually transferred $150,000 to Mia's account and closed his eyes. Seeing that he didn't intend to speak anymore, Mia quietly left. Granduncle Ian wasn't in good health. Daddy had already told her not to disturb him. That evening, Joel came to visit Ian as usual after getting off work. However, when he entered the room, he saw Ian, whose eyes were usually half closed, sitting upright on the bed as if he were waiting for him. Surprised, Joel asked, "Uncle Ian, is something the matter?" Ian lowered his gaze and said calmly, "Is Mia's school holding their 50th anniversary celebration soon?" Joel nodded. "Yes. I've already received the invitation." He hadn't planned to attend. Events like that didn't matter much to him, and Mia was timid and frail, she wasn't performing anyway. While he was thinking, Ian spoke again. "I want to go and have a look." Joel froze. "What?" "I want to go and have a look," Ian repeated. Though shocked, Joel replied, "All right. I'll make the arrangements." After leaving the bedroom, Joel stopped and frowned at the door. Moments later, he asked the caretaker, "Did something happen with Uncle Ian today?" The caretaker straightened her posture. Although Joel appeared gentle and approachable, she treated him with increasing respect. "I think Ms. Mia came by today." At the mention of Mia, Joel's expression softened. "I see." It seemed Uncle Ian wanted to attend the kindergarten celebration because of Mia. In that case, Joel would go along as well. The next afternoon, after finishing his work at the Hunt Corporation, Justin left his office. However, instead of going home, he got into the car. Pete was at the Quinn School of Martial Arts today, but Justin didn't tell the driver to head there. "Where would you like to go, sir?" the chauffeur asked. "To Golden Sunshine Kindergarten." "Yes, sir." At the kindergarten. With the 50th anniversary celebration approaching, the 20 children selected for the opening dance had to practice an extra hour every day. At 4 in the afternoon, Cherry and the others entered the dance studio and lined up. Sinead stood next to Cherry. Although she had been warned not to provoke her, she continued pouting and glaring at Cherry from time to time. In the past, even though Sinead had a bad temper, everyone tolerated her out of fear of the dance teacher. But now, everyone played with Cherry and ignored Sinead completely. After enduring this for several days, Sinead finally snapped. She suddenly reached out and shoved Cherry. Cherry staggered back a few steps. She stared at her in surprise and asked, "What are you doing, Sinead the doggy?" Sinead shouted angrily, "You're the dog, Cherry the doggy." "I'm not Sinead the doggy." Cherry replied innocently, "But you were barking like a dog last time." "Like this." She bent into a pose different from Sinead's earlier one and called out, "Moo, moo." Sinead scoffed immediately. "That's wrong. It should be like this." She crouched down, stuck out her tongue, and barked loudly, "Woof. Woof." Cherry straightened up, giggling. "Great job, Sinead the doggy." Sinead lifted her chin proudly. But suddenly, the children around them burst into laughter. After a moment, Sinead finally realized what had happened. Her face turned red with rage. She put her hands on her hips and then let out an ear-piercing wail and began crying. Cherry covered her ears and looked at her helplessly. Was she crying just because she couldn't win an argument? At that moment, Whitney walked in and heard the crying. She frowned. "What's going on?" Sinead pointed at Cherry. "She bullied me." Cherry shook her head. "I didn't." The other students spoke up as well. Cherry didn't bully Sinead. Sinead pushed her first. Recently, everyone had noticed that Whitney was unusually afraid of Cherry, just like she was afraid of the two children from the Smith family. Naturally, they assumed she wouldn't dare target Cherry. But unexpectedly, Whitney suddenly shouted, "Cherry! Apologize to Sinead immediately." Cherry froze for a moment, then shook her head. "I didn't do anything wrong. How dare you be so unrepentant? Come out here with me." Whitney grabbed Cherry by the arm and dragged her out of the dance studio. As she pulled her along, she shouted viciously, "Cheryl Smith, I've already figured everything out. Mr. Hunt only has a son, he doesn't have any daughters at all. How dare you lie to me for so long? I'll teach you a lesson today." She dragged Cherry to a corner wall and shoved her there. Her ferocious expression frightened Cherry so badly that her eyes widened. The little girl, who had never tolerated being wronged, hurriedly said, "My father really is Justin Hunt." Whitney sneered. "You stubborn little liar. If your father really is Justin Hunt, then call him right now and have him pick you up from school." Chapter 120. The light in Cherry's eyes dimmed slightly. Stinky Daddy didn't even know she was his daughter, so how was she supposed to ask him to pick her up? However, when it came to quarreling, this wasn't a problem at all. She straightened her back, planted her chubby little hands on her hips, and said loudly, "If you don't believe me, then why don't you call Daddy yourself and ask him whether Cherry is his daughter?" "Whitney?" The fierce-looking woman was so stunned by her words that she didn't know how to respond. After pausing for a moment to regain her composure, she sneered, "I'm not going to bother Mr. Hunt over such trivial matters." "Oh, I see. You must be afraid of my father." Was there really anyone in New York's business circle who dared to mess with Justin Hunt? Whitney was momentarily speechless. Still, she forced herself to retort, "How could that be? I just think you're using his name, that's all." Cherry tilted her head. "But what does my father's identity have to do with whether I'm taking the center position or not?" Whitney was about to respond when Cherry suddenly pulled out her cell phone and said, "Mrs. Lowe, I accidentally turned on the audio recorder just now." "The audio recorder?" Whitney's eyes widened instantly. She had never expected a 5-year-old to be this sly, with so many tricks up her sleeve. She clenched her fists and snatched the phone from Cherry's hand, sneering, "Don't you know students aren't allowed to bring cell phones to school?" Cherry wasn't bothered at all. She glared at Whitney with her big, round eyes and said, "I know. That's why I'm willing to hand it over. But Mommy is worried that people might bully me at school, so I think she also put a surveillance camera and an audio recorder on me." She patted herself here and there. "Was it this big button on my name tag? I don't quite remember anymore, Mrs. Lowe. Should I go stand in the field now?" "Whitney!" She clenched her fists tightly. She knew Cherry was probably lying, but what if she wasn't? If she really had been recorded punishing Cherry without reason, it would be disastrous if the footage were uploaded online or used against her. Whitney's expression shifted several times before she finally forced a stiff smile. "Why would you need to do that? I was just joking with you." Lowering her gaze, she turned and walked back toward the dance studio. "Let's go back to class." Cherry obediently followed her. As soon as they entered the dance studio, they saw Sinead bragging triumphantly to the other children. "Did you all see that? If anyone bullies me, Mommy will definitely teach them a lesson." Cherry the doggy is a perfect example. But before she could say anything else, a voice rang out behind her. "Hello there, Sinead the doggy." Sinead turned around. When she saw Cherry, her lips trembled and she almost burst into tears. However, Whitney immediately barked, "Cherry, get back into position." Sinead swallowed the wail that was about to escape her throat and forcefully held back her tears. Once the children were in position, Whitney narrowed her eyes and said, "I'll start counting the beat now. First move, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She suddenly pointed at Cherry. "Cherry, as the center, your movements are not up to standard. Go to the side and practice this move 100 times." Cherry would absolutely quit if she were being punished unfairly. But when it came to dance practice, she stepped out obediently, moved to the side, and began practicing the move from earlier. The little fellow was incredibly tenacious. On the surface, she was easygoing with others, but deep down, she was stubborn as hell. Otherwise, she wouldn't have held such a grudge against her father just because he had blocked her on Facebook. If Whitney claimed her movements weren't good enough, then she would practice until they were perfect, and shove it right back in her face afterward. The other children watched as Cherry kept jumping again and again, their own legs turning weak just from watching. The first part of the dance was especially exhausting because of all the jumps. Yet Cherry repeated it tirelessly. From time to time, Whitney even came over to mock her. "Can you really handle this, Cheryl? If not, just give up the center position. Your physique is decent, but your dance foundation is clearly lacking. You've never properly learned dance before, have you? TSK. If I were you, I'd just give up the center position already." A malicious glint flashed through Whitney's eyes as she stared at the little girl. She had underestimated Cherry earlier. Since she couldn't deal with her directly, she would crush her indirectly instead. She refused to believe that a child could endure this level of high-intensity training every single day. Yet Cherry gritted her teeth and endured it. Her hair was soaked with sweat, but she didn't give a damn. To be honest, she knew Whitney wasn't entirely wrong. When her godmother Tanya had taken a liking to her and wanted to teach her dance, Cherry hadn't practiced much. It was too exhausting and too painful. As a result, her foundation really wasn't as solid as Sinead's. Even though the choreography didn't require advanced skills, if perfection was within reach, she would do her absolute best not to drag everyone else down. She practiced again and again. An hour and a half later, the lesson finally ended. Cherry felt like her legs had turned to jelly. She barely had any strength left and limped back toward the classroom. Brandon spotted her from afar and immediately ran over, holding her arm as he helped her inside. Mia also hurried over with a cup of water. Cherry tilted her head back and gulped it down before finally feeling a bit better. From the side, Sinead sneered. "Cherry the doggy, if you give up the center position, Mommy won't make things hard for you anymore." Cherry ignored her completely. After dinner, the children were finally dismissed. Cherry yawned sleepily and followed Miss Lynn out to the kindergarten gates. Classes had ended 5 minutes early today, but Mommy Nora was late again. Cherry stood at the gate long after all the other children had been picked up one by one. The kindergarten grounds were being cleaned, and Ms. Lynn knew how hard Cherry's mother had it, handling everything alone and still rushing over every day to pick her up. So she stayed with Cherry at the gate. Just as Ms. Lynn was about to comfort her, Whitney appeared, holding Sinead's hand. She stopped in front of them and said mockingly, "Cheryl Smith, you claim your father is Justin Hunt. If that's true, then why didn't he send a chauffeur to pick you up? Why would he let you wait here for so long?" Cherry pouted, refusing to respond. Whitney sneered even harder. "Don't tell me it's because your father doesn't want you." Cherry had already been furious ever since her father blocked her on Facebook. Whitney's words were like rubbing salt into an open wound. She looked up and shouted, "Of course not." Seeing her emotional reaction, Whitney smirked. "No? So are you finally admitting that your father isn't Justin Hunt? People like you, who use his name to lie and deceive others at school, should be expelled." "I'm not lying." Cherry clenched her fists and shouted angrily. "My father really is Justin Hunt." In the distance, Justin, sitting inside the car, stared straight at Cherry. The little fellow was wearing the dress version of the kindergarten uniform, her face both adorable and captivating. The corners of his lips curled upward uncontrollably. He opened the car door and strode over. Just as he approached, he heard Whitney sneer. "Ha! You're still insisting that your father is Justin Hunt at this point? You might as well say you're the fucking Lord himself if you're that impressive." Chapter 121. As soon as Whitney said that, a low, deep voice rang out behind her. "I don't know whether she's the Lord himself or not, but I do know I can help you go to heaven and speak to the Lord in person." Whitney froze instantly. As if petrified, she slowly turned her head, and saw Justin standing right behind her. Dressed immaculately in a black suit with his tie fastened tightly, he looked like the very embodiment of cold restraint and absolute authority. Tall and slender, he radiated a powerful, commanding aura. His face was sharp and solemn, and even the beauty mark at the corner of his eye seemed to exude an icy chill. The air at the kindergarten gates solidified at once. Whitney had seen Justin before. It was at a business banquet in New York that she had attended with her husband, Bob Lowe. Back then, Mr. Hunt had been seated far away, surrounded by people who desperately wanted to approach him but didn't dare to. He had been very young, only in his 20s, yet carried himself like a god who had descended into the mortal world. Exceptionally handsome, composed, and overwhelmingly noble. That was the moment Whitney had truly understood what aristocratic background and power meant. And because of that, Justin Hunt had left an indelible impression on her. But why the hell was he here now? Just as that thought crossed her mind, Cherry cried out in surprise. "Daddy? Whitney!" She stared at Cherry in disbelief, then turned her gaze back to Justin. Pointing shakily at Cherry, she stammered. Is this your child, Mr. Hunt?" Justin lowered his gaze to Cherry. In his deep, unfathomable eyes was unmistakable tenderness. His voice was low, and trembling slightly, though no outsider could detect it. Yes. He had said yes. Whitney felt as if a bolt of thunder had struck her head. Cherry's father really was Justin Hunt. Her legs gave out, and she nearly collapsed onto the ground. She struggled desperately to steady herself, barely managing to avoid making a complete fool of herself. Her chest felt tight, as if she could barely breathe. Justin stepped forward, bent down, and lifted Cherry into his arms. Justin was tall and long-legged, while Cherry was soft and adorable. The sight of the two together was unexpectedly harmonious. No one noticed, however, that the arm Justin used to hold her was slightly stiff. It was as though he was afraid that even the slightest excess of force might hurt her. After adjusting her into a more comfortable position, Justin raised his eyes and asked coldly, "Who is your husband?" Whitney didn't want to answer, but she didn't dare refuse. "The Lows. Bob Lowe." Justin let out a soft snort. I see. What the hell was that supposed to mean?" Whitney knew very well that Justin was a gentleman who never bullied women. If a single woman offended him, he went after her father. If a married woman offended him, he went after her husband. Did that mean Justin was going to crush Bob? Whitney completely lost control. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. Ms. Lynn didn't know Justin. She only thought Cherry's father was extraordinarily handsome. Seeing that he had already taken Cherry into his arms, she finally turned to Whitney and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Mrs. Lowe?" "Whitney." She scrambled to her feet, grabbed Sinead, shoved her into the car, and sped away as if fleeing for her life. Elsewhere, Cherry, cradled in Justin's arms, stared at him with wide, round eyes. Her bright pupils were filled with shock. Daddy was so cool just now. Wait, had he actually recognized her? Just as she was pondering that, Justin looked down at her and asked gently, "Why are you here instead of at the Quinn School of Martial Arts?" "Cherry?" Justin continued. "I was passing by for work. From afar, I thought you looked familiar, so I came over to take a look. Why are you wearing a kindergarten uniform, and a dress, at that?" Cherry instantly understood. Stinky Daddy still hadn't recognized who she was. He had mistaken her for Pete. Cherry immediately nodded and said obediently, "Daddy, Grandpa Quinn brought me here." She had no choice but to dump the blame on Grandpa Quinn for now. If Daddy pressed further, she'd just let Grandpa Quinn make up a reasonable excuse later. What Cherry didn't notice was the unmistakable smile slowly spreading across someone's lips. Yeah. Yes, that was exactly it. Justin could no longer suppress his smile. So this was what having a soft, adorable, squishy daughter felt like. Completely different from that little brat. Just when Cherry thought he was going to question her further, Justin instead said, "Let's not go home yet. How about I take you to buy some toys?" "Cherry?" She blinked and blurted out, "Ha!" Justin's heart melted instantly. "What do you like?" "Barbie dolls." And just like that, Justin took Cherry to a toy store that specialized in Barbie dolls. Cherry stared at the dazzling selection, hugging one doll tightly while refusing to let go of another. Which one should she choose? What a painfully difficult decision. Just as Cherry was torn apart by indecision, she heard her stinky father say calmly, "Pack all of them up and send them to my house." Cherry. Ugh. All of a sudden, it felt like she had forgiven Stinky Daddy just a little bit. No, Cherry mustn't sell herself out just because of a few dolls. Seeing that his daughter was clearly no longer as angry, Justin finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. At the Quinn School of Martial Arts, Pete had already been waiting for more than half an hour, but the tyrant still hadn't come to pick him up. Bored out of his mind, he sat at the entrance with his chin resting in his hands. At that moment, a jeep pulled up. Nora got out and strode toward him. "Come with me, Pete." Pete? Nora rubbed her nose awkwardly. Your father ran into Cherry and mistook her for you, so he took her away. I only realized what happened after I went to the kindergarten and couldn't find Cherry, so I ended up being late to pick you up. Pete. Pete suddenly felt like the tyrant had abandoned him. The man already knew he had a daughter, so why didn't he think Cherry was his daughter when he saw her? Pete sighed deeply, seriously worried about his father's IQ. Fortunately, he was a boy. His intelligence was clearly inherited from Mommy. Pete followed Nora into the car in silence. Halfway home, he suddenly asked, Mommy, what will you do if Daddy realizes Cherry exists? Nora's long fingers rested casually on the steering wheel. A sharp glint flashed through her almond-shaped eyes. I'll take you and Cherry and run as far as we can. Pete. Nora pursed her lips lazily. To be honest, it's not that we can't tell him the truth. It mainly depends on why your father hates me so much. She truly didn't think she had done anything unforgivable. They reached the Anderson residence quickly. After greeting Melissa coolly, Pete went upstairs. Once inside his room, he grabbed his phone and made an emergency call to Cherry. Cherry, however, was completely immersed in her ocean of Barbie dolls and utterly unreachable. At the doorway, Justin watched her cheer happily and smiled unconsciously. At that moment, Lawrence approached and said quietly, Mr. Hunt, I've uncovered some information about Miss Smith. Justin's gaze turned cold. He shot Lawrence a warning look, signaling him to stay silent. Only after they entered the study did Justin say, Speak. Chapter 122. A respectful Lawrence handed Justin his report. We found out that when Miss Smith became pregnant back then, the Smiths claimed that her pregnancy had come about inexplicably and that they didn't know who the father was. However, no one believed them and said they were just making up an excuse to cover up her immoral conduct. An inexplicable pregnancy. Justin's mind suddenly flashed back to the time she had asked him how he had come to have Pete. He had replied that he didn't know and asked her if she believed him. She had said that she did. He had assumed it was because she was so in love with him that she trusted everything he said. He hadn't expected the truth to actually be like this. Justin lowered his gaze. Anything else? Lawrence shook his head. Justin instructed, investigate how she gave birth to twins. Lawrence looked astonished. Twins? His brows drew together. We haven't found any information about that at all. Moreover, there really isn't any record of how Miss Smith spent those 5 years abroad. Justin waved him off. Continue the investigation. Yes, sir. After Lawrence left, Justin sat at his desk. His eyes were deep and unreadable as he listened to Cherry's laughter from the next room. To be honest, all the mysteries had been solved the moment he saw Cherry on the live stream. Everything suddenly clicked. His son's personality change, the special situation at the California hotel, and Nora paying so much attention to him for some unexplained reason. In that instant, apart from the joy of realizing he had a daughter, there was also another, more complicated emotion, anger at being deceived. That woman hadn't been trying to get close to him out of affection. It had really been because of his son. The discovery made him exceptionally displeased. From the beginning to the end, he realized he had been flattering himself in this relationship. He felt a mixture of joy and sorrow at that moment. He was delighted to discover the ties between them and happy to know he truly had a daughter. But at the moment of realization, a thought also suddenly formed in his mind: he would have preferred not to know the truth. He had subconsciously pretended not to know who his daughter was and even instructed Lawrence to investigate, putting on a show to make the other party think he hadn't found out. Later, having deleted his daughter from his Facebook account, he hastily added her back in hopes of repairing their relationship. Then he thought back to his interactions with that woman recently. She had once called the child's father an idiot. At the time, he had intensely disliked and even been a little jealous of that so-called idiot. But as it turned out, that idiot had actually been him. He knew that his daughter was studying at the Golden Sunshine Kindergarten because that woman had used his name to enroll her. That was how he had located her. His thoughts lingered on this while he waited quietly at the kindergarten. If it had been the old him, if he hadn't known Nora, hadn't had in-depth interaction or understanding of her, after stabilizing the situation, the first thing he would have done upon seeing his daughter would likely have been to take her from her mother and bring her home. His child, Justin Hunt's child, mustn't be left out in the wild. But seeing his daughter being bullied, and stepping in to support her, had softened his heart again. If he had intervened aggressively, he and that woman would have completely fallen out. There would likely have been no chance for reconciliation. Justin lowered his gaze, fingers lightly tapping the desk as he considered countermeasures. All three of them didn't want him to know the truth. That meant they must have reached a consensus among themselves, likely out of fear he would separate them. In that case, he would just keep things as they were for now. At least he had already brought his daughter home. It was just a shame that he had completely offended her when he was still in the dark. In that case, he would give her a taste of her own medicine. He would restore his dignity as a father while his daughter remained unaware that he already knew her true identity. Hadn't that teacher bullied his daughter? In that case, he would make the Lows go bankrupt immediately. The Lows were already teetering on the edge because of their real estate investments. He didn't mind giving them a little push. Justin glanced at the computer. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he logged into the Imperial League system. After completing his tasks, he picked up his phone and checked the time. His daughter's live stream was about to start. She had told sponsor Grandpa the day before not to tip her anymore. But if he didn't step in, she definitely wouldn't survive today's face-off. At times like this, he, sponsor Daddy, would have to intervene. Though saving the damsel in distress was an old and cliched tactic, it still worked perfectly. With that in mind, Justin stood and walked out of the room. Sure enough, he saw Cherry secretly lock her bedroom door from the inside. The corners of his lips curved upward as he returned to the study and joined her live stream. Sweet Cherry had already advanced to the top 40 and was on track to move into the top 20 after today's face-off, effectively the semi-finals. Only the top 10 would receive advertising opportunities, so the top 10 were considered winners. The further one advanced, the harder it became. The day before, she had faced IKA, a wealthy second-generation heir. Today, as fate would have it, Sweet Cherry was matched with a top-tier live streamer boasting 8 million followers. The other streamer's fans had already tipped him with $3 million worth of virtual gifts. It was going to be extremely difficult for Sweet Cherry to surpass him. Sweet Cherry whispered softly. "There's really no need to fight to win this match. We have fewer than 1 million fans. We won't win." Justin's lips curved upward. Ordinary fans didn't carry enough weight in these contests. What really mattered was the spending power of the live streamer's patrons. He planned to wait 10 minutes for the disparity in points between the two streamers to grow even larger before taking action. Cherry would definitely be moved, just like she had been with sponsor Grandpa the day before. Or so he thought. Instead, he saw. Mia has given you 9,999 airplanes. Brandon has given you 9,999 airplanes. Seth has given you 999 airplanes. Triple X has given you 999 airplanes. A cascade of airplane virtual gifts appeared on screen. They were all Cherry's kindergarten classmates. The children at Golden Sunshine Kindergarten were all rich second-generation heirs, and pocket money was never a problem. In no time, Cherry had pulled ahead of her opponent by $5 million in points. An excited Cherry exclaimed, "Why are all of you here?" Brandon even wrote, "I brought all of them here, boss. I'm cheering for you." Cherry nodded repeatedly. "Aha, aha, aha." Justin, finger hovering over the gift button but not yet sending gifts, stared at the screen. His expression darkened. Why did these little brats have so much pocket money? It was time to have a talk with their parents and limit their children's allowance. Having lost another opportunity to please his daughter, Justin was so frustrated he nearly threw his phone. At that moment, his phone beeped, a text from Nora. "Mr. Hunt, if I may be so bold to ask, why do you hate your son's mother so much?" Justin's expression turned solemn as he read it. It was time they had a serious conversation. Chapter 123. After sending the message, Nora couldn't help but feel that she might have been too obtrusive. Who knew how that narcissistic man would interpret it this time? Just as she was thinking that, she received a reply from him, "Let's talk about these things face to face instead." Nora felt that some things were better said in person, so she agreed. She wrote, "Okay. What time and where?" Justin, when are you free? Nora, any time is fine. Justin, how about tomorrow morning? Nora, no, I have to sleep. Justin, how about noon, then? Nora, no, I have to eat. Justin, we can have lunch together. Nora, no. The food was always served on tiny little plates whenever she ate with him. It made eating a real chore. Nora had never been one to waste time. There was nothing better than being able to go to bed early. Rather than spending 2 hours having a meal, she'd rather finish in 2 minutes. Wasn't an extra 2 hours of sleep a much better deal? Justin, then when are you free? Nora, any time is fine. Justin. Seeing the ellipsis, Nora scrolled up through their chat log and suddenly found it very amusing. She replied, "Let's meet at 3 tomorrow afternoon. I'll send the location to you." Justin, let's meet at Club Prism, then. It's convenient for both of us. Nora, okay, no problem. After confirming the time and location, Justin put down his cell phone and quietly walked out of the study. He approached Cherry's room carefully. Through the crack, he could see the little fellow sitting on her elder brother's desk, legs folded, playing games on her cell phone. Her chubby, baby-faced features were exceptionally adorable. Her little fingers moved across the screen at high speed. She was so immersed in her game that she had completely forgotten where she was. The way she teased her teammates and opponents aloud was really very cute. Justin looked around Pete's room. Since his son was the room's occupant, it had been designed in a more masculine style. Most of the chairs and tables were blue. He glanced around. The villa was relatively small, each floor only about 2,000 square feet. Apart from Pete's and his own study rooms and bedrooms, there were still 2 other rooms. Yeah, he supposed he could merge the 2 rooms and turn one into a princess-style room. However, given how many Barbies his daughter had, and how he would definitely buy her a ton of princess dresses in the future, a room of that size would be too small. Since Pete's study was next to her room, he might as well give it to her, too. The 3 rooms didn't seem that big either. In that case, maybe he should allocate Pete's bedroom to her as well. The little brat was always making him angry anyway. While envisioning future renovation plans, Justin saw Cherry finally finishing her live stream and winning another face-off. He pretended to have just finished his work, opened the door, and entered the room. At the sight of her handsome father, Cherry hastily sat up straight, put down her cell phone, and pretended she was reading. Justin asked, "Cherry. Pitt, what do you usually like doing?" Cherry Pitt. Daddy had been influenced by her. A secretly thrilled Cherry wanted to reply, "Playing games, of course." But just as she was about to answer, she suddenly realized she was supposed to be Pete right now. If she was Pete, then his hobby should be. Cherry's eyes widened in fear. I like solving mathematical Olympiad problems the most. Really? Justin didn't expect that his cute, squishy daughter also liked studying so much. His heart softened even further. Shall Daddy teach you, then? Everything the little brat knew had been self-taught. But now that he had the chance to improve his relationship with his daughter, how could he give it up? He would control his temper well and let his daughter experience a father's tender loving care. Justin, envisioning a scene of a kindly father and obedient daughter, didn't notice that Cherry was pouting. Sob. Daddy really is the meanest. I'm never liking Daddy anymore. What did you say? Mr. Hunt didn't argue with his son but instead got along even better. Tina, holding her cell phone, felt she must have misheard. Given Justin's personality, there was no way he would spoil his son and let him do whatever he wanted after realizing he was live streaming. After all, as a doctor who had frequent contact with the Hunts, She knew that even though Mr. Hunt pampered his son, he was also very strict. Despite his age, little Mr. Hunt was already an all-round talent. Lawrence's annoying voice reached her through the phone. Yes, you have no idea how gentle the look in Mr. Hunt's eyes was when he realized that little Mr. was live streaming. Why would they possibly argue? Why, Ms. York, do you seem disappointed? An embarrassed Tina replied, that's not what I meant. Don't worry, I get it. Totally. You were just thinking of taking the opportunity to seduce Mr. Hunt, that's all. What a shame he didn't add you as a friend on Facebook or do as you wished. Tina. She clenched her fists. Mr. Zimmer's words were simply too direct and too harsh. She was about to reply when Lawrence added, oh, right. Mr. Hunt has something he wants me to tell you. Upon hearing it was a message from Justin, Tina immediately asked, what is it? Hospital Finest doesn't need a head of department who harbors ulterior motives like you anymore. There's no place for you among the Hunt's private doctors anymore either. You'd best hurry and look for your next employer, Ms. York. Tina. She wanted to respond, but the call had already been disconnected. Tina clenched her fists as she listened to the dial tone. It was the Hunt's support that had allowed her to become head of the surgery department at such a young age. Now that she had offended Justin, her reputation was likely ruined. No, she mustn't let that happen. There were others she could still rely on, the Smiths. They were on equal standing with the Hunts. After all, it was the pill she had made that kept Ian Smith alive. Tina stood and walked out. It was getting late, so she headed to the Smiths to give Ian a routine checkup. Tina took out the carefree pill she had purchased, removed its packaging, and placed it in a small, specially made box. The box was made of a special material and looked very luxurious, making the contents appear more like a gem than a pill. She went to the Smiths with the pill. But as soon as she entered, she saw Dr. Lincoln, a well-known traditional medicine practitioner, already seated there. Her eyes widened in shock. Next to him, the polite and mild-mannered Joel said, Dr. York, Dr. Lincoln is here to give my third uncle a checkup. Please let him examine the pill you usually give my uncle. Although he spoke politely, his tone brooked no refusal. How could Tina possibly dare refuse? She bit her lip, took a pill from her bag, and handed it to Dr. Lincoln. After glancing at Tina a couple of times, Dr. Lincoln picked up the pill and examined it. Then he uttered hesitantly, huh? Joel looked up. What is it? Chapter 124. Afraid that Dr. Lincoln would realize something, Tina became terribly nervous. After examining the pill carefully for a long while, Dr. Lincoln finally smiled and said, this pill that John made sure is amazing. I actually can't tell how it's made. Tina. She clearly remembered that it had been Dr. Lincoln who recognized the carefree pill at the medical conference back then. How come he didn't recognize it now? She didn't have the leisure to dwell on it, though. She smiled and replied, yes, this pill that my teacher made has a very complicated manufacturing process, so it's understandable that you can't tell how it's made. Dr. Lincoln nodded and said no more. He returned the pill to her. Tina heaved a huge sigh of relief. She took the pill from him and had Ian consume it, thereby extending his lifespan once again. When she left after the routine checkup, Joel personally saw her to the door. This made her ecstatic. The head of the Smiths had actually given her such an honor. The Smiths lived in a large manor. Joel escorted her to the door in the living room and said, feel free to approach me if you run into any trouble in the future, Dr. York. This was a weighty promise from him. Tina hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Smith, there is indeed something. To tell you the truth, I've graduated with a doctorate from the New York University School of Medicine and am currently applying to be a professor at the school. She wasn't even 30 years old yet. If she became a professor at a medical university and was allowed to train graduate students, she would become a legend in the field of medicine on par with Sure enough, Joel said dispassionately, I see. I see. Tina got into the car. While still thinking about what he had meant by that, she received a call from the medical university's HR department. Dr. York, your application has been approved. starting today, you're our school's youngest professor. Tina. She stared ahead in astonishment. The Smiths had sent a Rolls-Royce to pick her up when she came for the checkup. Then she looked to the side. The people at the guardhouse had opened the gates respectfully and were even bowing to her. This feeling of being treated with great respect made her ego swell. So, this was what it felt like to be in power. The Smiths were already this powerful, even though they were second to the Hunts. Should she really succeed in getting Justin to fall in love with her? Suddenly, she thought of Nora again, and a contemplative look appeared in her eyes. After leaving the Smiths, Tina suddenly looked at the chauffeur and said with a smile, "Can I trouble you to take me to Mr. Myers' place? I have something to discuss with my teacher." The chauffeur replied respectfully, "Okay, Dr. York." John Myers was shouting angrily in the living room when Tina arrived at the small villa where he lived. "How did I give birth to an animal like you? How can you go gambling again? You'll spend all our savings sooner or later." His son, Winston Myers, was sitting on the sofa with a cheeky smile. He said, "Hurry up and make Tina marry me, then. This way, you can get her to manage the family." Tina paused slightly at the door. She lowered her head, a look of annoyance flashing across her eyes. That's right, she and Winston had been classmates in college. He had courted her throughout their undergraduate years. When she discovered that Winston was a letdown and John didn't have a reliable successor, she had feigned affection toward Winston. That was why John regarded her as his direct successor. Otherwise, why would John treat her so well? Tina entered the living room. Sure enough, John looked at her and said, "Try and talk to him when you have the time, Tina. He's just loafing around all day." Upon being reprimanded in front of Tina, Winston couldn't take it lying down. He said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just venting his anger on me because he couldn't figure out the carefree pills. Will you only stop thinking that I'm loafing around all day if I steal the carefree pill formula for you?" John was so angry that he took a step back, pointing at him incredulously. Tina hurriedly stepped forward and held him. She said, "Winston, how can you talk to him like that? What's the big deal about the carefree pills? It's not like the carefree pills necessarily belong to the Andersons anyway." John frowned and looked at her. "What do you mean?" Tina smiled and replied, "Even though Yvette Anderson developed the carefree pill, it's her daughter who brought the formula back here with her. In other words, the formula belongs to her daughter, Nora Smith. Well, Nora eventually has to get married, right? Married?" Something suddenly clicked in John's mind. He looked straight at Winston, then back at Tina. He looked hesitant, unsure what to say. Tina lowered her gaze and sighed. "Mr. Myers, there's actually something I've never mentioned before. I've always regarded Winston as my brother all these years." John immediately understood what she meant. He smiled, "I've also only regarded you as my goddaughter all these years, Tina." Tina broke into a smile. "In that case, what are you still waiting for, Mr. Myers? If you don't hurry, others may approach them once they think of the same idea." John said, "I'll get someone to talk to them about marriage right away." When John took out his cell phone and went off to handle the matter, Tina looked at Winston and sighed. "Winston, it's Mr. Myers' wish to let the Myerses flourish. If bowing out can make you happy, I'll be happy to do s." However, Winston suddenly stood up excitedly and said, "Nora Smith. Is it the same Nora Smith who impressed everyone with her dancing at the dance party? I remember her. She's super pretty. Tina." At the sight of the adoration in Winston's eyes, she suddenly felt rather offended. When John returned after the phone call, Tina suddenly asked, "How is your relationship with Dr. Lincoln, Mr. Myers?" John sneered, "Lincoln uses his seniority to put himself on a level with me. Ha, he thinks too highly of himself. Did he mean that they weren't on good terms? In that case, this meant that Dr. Lincoln covering up the carefree pill issue for her wasn't because John had asked him to. If so, who had asked him to? At the Andersons. Neither Melissa nor Simon expected a guest at 9 o'clock in the evening. It was Mrs. Levin, wife of Dr. Levin, a famous surgeon in New York who was also well known in the medical field. The Levins were on good terms with the Myerses. However, the Andersons were competitors with the Myerses, so the Levins rarely visited them over the years. Melissa and Simon were rather surprised to see her. Mrs. Levin, however, wasn't shy. She held Melissa's hand and said, "Mrs. Anderson, where's your niece Nora? I heard she beat up your sister-in-law and even stopped you from joining the Lowe's real estate investment." "Melissa," Mrs. Levin continued, "I also heard that she insisted you invest in stocks. Isn't that too reckless and frivolous of her?" Simon's expression darkened. He found her too noisy, so he turned on the TV and switched to the financial news channel. Chapter 125. Melissa frowned. "Are you here so late at night just to say things like that, Mrs. Levin? If so, I'm afraid you're not welcome here." Mrs. Levin hastily shook her head. "Of course not. I'm here because I have great news for you." Melissa was taken aback. She was a guest, after all, so she resisted the urge to kick her out and asked, "What is it?" Mrs. Levin let herself into the living room and sat on the sofa. However, she changed the subject and said, "I gave your sister-in-law a call on my way here. I actually wanted to persuade her to go home. Isn't it awful that she's still at her parents' home?" Melissa had also heard that Miranda refused to go back to the woods after she moved back to the Sonnets. Farrell was determined to teach her a lesson, so he simply refused to bring her back home. However, he didn't expect their two children to also go to the Sonnets after Miranda incited them to. Miranda even threatened him, saying that unless he brought Melissa to the Sonnets and made her apologize, he could forget about ever bringing her and the children back home. Miranda had also, intentionally or unintentionally, revealed to outsiders that the Sonnets had invested $30 million in real estate, causing everyone in the circle to envy them for landing such a great opportunity. Mrs. Levin said, "The Sonnets are about to strike gold and make a fortune with the Lowe's. It won't look good on your elder brother if he waits until then to go over. I'd advise you to go over to the Sonnets with him and bring them back home first. After all, the children are there too." Melissa heaved a sigh. Hadn't she already tried talking to Farrell about it? Unfortunately, he refused to listen. On top of that, he even said that if the children couldn't even distinguish between right and wrong, they might as well not come back at all. As Farrell was still angry, her only option left was to call Miranda. No matter how unpleasant Miranda was, Farrell's family would only be complete if she was there. However, Miranda not only gave her a huge scolding again, she even said she would make Farrell regret what he had done. It seemed like everyone was confident that the Sonnets were about to make it big. In the midst of her thoughts, Mrs. Levin pursed her lips and said, "Mrs. Anderson, you're a knowledgeable, intelligent, sensible, and considerate person. Your sister-in-law is also a good person. Everyone in the circle knows this. So how did you guys even get to this point? It seems like Nora was the cause of it all, right?" Sigh, looking at it that way, Nora is totally a jinx. The word jinx caused Melissa's expression to change dramatically. She was about to retort when Mrs. Levin added, "Nevertheless, she isn't entirely without merits, she's good-looking, after all. And would you look at that, someone has asked me to come over and propose marriage." Marriage? Political marriages between wealthy families were linked to the rise and fall of the families, so children of wealthy families were generally not allowed freedom in their romantic relationships. Therefore, having matchmakers visit families to propose marriage was still a common practice. After all, if the two families were keen, they could just reach an agreement straight away. Melissa frowned. "Who did?" "The Myerses, of course." Mrs. Levin laughed. "It's John Myers' son, Winston Myers. He said he fell in love at first sight with Miss Smith after seeing her at the dance party. He kicked up a huge fuss and insisted on taking Miss Smith as his wife after he got home. John didn't agree initially because he felt that not only did she come with baggage, but she also had a bad reputation and was a very tough woman. But Winston Myers was very insistent. John couldn't make him change his mind, so he asked me to come over and propose a marriage between the two." Melissa stood up angrily. "Winston Myers? No way. Simon also said angrily, how can an ignoramus like him be worthy of Nora? At the sight of their reactions, Mrs. Levin pursed her lips derisively. Winston Myers is certainly a little more playful than most, but Nora doesn't have a good reputation either. Not only did she cause the Andersons to miss out on the Lowe's investment, but she also did the same to the Woods. On top of that, it's even said that she does stock trading. She must have lost a lot of money, right? Looking at it that way, Miss Smith is actually lucky. Winston Myers is interested in her despite how ridiculous her actions are. This must be a blessing for her, right? To hell with your so-called blessing. Even Melissa, who had always been cultured and proper, couldn't help but swear. She pointed at the door and shouted, "Get lost." How could Mrs. Levin possibly leave? After all, John had said he would give her a huge present as thanks if she could make them agree to the marriage. She stayed put and said with a smile, "Mrs. Anderson, Mr. Anderson. What's the meaning of this? I came here to propose marriage. Even if you're not interested, that's no reason to drive me out, right? Or is it because Miss Smith's expectations are too high?" It indeed wasn't right to drive a matchmaker out of the house when they came to propose marriage. Even so, Mrs. Levin's words were simply too aggravating. A surly Melissa said, "I've never seen anyone belittle the woman as the first thing they do when proposing marriage at someone's house. Mrs. Levin, we're all distinguished individuals here. If you refuse to leave, it's not our fault if we don't show you any courtesy." Simon also said, "Don't blame me for throwing you out if you still don't leave." Mrs. Levin had come alone, so she wasn't afraid of the two of them. She walked toward the door in embarrassment, cursing as she did so. What right does an uneducated and unlearned woman have to look down on Winston Myers? At the very least, he didn't produce any kids, right? Nor is he trading stocks. By the way, Mrs. Anderson, how much did she lose trading stocks? Trading stocks, losing money. These phrases caused Melissa to stop in her tracks. She suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Mrs. Levin stood still, looked back, and sneered, "What? Have you thought it through? That's more like it. The Myerses are still respectable people in the medical field, no matter what. It looks good on you if you form a union with them, right? As for the child..." She let out an icy chuckle. "The Andersons will have to take care of her, I suppose. Winston Myers will never take her in. You shouldn't have kept a little bastard like her around. Why didn't you just send her to the orphanage?" Her words were getting more and more ridiculous. Melissa said coldly, "Nora didn't lose any money in stocks." "She didn't?" Mrs. Levin was taken aback. The stock market has been in turmoil lately, and most stocks have fallen sharply. There's no way nothing would have happened. Melissa went upstairs straight away and got Nora to come down. "Nora, show Mrs. Levin the stocks that you bought." Nora, who was about to go to bed but was instead summoned downstairs for some reason. She yawned and lazily took out her cell phone. She opened the stock trading app and went to the section listing her stocks. Mrs. Levin mocked, "What? Is she really lucky and didn't lose any money?" Practically right after she said that, she saw the profits section on the phone. The stocks she had invested $300,000 in had already risen to $1,500,000. Profit, $1,200,000. And this was just after a few days. Mrs. Levin's eyes widened as she stared at the screen in disbelief. When she confirmed she wasn't imagining things, she clenched her fists. Nevertheless, she still sneered, "So what if you've made $1 million? You were just lucky. Can you beat the Sonnet's investment in real estate? How short-sighted of you." Practically right after she said that, a report suddenly appeared in the financial news. Chapter 126. Simon had never been someone good at arguing. He had found Mrs. Levin very noisy when she came in, so he turned up the TV's volume and made it very loud. The financial news channel was currently reporting the latest news. New regulations have been announced to control housing prices, inelastic housing prices. These phrases faintly reached the ears of the few people in the room. Everyone's heads turned as one toward the TV, watching the news report seriously. However, all they caught was just the last few words, brought to you by this channel. Mrs. Levin was dumbfounded. What did they say just now? Although Melissa had already known about it a long time ago, she was nevertheless still a little surprised when she actually heard the announcement. Why had the policy been announced so quickly? Normally, word would always vaguely get out prior to any announcements. However, they hadn't heard anything at all this time. As expected of the man at the top of the world. Indeed. To think Justin had actually received the news so early. However, this was no time for her to be shocked. Melissa looked at Mrs. Levin and smiled. Didn't you hear just now? They are going to control housing prices. The real estate industry is not going to be lucrative anymore. Mrs. Levin's eyes widened in horror. Melissa's lip corners curled upward. Sigh, Nora is such a lucky star. If she hadn't kicked up a fuss and stopped us from investing, I might have invested $3 million into it. Speaking of which, it's also thanks to the fuss that Nora kicked up that my elder brother didn't invest in real estate. She put on a show of gratitude and held Nora's hand. Nora, come to think of it, it's rather strange, but the Andersons have really received a new lease of life and been revitalized ever since you came. No matter what we encounter, everything always turns out fine in the end. You're really a lucky star. It's your future husband's honor to be able to marry you. Mrs. Levin felt like she had been given a tight slap across the cheek when she remembered how she had called Nora a jinx just now. Although wealthy families weren't superstitious, they did believe in destiny. Some people brought luck to their husbands, some to their wives, some people were lucky, some were unlucky. Because of Miranda, everyone in the circle now knew about the incident. Originally, everyone had been calling Nora a jinx who brought chaos to the family the moment she arrived, but Melissa's statement had completely reversed the situation. After deliberately saying that, Melissa raised her chin and looked at Mrs. Levin. She feigned surprise. Why are you still here, Mrs. Levin? Mrs. Levin. Her visit to propose marriage today had actually been a deliberate move by John and herself. Otherwise, with the way she had gone about it, what was the difference between that and asking for a fight? John's intention was to have her utterly demean Nora so that the Andersons would take the initiative to offer the carefree pill as a wedding gift later. Although he had envisioned a lot of different scenarios, he hadn't seen this coming at all. Mrs. Levin left with her tail between her legs, after which she called John and explained the situation. After thinking about it carefully, John actually felt that Melissa was right. Wasn't it exactly after she had returned that the Andersons produced the carefree pill? The Andersons had originally been completely suppressed in the pharmaceutical industry, but thanks to the carefree pill, they were gradually expanding now. If they could get Miss Smith to marry into the Myerses, they might prosper too. With that in mind, he looked at Winston and said to Mrs. Levin over the phone, "How about this? Pay them another visit, Anne. At the Andersons." Melissa had deliberately painted Nora as a lucky star, thereby adding another bargaining chip for her in her marital prospects. Although Nora saw through it, she didn't say anything. She didn't have any intentions of finding a husband anyway. After all, how could finding a stinky man compare to sleeping? She stretched and went upstairs nonchalantly. By the time she went up, Mrs. Levin had returned. However, Melissa didn't let her in this time. She wore an elegant dress, and her delicate visage was full of pride. "Mrs. Levin, I'm sure you must be very clear on how we feel about this by now. Please leave." Mrs. Levin smiled sheepishly. "Mrs. Anderson, that's not what I mean. The Myerses are actually very sincere in their proposal. It was me who misunderstood them, so please don't hold it against them." Melissa cast her eyes down. "I have nothing to blame them for. It's Nora's honor to have so many suitors. It's just a shame that she and Mr. Myers are not meant to be." Mrs. Levin's lip corners spasmed. Cultured people sure have a way of speaking. She had turned what she came over to provoke them into, her paying them a visit to ask for Nora's hand in marriage instead. Once news of the incident spread, they would be adding a lovely story to Nora's name. She gave an embarrassed smile. "Mrs. Anderson, I'm just here to relay a message for the Myerses. Mr. Myers fell in love at first sight with Miss Smith. I was in the wrong just now. The Myerses would like a chance to talk face-to-face with Ms. Smith. After all, what if the two youngsters hit it off, right? Melissa raised her eyebrows. I'm afraid Nora doesn't have time for that. Why wouldn't she? It doesn't hurt to make a bit of time to meet, after all. How about this? We'll set the meet at Club Prism tomorrow. Mr. Myers has already said to be there or be square. Fearing that Melissa would refuse, Mrs. Levin left immediately after saying that. After she left, Simon looked at Melissa. Is Nora going to meet him? What for? Melissa said. Is a wastrel who only knows how to have fun worthy of Nora? No, she's not going. After speaking, she entered the house and instructed Simon, let's not tell Nora about this. Simon nodded. Yeah, okay. Winston's reputation in the circle was simply too horrible. Who would want to meet him? The next day, Nora got out of bed lazily at 7:40 a.m. After brushing her teeth, she put on a baseball cap and drove her kid to school. Pete was sitting in the back seat, wearing the school uniform. He pulled a long face and looked very displeased. Mommy, why do I have to go to school? Nora yawned. Because Cherry will be exposed if you don't. Be good and wait a couple of days, Pete. We'll switch you guys back when Cherry goes to the Quinn School of Martial Arts. Pete sighed helplessly. Fine. After sending Pete to school, she went home and slept until the afternoon. After lunch, she drove to Club Prism. It wouldn't do to keep hiding the twins like this forever. Cherry was such an active child, it was only a matter of time before Justin discovered it. Therefore, while Justin hadn't realized anything, she'd best just talk to him more, have him clarify what had happened back then, and resolve the misunderstanding. When she arrived at Club Prism, she stretched and handed the car to the valet. Then she walked into the club lazily. 5 minutes after she entered, another car stopped at the entrance. Justin got out with Cherry in his arms and entered Club Prism. As soon as he entered, he noticed the romantic decorations in the hallway. Was someone proposing? How tacky. Chapter 127. As soon as Nora entered the dining hall, someone came forward and asked respectfully, "Are you Miss Smith?" Nora nodded casually. The man immediately said, "Please come with me." Nora. Did Justin need to go to such lengths just to arrange a private room for them to have a chat? The puzzled woman followed the service staff. After taking a few steps forward, she discovered that a red carpet had been laid out on the ground, with balloons and flowers lining both sides. It looked very romantic at first glance. People around them were already gesturing at them. Nora's lip corners spasmed. She asked, "Is this a mistake?" The waiter looked down at the business card in his hand. "Are you Ms. Nora Smith?" "Yes." "That's correct, then." The waiter smiled. "Please come with me." Nora. She followed the service staff hesitantly and asked, "What's going on?" The service staff replied, "Someone has prepared a surprise for you, but I can't tell you what it is yet." Justin had prepared a surprise? Nora's first reaction was to wonder if the man had gone crazy again. Then, she suddenly realized that she was actually looking forward to the surprise somewhat. Nora reached the other end of the hallway while her thoughts were still running wild. The moment she turned the corner, she saw someone standing there with a bouquet of flowers in his hands. The man was dressed in a suit and looked handsome. He came right up to her, got down on one knee, and said, "Miss Smith, please marry me." Question marks appeared all over Nora's head at once. What was going on? Winston's disreputable buddies stood on either side of him. Tina was also standing at the back of the crowd. Everyone was clapping and shouting, "Marry him! Marry him!" The noise made the people around them look over. Everyone stopped, gathered around them, and clamored, "Marry him!" Nora instantly became even more confused. She took a step back and asked with a frown, "Did you get the wrong person?" A smiling Winston replied, "Ms. Nora Smith, you're so humorous. You've been on my mind ever since the moment I saw you dancing. Your graceful bearing has been etched deeply in my mind. Before meeting you, I'd never believed in love at first sight, but you've made me understand the meaning of this phrase now. Doesn't the fact that you're here indicate how you feel?" His words became mushier and mushier as he spoke, causing Nora's brows to draw together. She took another step back. "I'm here to meet someone. Yes, I, Winston Myers, am exactly who you're looking for." Winston offered her the bouquet again. Beautiful flowers for a beautiful lady. What a perfect match. "Nora." She frowned. "Sorry, I really don't know who you are. I have something on, so please let me through." "Everyone." In the midst of the audience's puzzlement, Winston frowned. "Miss Smith, surely you're going too far. I already asked someone to go to your house to discuss our marriage yesterday, and I also said that I'd be waiting and proposing to you here." He grabbed Nora's shoulder. "How can you possibly not know who I am when you're already here?" Unfortunately for him, before he could touch Nora, her delicate and slender fingers had already tightened around his wrist. With a light pull, she threw Winston over her shoulder, and he fell onto the ground. Winston. He had never been one to take the short end of the stick from others. Upon being thrown to the ground in front of everyone, he became embarrassed and angry. He got up and snapped, "What are you doing?" Tina also walked out from behind the crowd at this point. She frowned and chastised, "Miss Smith, even if you don't think Mr. Myers is good enough for you, you shouldn't humiliate him like that." "I'm not good enough for her." Winston was infuriated. Tina always knew how to hit a raw nerve for him. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Nora in the face. "I'm not good enough for you. It's more like you're not good enough for me. What makes you, a woman saddled with a child, think you're too good for me?" Exactly. The people around them were all Winston's friends, so they were all speaking up for him. What right does someone who grew up elsewhere have to look down on people like us who grew up in New York? Mr. Myers is a native New Yorker. He has a lot of connections in New York. I heard that she got herself pregnant before marriage. If it wasn't for that pretty face of hers, and her reputation as a lucky star or whatnot, would anyone even approach her to ask for her hand in marriage? Exactly. If you think even Mr. Myers is not good enough for you, then who do you think is good enough? Surely you're not dreaming of Joel Smith or Justin Hunt, right? They're way out of your league. Everyone started to pass comments, but what they said was very annoying and tiresome to Nora. She looked at the people in front of her mockingly, clicked her tongue in annoyance, and said dispassionately, "Did the New York Center open their doors and let all of you out?" Her words made everyone fall silent for a moment. But immediately afterward, a furor went through the crowd. The New York Center's full name was the New York Psychiatric Center. As the name indicated, it was a hospital specializing in mental illnesses. Patients who couldn't recover were typically kept there, making it more or less the same as under surveillance. In other words, Nora was mocking everyone and calling them lunatics. "Do you really need to say such mean things, Miss Smith?" Tina sighed. "Your previous engagement has already been annulled, so you should stop being so choosy. It's your blessing to be able to marry Mr. Myers." Someone next to her asked curiously, "Her previous engagement was annulled? By who?" Tina said pretentiously, "This concerns Miss Smith's privacy, after all, so I." "Just say it." Tina finally replied, "It's the Greys." "The Greys? Which ones? Why haven't I heard of them before? Are there any powerful Greys in New York?" "I don't think so." Tina waved. "The Greys aren't from New York, they're from California. As you all know, Miss Smith grew up outside of New York, away from the Andersons. I heard that her father is just a small businessman. I guess the Greys can also be considered a wealthy family over there." While the Greys were considered pretty impressive in California, they were completely not up to par in New York. Everyone suddenly burst into laughter. It can't get any more embarrassing to have your engagement annulled by nobodies like the Greys. Given what she's like, who else would want someone like her? At the entrance, Justin walked in with Cherry and saw the flowers and the red carpet on the ground. His lip corners couldn't help but spasm. Then, he overheard the service staff walking by him say, "I heard that it's a Miss Smith who prepared all these." She's intending to propose to someone. Justin suddenly froze. Miss Smith had prepared all these. There shouldn't be that many people with the last name Smith here today, right? Was she intending to propose to him? His heart suddenly started to race, and he even straightened his back and neatened his clothes. Surely Miss Smith won't say something like, "Since we already have children, let's just marry and give them a complete home later, right?" Ha! Suddenly, the red carpet and flowers didn't seem so tacky anymore. They looked pretty nice. With that in mind, he quickened his pace. Chapter 128. Even though Cherry, who was in Justin's arms, had been forced to go through a sharing session of love, known as a mathematical Olympiad lesson the previous night, she was nevertheless very excited that she could openly skip class today. Her big round eyes swiveled as she looked around. In her young and tender voice, she asked, "Did Mommy prepare these for you, Daddy?" Justin replied, "Yeah, I think so." He coughed and asked, "If Miss Smith proposes to me later, should I accept or reject her?" "Cherry?" She stared at her stinky daddy with question marks all over her head, thinking he must have left his IQ at home today. Why would Mommy possibly do something as pointless as this? If she had the time to set up all these, she'd definitely rather sleep in a little longer instead. Cherry's lip corners spasmed as she replied, "You're imagining things, Daddy." When the service staff who passed by them finished speaking, another staff member corrected him and said, "Miss Smith isn't the one who prepared it. It's someone else who prepared it because he's planning to propose to her. You've got it the other way around." Unfortunately, Justin the narcissist didn't hear that. When he passed a corner, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Then, he saw the woman surrounded by a group of people. Amidst all the mockery and ridicule thrown at her, even though she had a lazy look on her face, her back was straight as if a lofty tree on a cliff. Justin frowned. Just as he was about to go forward. "Who says no one wants Miss Smith?" Suddenly, a gentle and sultry male voice rang throughout the place. Nora looked behind her suddenly and saw a man dressed in a light gray suit standing a short distance away. He had exquisite features and deep but warm eyes. His lips were thin, and he had a sharp nose. He exuded a warm and comfortable aura like that of a spring breeze. As though a prince stepping right out of a fairy tale, he took step after step toward Nora until he came up to her. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Nora and said in a clear and pleasant voice, "This is the marriage agreement between Miss Smith and the Greys. With this, why would anyone say that the engagement has been annulled?" Everyone, even Tina, was dumbfounded. "Who are you?" she asked. The corners of the man's lips curled upward into a small smile. "I'm Caleb Gray." He looked down at Nora. The man's eyelashes were long, and he had a slightly melancholic look in his eyes. He gave off a polite and down-to-earth air. "Miss Smith, I'm Anthony's uncle." Nora became even more confused. What did Anthony Gray's uncle have to do with her? Then, she heard Caleb say in his gentle and mellow voice, "There are only two men in the Greys who are not married yet, Anthony and me. Originally, going by our ages, Anthony is a more suitable match for you. After all, I'm 4 years older than you. But since he's blind and cannot recognize a treasure for what it's worth, I shall fulfill the marriage agreement instead. This is the agreement, you can have a look at it." Caleb took out the marriage agreement that Nora's mother had written when the two families had agreed on the children's future marriage and showed it to her. She had once owned a copy of the marriage agreement too. However, she had torn it up when she returned to the States and broken off the engagement. She had thought that Anthony would do the same, but they had actually kept it. She looked at the contents of the agreement next. It was clearly stated on the Smiths' end that this was Nora's marriage agreement. However, on the Greys' end, what it stated was indeed just, a man of suitable age. In other words, it didn't necessarily have to be Anthony. Nora's brows knitted together. The sudden appearance of a fiancé really was very troublesome. But here came the question again, why were the Greys so insistent on fulfilling the marriage agreement with her? It wasn't enough that Anthony left, so they were sending Caleb here now. Moreover, Caleb was obviously much more reliable than that idiotic Anthony. While Nora was preoccupied with these thoughts, Tina, who was standing in the distance, breathed a sigh of relief. It was exactly because she was afraid that Nora and Justin would be entangled with each other that she had incited Winston to court Nora in the first place. However, if she had a fiancé, wouldn't that be great? Wasn't her fiancé a little too good-looking though? Not only did he seem gentle, considerate, and elegant, but his eyes were also deep and innocent. It made one wish to care for and protect him, and also made them not have the heart to betray him. Tina couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Gray, are you aware that she has a child?" "I am," Caleb said unhurriedly. "For Nora's sake, I am willing to accept her and love her like my own. Everything is fine as long as Nora doesn't resent us for breaking off the engagement in the beginning." Everyone. Not only was the man handsome, but he was also deeply in love with Nora. Caleb looked straight at Winston after he spoke. "So, is this gentleman here still going to force my fiancée to marry him?" The word "force" made Winston look a little embarrassed. However, Club Prism was an establishment run by the Imperial Corporation, so no one dared to make any trouble. Winston let out a cold snort. Although he was rather displeased, he nevertheless turned, gave a wave, and left with his tail between his legs, together with his friends. After they left, Caleb suggested, "Why don't we find somewhere to have a good chat, Miss Smith?" Nora certainly needed to have a good chat with him, about how they should call off the marriage agreement. With that in mind, a troubled Nora nodded. In the distance, Justin was already pulling a long face. He looked at his daughter in his arms, hoping that she would put in a good word for him. However, he instead saw a starry-eyed Cherry staring at Caleb. With a look of infatuation all over her face, she said, "Daddy, that young mister over there is so handsome." "Justin?" he asked solemnly, "You like him?" Cherry nodded. "Aha! His eyelashes are so long. Also, Mommy likes people who are like obedient little puppies." He suddenly felt an urge to throw the little fellow down. But what could he do? Since she was his daughter, he could only pamper and dote on her. He took a deep breath and suddenly strode forward. Nora was about to find somewhere to ask Caleb about the marriage agreement when she turned and saw Justin walking over with Cherry in his arms. She immediately stood still and called out, "Mr. Hunt?" Then, she looked at her daughter in his arms and said, "Pete?" "Cherry." Justin cast his eyes down and asked, "Miss Smith, don't you want to know why I hate my son's mother so much?" "Nora." Caleb looked relatively innocent. The Greys were also not as powerful as the Hunts. However, even as he stood in front of Justin, who had let loose all of his imposing aura, he surprisingly didn't seem outshone. He lowered his gaze and said gently, "You can go about your matters first if you're busy, Miss Smith. I can go to the Andersons and discuss the details of the marriage agreement with Mrs. Anderson instead. You're already an adult, so it's time that we get married soon." "Nora!" She looked at Justin and then at Caleb. The bold and resolute woman quickly made a decision. "Mr. Gray, please wait a moment for me." Then, she looked at Justin and said, "Mr. Hunt, let's talk first." The children always came first. Chapter 129. Seeing that Nora had chosen him, Justin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Caleb and suddenly said, "It's going to be a long talk. How about you rest somewhere, Mr. Gray?" Caleb glanced at Nora with his deep and slightly melancholic eyes. Then, he cast his gaze downward and sat on a random chair in the hallway. "No, it's fine. I'll wait for her here." Justin. How were they supposed to calm down and have a good chat with him waiting here? Unfortunately for him, Nora thought it a good idea to make everything clear today, so she nodded and said, "Okay." Then, she entered the private room with Justin. Club Prism was the best club in New York. A lot of people chose Club Prism for their business talks, and the soundproofing in the rooms was also excellent. The noise outside was completely shut out once they entered the private room. Nora sat on the sofa in the private room and looked at Justin. She said, "Mr. Hunt, you." Before she could finish, Justin frowned and asked, "Shouldn't you explain the marriage agreement first, Miss Smith?" Nora was taken aback. "What?" Justin lowered his gaze. His earlobes were slightly red, but he nevertheless bit the bullet and said, considering how invested you are in my affairs, you must be interested in me, right? In that case, I can't just allow the woman I'm giving a chance to two-time me. Nora. She was about to refute him when Justin spoke again. He said, Miss Smith made frequent contact with my son when we were in California. After coming to New York, you also kept trying to approach me and ask about my affairs. All of this is what I think it is, right? Apart from that, there shouldn't be any other reason, right? Nora. She had already known a long time ago that Justin was a narcissist who thought every woman who approached him was in love with him. However, he felt different to her today. It was as if he was presenting facts to her and reasoning with her so that he could convince her that her actions were indeed sending the message that she was in love with him. Nora frowned. She thought back carefully to all the recent events. Assuming that he didn't know that his son was also hers, her recent actions were indeed rather inappropriate. She had paid too much attention to him. Besides, if she denied it now, wouldn't it seem a bit too strange? Nora didn't speak for a while. Justin stared at her with his dark eyes. He had to seal the case right at the start of the talk. Otherwise, that woman might just run off with that fiancé of hers. The beauty mark at the corner of his eye seemed to sway slightly. Justin lowered his gaze and went on. Silence means consent, Miss Smith. I was right, wasn't I? Left with no other choice, Nora, who could only acquiesce, replied. I suppose so. She glanced at Cherry. Cherry also cast a silent glance at her. Sigh, little did she expect that someone like Mommy, who only knew how to sleep, would also have to contribute to the family one day. How rare. Seeing how she looked somewhat reluctant, Justin picked up his cell phone and sent Lawrence a text message, check Caleb Gray's background. After sending the message, he put down the phone and spoke seriously. Okay. On account of how you're in love with me and that I'm also willing to give you an opportunity, I will answer your questions truthfully and tell you everything you want to know. Go ahead, Miss Smith. The corners of Nora's lips spasmed as she stared at him, speechless. The opportunity hadn't come easy, so she immediately asked, Do you know Pete's mother, Mr. Hunt? Justin looked at her calmly. His dark and bottomless eyes wavered slightly before he answered, No, I don't. Nora was puzzled. Then why do you hate her so much? Justin clenched his jaw. His expression turned serious as he looked at the coffee table in front of him. To be honest, he had never brought up what happened back then to anyone, because doing so would expose the scars in his heart. However, he knew that it would probably be very difficult for them to acknowledge each other if he didn't make things clear now. With that in mind, he said dispassionately, On April 7th, 5 years ago, I received a call. The other party claimed to be my son's mother. She asked me to prepare $1.5 million for her. If I did as she asked, she would tell me where my son was. $1.5 million. Nora frowned and asked, and then? Justin's voice was very low. Of course, I didn't believe her. Apart from one night that I can't remember anything about, I've never touched any woman. Nora's hand subconsciously balled into a fist. The anxiety in her heart made her repeat, and then? Justin, who noticed her voice shaking, slowly went on. I hung up after that. Maybe because she realized that she wasn't going to get any money from me, she straight up sent me a set of GPS coordinates and said that the child was at that location. If I didn't go and pick him up, the child would suffocate to death. Suffocate to death. Despite knowing full well that Pete was safe and sound, Nora still found it difficult to breathe. She suddenly thought of what Henry had said when she monitored his cell phone the other time. He had buried the child with his own hands. At this point, the look in Justin's eyes turned cold. He said, I happened to be passing by California at that time. Thinking that it felt a little weird, I made an extra trip. Sure enough, I saw Pete, who had been buried in the ground shortly after he was born. Nora stood up abruptly. She clenched her fists tightly, and even her arms were trembling. She asked, How was he? Justin looked up at her. He wasn't breathing anymore at that time. Nora's eyes widened in horror. Justin's voice remained low and somber. I dug him out of the ground. His mouth and nose were full of dirt. Luckily, I had brought a family doctor with me that time, so he managed to perform CPR on the baby in time. The doctor said that he had been in the ground for about 20 to 30 minutes. Had we come a few minutes later, it wouldn't have been possible to save him anymore. His mood also became dreary at this point, and a wave of irritability and resentment welled up in him. He said, Pete was later diagnosed with mild autism. The psychiatrist said that it was caused by the events back then. Even though he doesn't remember anything, he had felt too insecure during that time. Justin looked straight at Nora when he spoke. Pete had been weak and frail ever since he was a baby. Every time he fell sick, Justin's resentment toward his mother would grow a little. That woman had really disregarded her son's life just for the sake of money. How he wished he could kill Pete's mother. However, when he realized that Nora was Pete's mother, doubts about the events back then started to form in his mind. He looked at Nora and asked, "What's the matter, Miss Smith?" Nora looked at him. After she knew the truth, while her heart ached for Pete, she also breathed a sigh of relief. She finally knew the reason why Justin hated Pete's mother, in which case, everything would now be open for discussion. She looked straight at Justin and said, his mother had her difficulties back then. Chapter 130. The private room was in complete silence. With a deep look in his eyes, Justin stared straight at Nora and asked, "What kind of difficulties?" Nora couldn't figure out what the man was thinking, so she felt that she couldn't tell him everything at once. She had to take it slow. What if that domineering man took the two children away and refused to let her see them anymore after she told him the truth? Nora had never been one to do things she wasn't confident about, especially when her children were involved. She lowered her gaze and said, "All mothers love their children. Maybe someone took the child from her when she had only just given birth. Or maybe she has been looking for the child all these years." Justin's jaw tightened. He asked, "Then can you tell me how she became pregnant with my child?" How she became pregnant? How would Nora possibly know? She shook her head. Even you don't know how the child came about, maybe she doesn't know either. Nora raised her head. Her almond-shaped eyes were very dark against her deathly pale countenance. However, her eyes glinted with a dark light as she said, "Of course, I'm not trying to make excuses for her. Since she has brought the baby into the world, it is her negligence as a mother that she failed to foresee what came next and failed to protect her child. She had spent every day in pain and regret during the past 5 years. Back then, she had immediately contacted her aunt abroad when she discovered she was pregnant. Her aunt had wanted to come back to the States to take her away immediately, but because Nora was in the midst of developing a drug, she had been reluctant to leave. Thus, the two of them had agreed that her aunt would only come back for her during her 9th month of pregnancy. Cold-hearted people like the Smiths would never help her raise her children. She had envisioned many different scenarios, but she had never expected that she would give birth prematurely. Neither did she expect Henry to be so vicious. How exactly had he brought himself to bury his own grandchild with his own hands? After that, she had blamed herself and regretted her actions countless times, but it was all useless and to no avail. Justin looked at her. Even though she was expressionless, she gave off an air of pain. He wanted to ask what exactly had happened back then, but he suddenly couldn't bring himself to ask any more. From the way she doted on Pete so excessively, it was obvious that she wasn't someone who would abandon her son. Moreover, she was anti-money. Money was pretty much within easy reach for her. There was no way she would be interested in a mere $1.5 million. Therefore, the woman who had called him anonymously that time wasn't her at all. Unfortunately, he had really dug up a baby at the location that the woman had given to him and seen that the baby was on the brink of death. After that, he had also had a DNA paternity test done and verified that the baby was indeed his child. He then tried to trace Pete's mother's phone number, but by then, she had already disappeared off the face of the earth. All traces of her had been erased. At that time, he had thought that the woman must be afraid that he would seek revenge on her. Even though he had never stopped looking for her all these years, he didn't put much effort into it anymore either. After all, she was Pete's mother. Was he really supposed to kill her after he found her? But now that he thought about it again, How would someone who had the ability to escape his tracking efforts and leave him clueless after calling him possibly lack those $1.5 million? Beep. In the midst of his thoughts, his cell phone suddenly beeped. It was Lawrence sending him information on Caleb. Justin glanced at Nora. She was looking straight ahead blankly as if she was still stuck in her memories. He didn't bother her and opened the email instead. The email contained all of Caleb's information. Name, Caleb Gray. Age, 29. Height/weight, 6'1", 154 pounds. Health, frail and sickly. Justin frowned when he saw this. No wonder he wasn't married yet despite being 29 years old. It was probably his frail and sickly constitution that was holding him back. He continued to read on. The further he read, the graver his expression became. Lawrence didn't dare to give him any subjective assumptions, so everything he sent was information that he had found during his investigation. The Grays in California first made their fortune in Canada, but Caleb's father had returned to the States with his eldest brother 25 years ago and settled down in California. Afterward, the Grays and Nora's mother, Yvette Anderson, were in frequent contact, so they decided to let their children marry each other. As far as the Grays were concerned, as the second son, Caleb had never been involved with the Grays' domestic businesses and had grown up abroad the whole time, as if he had been exiled. He was very smart. He enrolled into college at the age of 12, did his doctorate studies at 15, and became a pharmacist after that. However, he gave up being a pharmacist very quickly. One could say that he had left the industry to become a businessman. His return to the States this time was because he had fallen out with the Grays in California. He planned to open a pharmaceutical factory in New York. There didn't seem to be any problems with his life history, and he seemed very much like an unfavored second son of the family. The strange thing here, however, was that the Grays made overseas phone calls almost every other day. Lawrence actually couldn't find out where they were calling. However, ever since Caleb returned to the States, the Grays had stopped making overseas phone calls. In addition, the Grays' very first business asset in California had also been a pharmaceutical factory. However, none of the other Grays had ever done anything related to medicine. Something was definitely wrong here. Nora had recovered while Justin was thinking. She glanced at Cherry again and asked with a smile, "Cherry. Pete, you'll be going to the Quinn School of Martial Arts tomorrow, right?" She would be able to switch the children back once she was there. After all, the little fellow had classes to attend. Cherry's big cute eyes blinked and she nodded. Aha! But as soon as she said that, Justin said, "We're taking a day off tomorrow, so he won't be going over." Cherry and Nora. Both of them looked at Justin, only to see him say without batting an eyelid, "I have to go to the main house tomorrow, so I'll be taking Pete there." He hadn't spent enough time with his daughter yet. How could he let them switch back? Once he sent Cherry to the Quinn School of Martial Arts, she wouldn't be coming back anymore. Justin had already figured it out. He would take Cherry to the main house the next day and stay there for a few days. This way, Grandma and Mom would be able to spend some time with her. At the same time, he would also renovate the villa and set up a room for his daughter. Nora's lip corners spasmed. When will Pete be going to the Quinn School of Martial Arts, then? Justin glanced at her and said with a smile, "Next month, I suppose." Nora gave Cherry a look that screamed, "You're on your own." Then, she stood and said, "Okay. In that case, that's it for our chat today, Mr. Hunt." She walked to the door. As soon as she opened it, she saw Caleb standing nearby. His melancholic eyes looked over the moment the door opened. "Since the two of you are done with your talk, is it our turn now, Miss Smith?" Before Nora even said anything, Justin said, "You can just talk in this private room." It was just as well that Nora couldn't be bothered to go somewhere else either. Besides, the private room had likely already been paid for, so she nodded and said, "Okay, that works." However, when Caleb entered the private room, he saw that Justin was still seated inside. Caleb was taken aback for a moment. Then, he took a seat gracefully. His thin and moist lips looked rather bewitching on his overly pale face. He was good-looking, and his eyes looked terribly innocent. He said, Ms. Smith, about the marriage agreement." Before he could finish, however, he was interrupted by Justin's icy words. "Mr. Gray, the marriage agreement has been voided. I won't be troubling you to take care of the mother of my child. Nora." Chapter 131. Caleb was also stunned. He looked at Justin in disbelief and then at Nora before he asked hesitantly, "The mother of his child?" Nora's expression turned solemn. Had Justin discovered the truth? While she was wondering about it, Justin glanced at her and said casually, "Miss Smith and Pete get along very well. Pete also considers her his mommy." Nora breathed a sigh of relief. So, that was what he meant. That guy could totally scare someone to death with his words. Caleb also heaved an obvious sigh of relief. He lowered his gaze and said with a smile, "Mr. Hunt is certainly fond of cracking jokes. Those who didn't know any better would have thought that Miss Smith's child was yours." He was clearly trying to provoke Justin with his words. Had Nora's child not been Justin's, he would definitely have pulled a long face. However, Justin instead said with a smile, "If I start a family with Miss Smith, I will definitely treat her daughter like my own." Cherry, who was in his arms, pursed her lips in contempt when she heard what he said. Who was it that deleted her from his Facebook account? Caleb, who didn't seem to expect that he would say that, was a little stunned. After a brief moment, he looked at Nora and asked, "What about you, Miss Smith?" Nora also wanted to reject Caleb. Now that she had a ready excuse, she might as well just use it. Thus, she said, "Yes, I've been fond of Mr. Hunt for a long time now. Besides, my marriage agreement with the Grays has already been cancelled a long time ago in California." There was a melancholic look in Caleb's eyes. He heaved a heavy sigh and said, "All right, then. I originally only took out the marriage agreement to help you out of that situation anyway. It's better to make friends than enemies. Your mother was also good friends with the Grays back then, and I can't just kick you while you're down now, either." Then, he added, "But it is ultimately the Grays who did something wrong first. How about this? Let's take it that I owe you a favor. I will definitely repay it if I have a chance to in the future." Nora had originally thought that Caleb had come all the way to New York with the marriage agreement because of her. Little did she expect that he would let go so easily. She immediately felt guilty for harboring such petty thoughts about him just now. She hastily waved and said, "It's not the Grays' fault. I was the one who got pregnant before the marriage. It's understandable that the Grays would want to break off the engagement." Caleb, however, shook his head and said, "You didn't know how you became pregnant either. It wasn't right of the Grays to abandon you under those circumstances. You don't have to say any more, Miss Smith. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, just let me know." "Okay." Caleb smiled again and said, "I'll head off first, then." Seeing him turn to leave, Nora called out to him, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Gray." Caleb looked back at her with his clear and gentle eyes. The way he looked was as if she was a scumbag. Nora coughed and said, "Can you rip up the marriage agreement?" Caleb smiled and said, "I was originally intending to keep it, but since you've asked, I'll just return it to you." He took out the marriage agreement again and handed it to Nora. "I went to California once when I came back to the States this time. My father had taken out the marriage agreement to burn it up, but I happened to see it, so I kept it instead." Nora examined the marriage agreement. It was identical to the one she had torn up. She balled up the marriage agreement and placed it in her pocket. Justin narrowed his eyes when he saw what she did. As expected, Auntie really was a careful person. She knew that she mustn't leave any traces of it behind, so she must be planning to destroy it completely at home instead. Caleb smiled. He had actually arrived at the same conclusion as Justin and thought that she was intending to bring it home and destroy it there. Cherry, who was in Justin's arms, was the only one who couldn't help but facepalm. Mommy was simply too lazy. She wasn't even willing to spend the energy to tear up the marriage agreement, let alone having to take a few steps to toss it into the trash. If she was that free, she would definitely rather sleep for a few more seconds instead. Elsewhere. At the kindergarten. Pete went to school in a dress. The other children surrounded him as soon as he entered the classroom. "Cherry, your live stream yesterday was so exciting. Boss, did you see the virtual gift I sent you? It's a whole $150,000, you know. I took really long to save that amount of money." "Me too. Me too. I also sent you $15,000. And me. And me. I also sent you $15,000. While everyone was talking, tiny little Mia whispered, "Cherry, I also sent you $150,000. Pete found the others awfully noisy and annoying, but Mia spoke in a timid manner. Her voice was melodious and pleasant to the ear, so he was a little more patient toward her than toward the others. He nodded at Mia. Then, he walked toward his seat expressionlessly and coolly, took out his mathematical Olympiad worksheets, and started working on them. Seth was about to come over and talk to Cherry, but as soon as he approached, he noticed that Pete was doing his mathematical Olympiad assignments. He glanced at them silently and was shocked. The problems that Cherry was solving were much more complex than his. On top of that, they were 2 grades higher. He looked at Cherry with a complicated expression and silently moved away. The teachers had also noticed Cherry's unusual behavior, but given how Mrs. Lowe had abused her the day before, it was normal that she would be down in the dumps today. Thus, they sympathized with her very much and gave her extra meat during mealtime. They also removed all the vegetables that she didn't like. Pete, who had never experienced such warmth from others, fell silent. He looked at the kindergarten with his cool and distant eyes, feeling as if something had been set free in his heart. A small hand grabbed his at this point. Right after that, Mia's timid voice reached him. "Are you a boy today, Cherry?" Pete was taken aback. He asked, "How did you know that?" Mia, who was a little embarrassed, replied, "It's because you're always very lively and never quiet when you're a girl. But when you're a boy, that's when I can get an opportunity to talk to you." Pete. While he was in a daze, Mia suddenly came near, leaned into his ear, and said, "Don't be scared, Cherry. Daddy told me that they're gonna change our dance teacher. It seems like something has happened to the Lows. Did you notice? Sinead the doggy isn't even in school today." Pete? Was Cherry very scared of the dance teacher? It was really ticklish how the girl was leaning into his ear to speak, though. While the two were talking, Ms. Lynn came in with a woman. She said, "This is our new dance teacher. Her name is Tanya Turner, and she's even more famous than Mrs. Lowe. She'll be teaching everyone how to dance in the future. Please clap for her, everyone." Pete applauded with the rest of the children. Soon, it was time for dance lessons. When Tanya was teaching the children how to dance, she noticed a small and petite child who had a look of envy on her face outside the classroom. For some reason, even though there were so many children in the kindergarten, Tanya found this child especially heartwarming at first sight. She walked over to her and squatted down. Just as she was about to speak, Mia suddenly closed her eyes and fainted. Chapter 132. Hey! Hey! The kindergarten fell into chaos. Tanya picked up Mia and ran straight to the school doctor's office. She called out to Mia as she ran, but the girl didn't react. Tanya felt as if her heart had stopped beating. For some reason, the little life in her arms made her feel like crying, but she didn't dare to think too much about it. When she reached the school doctor's office, upon examining Mia, the school doctor discovered that she was having an allergic reaction, so they rushed her to the hospital immediately. As Tanya was the first to find out that she had fainted, she had to follow them to the hospital so that she could explain the situation to the doctor. Thus, she went along. They went to the A&E department. The doctor turned to Tanya with a frown after examining Mia and reprimanded her. He said, "This child has a mango allergy. As her mother, how can you be so negligent?" Tanya was taken aback. Her colleague, the school doctor, standing next to her, wanted to explain, but the doctor was too busy. He snapped, "Why are you still prattling here? Hurry and put her on in 4-drip. Mango allergies are no joke." The school doctor panicked when he heard that it was a serious condition. Mia was the very life of the head of the Smiths. Should anything happen to her in school, they would be in serious trouble. After the doctor prescribed Mia some medicine, the nurse took them to the room next door and hooked the girl up to an 4-drip. As the hospital was overloaded, there weren't any beds available. Tanya had no choice but to put her on her lap and hold her while they sat in the room. It was relatively cold in New York at the moment. On top of that, little Mia was very weak. The 4 fluids entered her body through the needle in her hand, making her tiny hands icy cold. Tanya held her little hands and warmed them with her own. Ms. Lin, who had also come with them, paced back and forth with her eyes red. She kept blaming herself as she walked. It's all my fault for not keeping an eye on Mia. But there really aren't any mangoes in our school. Where exactly did Mia get it from? The school doctor also had a very troubled look on his face while Ms. Lin talked to herself. Tanya looked down at the girl. She herself was also allergic to mangoes. She hadn't expected the two of them to be connected in such a way. Urgent footsteps suddenly approached. From the sound of it, there were 2 people walking quickly. The next moment, a man and a woman appeared at the door. Tanya looked up. She hadn't even seen anyone when Ms. Lin said, "I'm really very sorry, Mr. Smith. It's all because we didn't take care of Mia well enough. She ate some mangoes." "Mr. Smith?" Tanya was taken aback. Then, she heard a mellow and gentle voice, though it sounded a little cold at the moment. "How is Mia?" Tanya felt as if her heart had stopped beating. Her head whipped to the side, and a familiar figure that had appeared in her dreams countless times over the years entered her sight. Joel didn't seem to have changed at all during these last few years. He merely looked a little more mature and steady than the young lad he had been back then. His attractive upturned eyes were fixed on Mia. Seemingly because he finally saw that she was breathing evenly, he let out a sigh of relief. A moment later, he finally noticed something, and his gaze slowly shifted to Tanya. Tanya held her breath when he looked at her. She felt as if all the air in her lungs had disappeared and her chest felt awfully tight. She looked away at once, not daring to meet his eyes. Joel, who had originally been walking over anxiously, finally stopped in his tracks at the door. His eyes widened in shock, and a layer of frost suddenly formed over his usually mild countenance. A cold and heavy atmosphere filled the room. This continued until the doctor came over to take a look at Mia. He stood at the door and said, "Are you the child's father? What's wrong with you and your wife? Don't you know that your daughter is allergic to mangoes? Besides, mangoes aren't something that's readily available. How can you be so careless?" Child. Was the child that she was holding actually Joel's? Tanya felt as if her mind had gone totally blank. She had lost her own child. In fact, she hadn't even seen her child before. Yet he already had a daughter. While she was lost in thought, a sharp voice suddenly came from the door. "Tanya? Why are you here? And why are you carrying my daughter?" Tanya looked at Hillary, and the look on her face turned cold. Her daughter. So, this meant that the child in her arms was Joel and Hillary's daughter. She lowered her gaze. Just as she was about to speak, Hillary rushed in and said, "What are you doing? Why did you tell the doctor that you're her mother?" "I'm obviously her mother. Tell me, was it you who fed Mia mangoes?" After speaking, she raised her hand and swung toward Tanya's cheek. Tanya was currently holding Mia. If she let go of her to block the attack, the needle in the girl's hand would definitely come off. Yet if she didn't, the slap would land on her cheek. Even though she knew that Mia was Hillary's daughter, Tanya's first reaction wasn't to let go of the child but to protect her and keep her safe. Smack! Tanya closed her eyes. However, the slap that she was expecting didn't hit her. Surprised, she opened her eyes. Joel was standing in front of her and holding Hillary by her wrist. His brows drew together, and he said, "What are you doing?" It was then that Hillary realized that she had lost control of herself for a moment. Her eyes reddened, and she immediately hung her head sadly. She said, "Joel, I was just too anxious. You should also know that Tanya was misunderstood about me in the past. When I saw that Mia had fallen ill, yet she was holding her. Mia was in kindergarten the whole time. How did Tanya even get near her? Joel let go of Hillary, and she took a step back. In an extremely cold voice and with an even colder attitude, Tanya said, "Hillary Jones, I was in the kindergarten because I am the dance teacher they specially hired at short notice." "The dance teacher?" Hillary sneered. "Why did you just have to go to the Golden Sunshine Kindergarten when there are so many other kindergartens in the country? Are you trying to get close to Mia on purpose? What are you trying to do to Joel's and my daughter?" Joel's and my daughter. The 4 words were just like a knife twisting in Tanya's heart. Someone she had considered her sister in the past was now with the man she loved the most. She took a deep breath and said, "Believe it or not, when I joined the kindergarten, and even just a moment ago, I was completely unaware that Mia is your daughter." "Is that so?" Hillary found her claim dubious. However, Joel's expression darkened even further the moment she said that. He immediately took a step forward and let out a sigh. He said, "Sorry about that, Tanya. I was just too concerned about Mia. But now that we're here, you don't have to stay here anymore." She went on and said, "Joel has already transferred Mia to a VIP ward in the hospital, so we won't be staying here anymore. Please return my daughter to me." She deliberately emphasized the words, "my daughter," causing Tanya's fingers to tighten a little. She was right. This was her and Joel's daughter. Tanya stood up carefully. Perhaps because she was reminded of her own child who had gone missing at birth, she actually developed an unwillingness to part with Mia. As if she had sensed Tanya's pain, Hillary's lip corners curled upward. She reached out, took Mia into her arms, and said, "Thanks for taking care of our daughter, Tanya." But as soon as she said that, Mia's little hands clutched Tanya's clothes tightly and she whispered, "Mommy, don't leave." Chapter 133. Her soft whispers caused a jolt to go through Tanya. For how many days and nights had those words appeared in her dreams? Tanya's eyes widened, and she looked down at Mia. Just as she was about to take a closer look at her face, Hillary stepped forward in a panic. She took Mia's hand and said, "Mommy's here, Mia. Here, let Mommy carry you." Tanya froze again, feeling as though her heart had been pricked by something. What was she thinking? Mia's mother was Hillary. She didn't have anything to do with her. Yet, because Mia had fainted, in her daze, she seemed to be convinced that Tanya was her mother. Her little hands clutched the corners of Tanya's clothes tightly and refused to let go, seemingly afraid that she would leave. A piercing look appeared in Hillary's eyes at the sight. She immediately broke into a frown and forcefully unfurled the girl's fingers straight away. This made Tanya's heart ache, and she couldn't help but grab her wrist. "Don't be so rough." Hillary paused and emphasized once more, "Tanya, she's my daughter. Please let go." Tanya slowly loosened her grip. The way Hillary kept repeating, "my daughter," over and over made Tanya feel as if there were thorns stabbing into her heart. Indeed, what right did she have to question the girl's mother? Despite her heart aching terribly for the little girl, the pain made her frown even while the girl was comatose, yet she couldn't say a word. At this point, Joel stepped forward and grabbed Hillary's hand forcefully. The usually mild-mannered man commanded sharply, "Let go." Hillary was taken aback. Joel pushed her away and looked at Tanya. His lips moved a little. After a long moment of hesitation, he said, "Miss Turner, Mia has become confused in her sleep. In order to avoid injuring her, can I trouble you to carry her to the VIP ward?" "Miss Turner." He had called her Miss Turner. Tanya felt as if the man was using a voice and a face so familiar to her to say things that sounded so foreign. The acerbic and unbearable pain made the look on her face change again and again. At last, she smiled and said, "Sure." After Tanya carried Mia upstairs, with Joel following nervously behind her, Hillary clenched her fists tightly. A vicious look shot out of her eyes. Mia was her only hope of holding Joel down. She would never allow anyone to take her away. With that in mind, she hurriedly went after them. In the VIP ward, Mia continued to clutch Tanya's sleeve even after she placed her on the bed. Ms. Lin and the school doctor softly reminded her, "Remember not to offend Mr. Smith, lest he holds the kindergarten accountable. It's going to be a little tough on you, but please try your best, Miss Turner." Since the accident had happened in the kindergarten, it went without saying that the kindergarten had to be held accountable. As a substitute teacher, Tanya was also accountable to the kindergarten. Therefore, Tanya took a seat by the bed and said, "I'll wait for Mia to calm down before I leave." Both Ms. Lin and the school doctor breathed sighs of relief. After that, they made up an excuse and left. After all, the school needed them there. After the two of them left, apart from Mia who was on the bed, only 3 people remained in the ward: Joel, Tanya, and Hillary. Tanya stared at Mia in silence. Her face was very small, and her upturned eyes were closed. Her frail and delicate physique made those who saw her wish only to care for her. She resembled Joel very much, yet had an aura around her that was different from her father's. Tanya had once thought that Joel was so good-looking that were he a woman, he would definitely be a stunning beauty. She had wanted to have a daughter with him. He did have a daughter now, but she wasn't the one who gave birth to her. A lump formed in Tanya's throat, and she lowered her head. Mia stayed in deep sleep for more than 2 hours. Tanya pressed her hand against her stomach in discomfort. She had been in the hospital since the morning and hadn't eaten anything yet. Originally, going hungry for a meal or two shouldn't have been a big deal, but because she had been dancing since she was a child, in order to maintain her figure, she didn't eat much at each meal. As a result, she was prone to suffering from gastritis and needed to eat on time. Joel suddenly stood up and went out without saying anything. Hillary suddenly said, "I misunderstood you, Tanya. I'm really sorry." Tanya, who had always been a lively and feisty woman, stared out the window. "It's okay." Hillary breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "Mia is the daughter I had with Joel. She has always been in poor health ever since she was a baby, so Joel dotes on her very much. I don't even know if she can be discharged today. She loves sleeping together with her dad and me the most." Sigh. Sleeping together. So, they were already living together. Well, that made sense. They'd already had a child together, and 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them should be married by now, right? She suddenly thought of how Joel barely moved whenever he was asleep, whereas her limbs were everywhere when she was asleep. Every time she woke up, she would see Joel looking at her with a look of resignation on his face. She remembered that one time when she had opened her eyes and seen Joel with a black eye. She had received a huge shock at that time. Later, she learned that it was because she had hit him in her sleep. At that time, Tanya had said jokingly, "Let's buy a bed that's 10 feet by 10 feet in the future. This way, it'll be fine no matter how we roll about on the bed." However, Joel had hugged her tightly and said, "No, it's fine. I'll hold your arms and legs down instead, lest you accidentally hurt our future children." Tanya lowered her eyes and forcibly suppressed all the memories buried deep inside her. The door opened at this point. Joel walked in. In his hands were 2 roast beef sandwiches, Tanya's favorite. Waves rippled through the depths of Tanya's heart when she noticed the sandwiches. Were they for her? But when Joel slowly walked toward the 2 women, Hillary suddenly reached out and took one. She said, "Thanks, Joel. We haven't had lunch yet, so I was indeed hungry." Joel was taken aback. However, Hillary had already grabbed the sandwich and opened the packaging on the sofa next to him. Then, she looked at Tanya apologetically and said, "Sorry, Miss Turner. Joel only bought 2, so he didn't buy you any." Joel looked at Tanya subconsciously. The woman's head was lowered and she had a calm expression on her face. Her hand, that Mia wasn't holding, was pressed against her stomach, but she instead said, "I'm not hungry." Joel cast his eyes down. Suddenly, he walked over to Hillary, took the sandwich from her, and said coldly, "I made a mistake. There are pickles in this, but you don't eat them. Since Mia doesn't need you here, you can go back home for now." "Hillary?" She raised her head. She was about to say, "But I love pickles," when she made eye contact with Joel's dark eyes, which frightened her so badly that she swallowed the words back down. Even though she was reluctant to, she didn't dare to disobey Joel. She stood up and said, "Okay. I'll come back tonight, then." After she left, Joel handed Tanya a sandwich. Tanya stared at the sandwich and said, "I don't eat pickles." Although Joel had a mild expression on his face, the look in his eyes was cold. He placed the sandwich on the cabinet next to her and said, "You can toss it if you don't want to eat it." Tanya. At this point, a doctor making the rounds entered the ward. He apologized and said, "My apologies, Mr. Smith. I heard that one of our doctors mistook someone else for the child's mother. We didn't mean it. It's just that your daughter somewhat resembles Miss Turner, so, Chapter 134. They resembled each other a little." Both Joel and Tanya subconsciously looked at Mia. She had completely inherited her looks from Joel. Whether it was her face shape, her eyes, or her mouth, they were exactly the same as Joel's. Only her small, pert nose resembled Tanya's. But when one thought about it carefully, her nose was also very similar to Hillary's. After all, Tanya and Hillary were half-sisters who shared the same mother. Joel and Tanya both raised their heads again and subconsciously glanced at each other's faces. Tanya hurriedly looked away the moment their eyes met. Joel turned to the doctor and asked, "When will Mia wake up?" "She'll wake up soon," the doctor said. "She didn't eat much mango, so she can be discharged after the 4 drip is finished." "Okay." After the doctor left, the room fell into total silence again. After some time, Joel suddenly said, "The sandwich is getting cold." Tanya. So Hillary could skip the pickles just because she didn't like them, but if she didn't like pickles, she either had to stay hungry or eat them anyway? That man's personality hadn't changed one bit, even after so many years. He was fiercely protective of people and things he considered his own, yet cold and indifferent toward outsiders. In the past, she had been part of what he considered his own. But now, she was an outsider. Tanya sighed. It was a pity to toss the sandwich anyway, and she was indeed hungry. Besides, a doctor had once encouraged her to eat more pickles because they were good for gut health, especially since she was prone to digestive problems. Therefore, Tanya endured the pungent taste of the pickles and ate the entire sandwich. Joel sat on the sofa. Although his eyes were on his laptop as he worked, he caught a glimpse of Tanya out of the corner of his eye and saw that she hadn't thrown the sandwich away but had eaten it instead. For some reason, he felt relieved. Joel stared at his laptop. Time had never passed so quickly. With a computer, a cup of coffee, Mia, and her, it felt like this was how life should be. At 5 in the afternoon, kindergarten classes ended. The principal and the school doctor hurried to the hospital, and along the way, they even brought the 5-year-old Pete with them. Tanya was stunned when she saw him. "Why are you here?" Pete pulled a long face and asked, "Weren't you supposed to pick me up from school this evening?" Tanya suddenly smacked her forehead. "Ah, yes, you're right. Pete. No wonder Mommy never came, even after he waited for so long." So it turned out that Godmom hadn't informed Mommy at all. The school doctor explained, no one came to pick him up, so the boy said he would come to the hospital and go home with you instead. Tanya smiled guiltily at Pete. She was about to speak when Joel suddenly asked, "Is this your son?" Tanya glanced at him. When she thought about how he had forced her to eat pickles earlier and had excluded her from the group of people he considered his own, she felt irritated and retorted, "What does it have to do with you?" "Joel." His fox-like eyes narrowed. He looked Pete up and down several times with hostility. In the end, he snorted and said nothing. At this moment, Mia finally woke up. She had been gripping Tanya's sleeve the entire time. While rubbing her sleepy eyes, she called out hesitantly, "Daddy?" "Mom." "Miss Turner?" Joel strode over immediately. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere, Mia?" Mia shook her head softly. "No." Joel finally relaxed and gently stroked her cheek. His voice was tender and sincere. "That's good." On the other side, Tanya took a step back now that her sleeve had been released. Watching the interaction between father and daughter, a faint sense of envy surfaced in her heart. At that moment, someone suddenly grabbed her hand. Tanya lowered her head and saw Mia looking at her. "Thank you, Miss Turner." Tanya smiled unconsciously. "You're welcome." Miss Turner, can you explain what happened to Mia today? The kindergarten principal approached Tanya. She nodded, followed him aside, and explained everything that had happened earlier. Joel turned his head to look at her, his expression unreadable. He didn't notice Pete walking over to the hospital bed. Pete looked at Mia seriously and said, "Your body is too weak. You need exercise." Mia lay under the quilt, looking as thin as paper. She nodded obediently. "Okay. You feel very different today, Cherry." Pete frowned. "How so?" "You're not saying, yeah anymore." "Pete?" He fell silent for a moment, then said stiffly, "I am, yeah." Mia blinked. "What did you learn at school today?" Pete replied, "Roller skating, the ukulele, and dancing." "If you fall behind, I can teach you tomorrow, yeah." Mia smiled brightly. "Okay." Nearby, Joel slowly withdrew his gaze. He looked at Pete again. Something felt off. The child was clearly wearing a kindergarten dress, yet he didn't feel like a girl at all. Especially since he was Tanya's child. Joel lowered his eyes. The joy of seeing her again had completely vanished, leaving only anger and helplessness. She had remarried, and even had a child with another man. Ha! It made it seem like he had been fooling himself for 5 years. Tanya walked over and said, "Mr. Smith, the kindergarten will cover Mia's medical expenses and offer compensation. Is that acceptable?" Joel's expression darkened instantly. "That's unnecessary. But if this happens again, I won't let the kindergarten off so easily." Then he said, "We're going home, Mia." "Okie dokie, Daddy." Tanya stood there in a daze as they left. Why did that bastard suddenly lose his temper? He was seriously unbearable. On the way home, Joel said, "Stay away from that classmate of yours in the future." "Why?" "He's Cheryl Smith." "Cherry." "Daddy, you don't like him?" Joel nodded. "Yeah." Mia hesitated. Then she asked softly, "Is it because he's better than you?" Joel. He scoffed coldly. "Which part of him is better than Daddy?" Mia replied seriously, "He's a girl, but he can become a boy too. Daddy, can you become a girl?" Joel. After settling Mia at home, Joel checked the time and went out. As soon as he stepped out, the secretary said, "Mr. Smith, you're late for your meeting with Mr. Hunt." Joel replied absent-mindedly, His thoughts were full of that child, no, that boy. He didn't know who Tanya had married. She used to say she wanted a daughter, yet she had given birth to a son instead. His gaze turned colder. Soon, he arrived at the meeting room. After straightening his clothes and adjusting his emotions, he walked in. "My apologies for being late, Mr. Hunt." Justin looked calm and replied indifferently, "It's fine. I brought my son with me." "You don't mind, do you, Mr. Smith?" Joel's eyes shifted, and fell onto the child in Justin's arms. Chapter 135. Cherry, whose arms were wrapped around her father's neck, stared at Joel with her big, round eyes. That young mister there was really handsome too. But why did the way he looked at her feel a little strange? Joel was utterly stunned. He hadn't expected to meet that child again when they had only just parted ways. And she was actually Justin's child? Joel had known for a long time that Justin had a child. He protected her very well and seldom gave outsiders a chance to see her. If it weren't for the business deal they had to discuss today, he probably wouldn't have seen what the Hunt's crown prince looked like for a long time to come. But Tanya had actually married Justin. Joel's position as the head of the Smith family was well-deserved. Even though he was extremely shocked, he quickly reined in his emotions and began discussing their upcoming partnership with Justin. Half an hour later, the two men finished their work discussion. Justin was in a hurry to go home so his daughter could host her live stream. When he noticed that Joel was still seated, he frowned and asked, "Is there anything else you need, Mr. Smith?" Joel glanced at him again. Dressed in a black suit, the man before him was tall and broad-shouldered, lean yet powerful. His face was a perfect mix of cold severity and irresistible charm. Coupled with the beauty mark at the corner of his eye, he looked like Adonis walking the earth. It wasn't strange that Tanya would fall in love with him. Yet Joel had never heard of Justin having any intention of getting married. Joel straightened his suit and suddenly stood up. "Your daughter is very cute, Mr. Hunt." Justin cast him a puzzled glance but replied politely, "Thank you." Joel asked casually, "Do you know who the child's mother is?" At that question, the image of that lazy woman appeared in Justin's mind. The corners of his lips curved upward slightly as he replied, "Yes." Joel continued, "Then what are you planning to do about her?" "Do about her?" The wording made Justin extremely uncomfortable. How could anyone use such phrasing when talking about a woman like Nora? He lowered his gaze and said flatly, "Maybe we'll get married." Married? Joel's heart sank. If she really married Justin? Just the thought made his chest constrict painfully. He clenched his fists and said abruptly, "Treat her well, Mr. Hunt." With that, he turned and left. Justin? What the hell was wrong with Joel Smith today? Who was he putting on that devoted act for? Justin suddenly recalled how Nora had kept glancing at Joel during the medical conference before. Had the two of them formed some kind of connection without him knowing? His brows knitted together. He lowered his head and asked Cherry in a deep voice, "Cherry. Pitt, does your mommy know him?" Cherry shook her head. "No, she doesn't. I've never heard mommy mention him before, yeah." The little fellow had no idea she had just been tested. Justin finally smiled, reassured. Since they had already eaten dinner, once they returned home, Cherry ran straight into her room to start her live stream. At the Anderson residence. Tanya went upstairs to the guest room in a foul mood and shut the door after returning home with Pete. Pete entered the room and, as expected, saw Mommy lying on the bed again. What surprised him was that she wasn't sleeping, she was fiddling with her phone instead. When she noticed him, she even asked, "Why are you back so late?" Pete briefly explained Mia's hospitalization. Then he said, "Mommy, I think you should go check on Godmom." Nora raised her brows lazily and let out a drawn-out "oh." Stretching, she sighed as she walked out. People really shouldn't let themselves sink into such depravity. "I can't keep lying around like this. I'll go for a walk and switch to another room." Thinking his mom had finally decided to stop being lazy, Pete was about to praise her when he heard her continue. "And lie down there instead." "Isn't that still lying down?" Pete's lips twitched. He gave up and went to do his homework instead. When Nora entered Tanya's room, Tanya was crying silently. Hearing the door open, Tanya wiped her tears and sat up. She asked indifferently, "Why are you here? Are you okay?" Nora asked. "No." Nora pressed, "Then what do you want to do? If we're friends, then go out drinking with me. We'll drink until we drop tonight." Nora fell silent at the mention of alcohol. Her brows lifted slightly as she asked, "What did you say before that?" "No." "The sentence before that. Why are you here?" Nora stood up. "I came to check on you." "Fine, I'm leaving." "Tanya." Only after Nora left did Tanya realize her gloom had lifted by half without her noticing. That woman was lazy and unprofessional even when comforting someone. While she was still thinking about it, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced down, the caller ID read Mom. After hesitating for a moment, she answered. A woman's sharp voice rang through the phone. "Tanya, why are you pestering Joel the moment you returned? You two are already broken up. You are not allowed to disturb my daughter again, do you hear me?" "My daughter?" "Ha!" Tanya let out a cold laugh. "Why should I listen to you?" "Because I'm your mother." "Really?" Tanya sneered. "Isn't your daughter Hillary?" "What do you mean by that, Tanya?" Staring straight ahead, Tanya replied coldly, "It means that if you don't consider me your daughter, then don't tell me what I can or cannot do." She hung up immediately. The next morning, Tanya woke up early and went to the kindergarten with Pete. On the way, she asked, When are your parents switching you back? I don't know, Pete replied. Tanya glanced at him. He quietly added, yeah. Tanya. She found it strangely amusing. After parking at the kindergarten, just as she was about to go inside with Pete, someone suddenly called out to her. Miss Turner. Tanya turned around and saw Hillary walking toward her. Hillary approached with a smile, then suddenly took out a thick wad of cash and handed it to her. Tanya's eyes widened. What does this mean? Hillary smiled. This is to thank you for discovering Mia the moment she fainted and accompanying her at the hospital the entire afternoon. I asked around, top-tier nurses earn about $150 a day. But you're different. You're a kindergarten teacher, after all. There's $3,000 here. You can think of it as a reward from the Smith family. That's quite a lot, isn't it? A reward from the Smith family. What did they take her for? Humiliation surged through Tanya. She clenched her fists, then suddenly reached out and took the money. Hillary sneered inwardly. It really felt good to humiliate people with money. But just as she thought that, the corners of Tanya's lips curled upward. Chapter 136. Whoosh! Tanya took the money and flung it straight at Hillary's face. The impact snapped Hillary's head to the side. She whipped back toward Tanya in fury, but Tanya grabbed her by the collar instead. Her eyes were ice cold, carrying the same fierce and ruthless aura that only Nora possessed. Tanya sneered. That trick might have worked on me 5 years ago, Hillary, but I've already grown up over these past 5 years. Why are you still stuck where you were back then? She released Hillary and shoved her away. After putting some distance between them, Tanya fixed her with a hard stare and said, You'd better remember this clearly, don't mess with me. I'm not that nice. With that, she took Pete's hand and led him forward. Hillary stood rooted to the spot as banknotes scattered across the ground. Parents nearby turned to look at her. The disgust in their eyes made her burn with humiliation. They were all from wealthy families. Solving problems with money like this was truly low class. Hillary lowered her head and picked up the bills before hurriedly getting into her car and leaving. Even after sitting in the back seat, her cheeks were still burning. Tanya had already been difficult to deal with 5 years ago, sharp-tongued and unyielding. She hadn't expected her to become even tougher after 5 years. Was she really going to allow Tanya to see Mia every single day at the kindergarten? Absolutely not. After thinking for a moment, Hillary's gaze darkened. At the kindergarten. After sending Pete to his classroom, Tanya went to the dance studio. Originally, she had only planned to do filming for a television program after returning to the country. However, the kindergarten had contacted her and said that Whitney Lowe could no longer continue teaching dance, so they invited Tanya to take over as a temporary dance teacher. At the time, Tanya had thought that accepting the job would allow her to spend more time with Cherry, so she agreed. She would only stay for a month, though. She had no intention of remaining in the country. Her child had gone missing overseas, and she planned to return abroad to continue searching. She had never expected to run into Joel here. Tanya sighed softly. At that moment, several teachers rushed over and said anxiously, Miss Turner, you're in serious trouble. Tanya was startled. What? The woman you offended earlier is Mrs. Smith. We saw her heading to the principal's office just now. The kindergarten might fire you. Why don't you go apologize, Miss Turner? The kindergarten can't afford to offend either the Smiths or the Hunts. I heard the Smith family are shareholders here. The Smiths are the reason no one dares to bully Mia Smith despite how timid she is. If this blows up, it'll be really bad, Miss Turner. Mrs. Smith is usually quite reasonable, maybe things will be fine if you give in. The teacher spoke anxiously, but Tanya merely lowered her gaze. Hillary really hadn't learned anything. Was complaining the only thing she knew how to do after getting slapped down? She had already let that woman issue her a warning the day before, and now she was doing it again. Tanya said calmly, It's fine. I wasn't planning on staying here long anyway. Back then, she had been forced out of the country because of the Lows. After years abroad, she had become a dance instructor sought after even by foreign royal families. Her connections were no longer simple. Sure enough, just as she was thinking this, someone came over and said, "Miss Turner, the principal would like to see you in his office." Tanya nodded and walked there calmly. Along the way, she noticed several teachers casting sympathetic looks her way, but she ignored them. Soon, she reached the principal's office. The principal personally opened the door for her and poured her a cup of coffee. "Miss Turner, it's an honor for our kindergarten to have you as a dance teacher for this month, but this matter is simply..." He sighed. "Mrs. Smith came to see me earlier. She claimed that she thanked you out of kindness, yet not only did you fail to appreciate her goodwill, you even injured her face. She's demanding an explanation. I used the excuse that you're not yet officially on staff to placate her for now." Tanya frowned. Are the Jones family really that influential? The principal shook his head helplessly. "It's not the Joneses. I'm not afraid of Mrs. Smith alone. I truly want to protect you if I can, Tanya. After all, you did us a huge favor by stepping in after our dance teacher's accident. However, the people backing Mrs. Smith are the Smith family, and Joel Smith himself." He continued gravely, "Joel Smith has always been known in New York as a wolf in sheep's clothing. He looks gentle, but he's extremely ruthless." The principal sighed again. "I can keep you here despite the pressure, but if you offend Mr. Smith, life won't be easy for you going forward. In that case, why don't you resign?" "Resign?" Tanya bit her lip. Was it Mr. Smith's idea for me to resign? "Yes," the principal replied, nodding. Mrs. Smith had clearly stated that her husband did not want to see Tanya at the kindergarten, much less allow her near his daughter. Tanya clenched her fists. So he really hated her that much? They couldn't even remain acquaintances after breaking up? Her chest tightened painfully. Compared to resigning, that realization hurt even more. She let out a cold laugh and stood up. "Fine. I quit." With that, she turned and strode toward the school gates. The blazing sunlight made her eyes sting. She raised her hand to shield them. Dust motes drifted lazily in the dappled light. She was just like one of those specks of dust, her life constantly at the mercy of others. She clenched her fists. She wanted to confront Joel and demand an explanation, yet doing so would feel like admitting defeat. At the gates, Hillary stepped out of her car and walked toward her slowly. "You really are difficult to deal with, Tanya. But I'm not who I used to be anymore either. I'm Mrs. Smith now. You know how powerful Joel is, don't you?" Tanya ignored her. Hillary continued smugly, "Somewhere outside this country would suit you better. Leave, and never come back. Your daughter and your boyfriend from back then. I'll take them both." In the classroom. "Miss Turner has been fired." Brandon the loudmouth spread the news. Pete frowned when he heard it. "Why was she fired?" Brandon replied smugly, "Probably because she offended my aunt." "That means she offended my uncle too." Uncle Joel is super protective of his own. Apart from the Hunts, no one in New York dares to offend him. Apart from the Hunts. Pete's eyes lit up. That meant he could ask the tyrant for help, right? An idea immediately formed in his mind. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Cherry. 10 minutes later. At the top floor of the Smith Corporation building, Joel received a call from Justin. The moment he answered, Justin confronted him coldly. "Mr. Smith, don't you think it's inappropriate to treat a weak, powerless woman that way?" "Joel?" He frowned. "What are you talking about, Mr. Hunt? Don't you think forcing Miss Tanya Turner to resign was going too far?" Joel's eyes narrowed sharply. A chill flashed through them as he said, "What?" Chapter 137. Justin, however, didn't give him a chance to speak. He said coldly, "I'll be speaking to the kindergarten. Miss Turner will be under the Hunt's protection from now on." He hung up immediately after saying that. Justin looked at Cherry tenderly and said, "There, I've made the call. Don't worry, Pete. Earlier, Cherry had suddenly run over and said that someone was bullying her godmother and that she wanted him to speak to the Smiths. He had been rather stunned when she said that. However, he quickly realized that this was a perfect opportunity. After all, one should never offend a woman's best friend. Thus, he had made the call. To him, it was nothing more than lifting a finger. Cherry nodded and chirped, "Okie dokie." However, Justin continued staring at her. Cherry blinked and asked, "What's the matter, Daddy? Was little Cherry not cute today?" Just as she was wondering, Justin said, "You should give your mommy a call and tell her about this." How could he keep quiet after doing a good deed? Cherry tilted her head. "Why?" Without batting an eyelid, Justin replied, "Because your mommy won't have to worry anymore if you do that, right?" After thinking for a moment, Cherry nodded. "Okie dokie." Justin sat there watching his adorable daughter pull out her phone. Her small fingers swiped across the screen smoothly before she dialed Nora's number. The moment the call connected, a lazy female voice came from the other end. "What's the matter, Cherry?" Hearing that familiar voice, Cherry found herself missing Mommy a little. Longing filled her big eyes as she said, "Mommy, the kindergarten fired Godmom." "What happened?" The woman's voice immediately sharpened. Cherry then heard rustling sounds from the other end of the call. She was probably getting out of bed. However, Cherry continued, "But you don't have to worry, Mommy, I already settled it for you." "Justin?" Cherry said proudly, "I coaxed Daddy into calling the Smiths as soon as I heard the news, so Godmom should be fine now. Aren't I super awesome, Mommy?" The woman on the other end relaxed and was likely lying back down. She said lazily, "Hum. Cherry's the best. I'll have Godmom thank you properly when she comes back." Mwah. Then she yawned and added, "I'm going back to sleep." And with that, she hung up. Justin? He was clearly the one who resolved the issue, so why did all the credit go to Cherry in the end? His expression darkened immediately. Just then, Cherry turned to him with a wide grin. "There, I made the call, Daddy. Isn't Cherry Pitt super awesome?" Although his teeth were grinding, Justin still forced a smile. "Yes, you are." Satisfied, Cherry ran off to play in the study. Justin let out a silent sigh as he watched that tiny figure. If she were Pete, his big hand would have already landed on the boy's butt. But since it was Cherry, forget it. Girls were delicate. She was his daughter, after all. All he could do was spoil her. Since he couldn't rely on his daughter, Justin had no choice but to act on his own. He picked up his phone and called Nora. The other party answered quickly. Her voice sounded irritated. "What is it now?" Justin paused briefly before asking, "Aren't you going to treat me to dinner after I helped you today, Miss Smith?" "Oh. Justin? Text me the time and place," Nora said. Justin finally relaxed. He chose a restaurant and sent her the address. Then he stood up to get ready to leave. As he passed the study, he saw Cherry playing inside. If it were Pete, he would never take the kid along as a third wheel. But since it was Cherry, he might as well bring her. Otherwise, she might cry at home. Justin smiled and beckoned to her. "Let's go out for dinner, Pete." "Okie dokie." At the Smith Corporation. In the office, Joel clenched his fists tightly after Justin hung up. His gaze was volatile and unreadable as he stared ahead. Even his usually mild expression had sharpened. An unusual glint appeared in his deep eyes as he pressed the button to summon his personal assistant. 30 seconds later, the assistant knocked and entered. "Did you call for me, Mr. Smith?" Joel's voice was icy. "Find out exactly what happened at Golden Sunshine Kindergarten." The assistant froze briefly. Joel Smith was infamous as a wolf in sheep's clothing, always gentle on the surface, yet ruthless underneath. During all these years as his assistant, Joel had been surprisingly tolerant, even when mistakes were made. This was the first time the assistant had ever seen such a cold and terrifying expression on his face. He hurriedly nodded. "Yes, sir." After the assistant left, Joel thought for a moment, then stood up and walked out of his office. When the assistant noticed him, he exclaimed, "Mr. Smith? Cancel all my meetings today," Joel instructed. "Call me once you find out what happened." "Yes, sir." Joel took the CEO exclusive elevator to the underground parking lot and drove off alone. Truthfully, he didn't know where he wanted to go. He just felt unbearably restless. He drove aimlessly through New York until, without realizing it, he arrived at the university he had once attended. He stopped the car and was about to get out when he spotted a familiar figure. The young woman sat on a bench beneath a tree, looking dispirited. Her thin, fragile silhouette gradually overlapped with the image of her from years ago. The noise around him seemed to fade away as time quietly rewound. Back in high school, they had promised each other that they would attend New York University together. However, during their senior year, she suddenly decided to pursue dancing professionally before the entrance exams. She gave up enrolling at NYU and instead planned to go abroad. He had been heartbroken when she told him, but he didn't want to hold her back, so he agreed. They barely spoke after that. After the college entrance exams, they didn't contact each other for the entire summer. When the semester began, Joel walked down the campus path with his luggage alone, feeling hollow. The world only ever seemed bright when she was around. Then, suddenly, he heard someone call his name. He looked up and saw her standing at the freshman reception counter with a suitcase, smiling brightly as she called out, "Joel Smith. I stayed here just for you. Don't you dare bully me in the future, you hear me?" Even after all these years, he clearly remembered that she had been wearing a pale blue dress that day. Her calves were fair, and her figure was tall and slender. When she smiled, it felt as though the entire world lit up. Just as Joel was lost in those memories, the ringing of his phone abruptly pulled him back to reality. Had his assistant already found out what happened at the kindergarten? Chapter 138. Joel was using Happiness, a song by one of his and Tanya's favorite singers back then, as his cell phone ringtone. However, just as he was about to take out his phone, he saw Tanya taking out her own cell phone and answering a call. It was then that he realized Tanya was also using Happiness as her ringtone. If so, did that mean that she, like him, still couldn't forget the other party even after so many years? But just as he began indulging in his wishful thinking, Tanya's eyes lit up. She said excitedly, "Darling. So it was you who helped me out. Of course I'll reward you. Should I give you a kiss? Or maybe I'll give myself to you and sleep with you for a few nights. Oh, don't be shy. Here, I'll give you a big kiss. Mwah. Dinner? No problem, of course. Text me the location." After that, Tanya hung up. She immediately stood up, turned around, and walked away excitedly. After she left, Joel stepped out from behind the large pillar at the school gate. He stared in the direction she had driven off, his upturned eyes flickering dimly. "Darling. Give myself to you. A big kiss." Those phrases made him feel uncomfortable all over. It was as if a time bomb had been planted in his body, ticking relentlessly, ready to explode. He didn't even know what he was doing, but without a second thought, the man who had always been calm and self-disciplined suddenly got into his car and followed her. He wanted to see just where she was going. Tanya drove her Jeep leisurely to Club Prism. After parking, she looked up and gazed at the familiar place. This was a club frequently visited by the wealthy and powerful for entertainment, and it had existed for many years. When she was still a child, she had been nothing more than baggage her mother brought along when she married into a wealthy family. What Hillary loved doing most was bringing her here for fun. Because Tanya couldn't go in. She didn't have high social status and didn't own a VIP card. All she could do was stand anxiously at the entrance, waiting for Hillary to remember she was there. Later, she stopped coming altogether. As Tanya stared at the place, Hillary happened to be inside Club Prism as well, dining there. She had just parked her car and was about to enter the main hall when she turned her head and noticed Tanya. She immediately bit her lip. To think that Tanya had actually followed her here. Was she haunting her or what? Hillary narrowed her eyes and beckoned the lobby manager over. Pointing at Tanya outside, she said, "Don't let that woman in." The lobby manager glanced at Hillary and replied, "Ms. Jones, I have no right to refuse her entry if she's a legitimate customer." Seeing that her words hadn't worked, displeasure flashed across Hillary's face. She said coldly, "You may not care about my identity as Ms. Jones, but what about my identity as Mrs. Smith?" The lobby manager was taken aback. Lowering her gaze, Hillary said, "Although Joel and I aren't married yet, I've already moved into the Smith residence. You should know that, right?" The lobby manager frowned. With a smirk, Hillary continued, "Or maybe you're not afraid of Mrs. Smith either. Then what about Joel?" The lobby manager froze. Pointing outside, Hillary said, "That woman is a dance teacher from the kindergarten who injured Joel's and my daughter. She followed me here to apologize. I don't want to see her, and neither would Joel. Do you understand?" The lobby manager frowned deeply. Although Club Prism feared no one, they still had to show Joel some respect. He nodded and said, "All right, Ms. Jones." Resentment surged in Hillary's chest when she heard the words Ms. Jones. This was all Mia's fault. If she had been a boy, Hillary would have married Joel long ago. And speaking of which, it was all because Tanya's womb was so useless that it could only give birth to a little wench. Taking a deep breath, Hillary entered a private room. At the entrance, Tanya was about to go in when someone stopped her. "Excuse me, miss. Do you have an appointment?" All of Club Prism's customers were either rich or powerful. The diners were either VIP cardholders like Hillary, influential figures like Justin or Joel who were tacitly recognized as gold card VIPs, or guests invited by such people. Tanya replied, "Yes. The room number is..." Before she could finish, the lobby manager's voice interrupted her. "I'm sorry, miss, but I can't let you in." Tanya paused. With an apologetic smile, the lobby manager said, "Ms. Jones said earlier that Mr. Smith has refused to let you in." Ms. Jones. Mr. Smith. Just hearing those names made Tanya's heart ache. She narrowed her eyes and said, "I'm not here for them. I have an appointment with someone else." The lobby manager sighed. "Strictly speaking, we shouldn't deny you entry, but Ms. Jones said Mr. Smith instructed that you are not allowed to be anywhere she is. If I let you in, I'll end up offending Mr. Smith." Though he wasn't a social climber, for the sake of his livelihood, he could only suggest, "How about this, should I have someone bring you a chair so you can wait outside?" Tanya's chest tightened as she narrowed her eyes. She could call Nora and ask her to come out and get her, but if this really was Joel's order, wouldn't that mean Nora would offend him because of her? Even though Nora had helped resolve the kindergarten issue, Tanya didn't want to keep dragging others into trouble. She clenched her fists, feeling utterly humiliated. Many years ago, she hadn't been able to enter this club. Later, Joel had taken her inside. Many years after that, she still couldn't enter, but this time, Joel was no longer with her. Sorrow flooded her heart. Lowering her head, she forced a bitter smile and said, "No, it's fine. I'll leave." She would treat them another day. As she turned to go, another car pulled up at the entrance. Joel opened the driver's door and stepped out. Tanya halted. She immediately smiled bitterly. No wonder they wouldn't let her in. Lowering her head, she looked straight ahead as if she hadn't seen Joel at all. She walked past him and said to the valet, "Please bring my car." "Thanks." "Yes, ma'am." Although Joel didn't look directly at Tanya, he had been watching her the entire time from the corner of his eye. Seeing her leave, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Since he was already there, he decided to go inside. Just as he was wondering why she hadn't met her darling yet, the lobby manager hurried over and said enthusiastically, "You're really here, Mr. Smith. As per your instructions, we prevented that woman from entering. Rest assured, we definitely won't allow her to bother you." Chapter 139. Joel halted in his tracks and abruptly looked at the lobby manager. He repeated, "What do you mean you won't allow her to bother me?" The lobby manager was extremely shrewd. Seeing Joel's reaction, something immediately clicked. He replied, "Yes, that's right. Mrs. Smith instructed us just now not to allow the lady at the entrance to come in. She said that this was your order. Lowering his head, he continued. What he said sounded as though he was claiming credit, but in reality, he was lodging a complaint. Club Prism doesn't have such a rule, but since Mrs. Smith said it was your instruction, we had no choice but to comply. An instruction from him. Joel's usual amicable expression faded. He said indifferently, "She's not Mrs. Smith yet." The lobby manager immediately put on a frightened expression. "My apologies, Mr. Smith. I've always addressed her as Miss Jones, but she insisted that we change the form of address today." Joel didn't look angry. However, when he turned his gaze toward Tanya, his eyes darkened slightly. Just as the lobby manager was about to say something more, Joel looked away from Tanya and said coolly, "Let's leave it at that." For some reason, he didn't feel like letting her come in and attend her dinner appointment. The lobby manager was dumbfounded. For over 10 years, he had prided himself on reading people accurately and had never made a mistake. Had he misjudged things this time? Hillary had clearly been acting like a donkey wearing a lion's skin earlier, yet Mr. Smith was tacitly approving her actions now. He withdrew his gaze and became much more respectful. "Understood, Mr. Smith." At the entrance, Tanya stood idly, waiting for the parking valet to bring her car over. Suddenly, a few people approached her. "Hey, isn't that Tanya?" Tanya turned around and saw several people who used to associate with Hillary walking toward her. They were her high school classmates. Back then, the Jones family had been moderately wealthy, and all of them had sucked up to Hillary. Why were they here now? Were Hillary and Joel having dinner with them? Tanya clenched her jaw. Back when she and Joel were dating, he had despised these people. Hillary had once dragged them over to greet him, but he couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge them. Yet now, he was willing to dine with them for Hillary's sake. Ha! People really did change, didn't they? While she mocked Joel inwardly, her former classmates began taunting her openly. "Tanya, are you trying to come in for dinner? Why don't you ask Hillary for permission? That's right. Why are you loitering outside? Weren't you supposedly the champion of some international dance competition? Why can't you even enter a tiny club like this? Seriously, what's so great about being a world champion? Did you even win any prize money? Or did you blow it all already?" Tanya narrowed her eyes at their mockery. She sneered. "TSK. Today's the first time I've truly seen what it means to live off someone else's coattails." Her words were sharp and cutting. It took them a moment to understand her meaning, but once they did, their faces twisted with anger. One of the men stepped forward and shoved her. "Is that how you should talk, Tanya?" "Exactly. Do you really think you're special just because rich people politely invite you to teach them dance after you won a championship? At the end of the day, you're still just a dance teacher. Look at yourself now. Why don't you call one of your students' parents and beg them to bring you in? She probably can't even do that. At least we can still get in because of Hillary. What about you?" Tanya was highly sought after among the wealthy. With her current status, getting into the club, or even obtaining a VIP card, wouldn't have been difficult at all. The problem was that Joel had forbidden her from entering. In all of New York, the only people who didn't fear offending Joel were the Hunts. But Tanya didn't want to trouble them. Lowering her gaze, she waited quietly. At that moment, the parking valet brought her car over. She walked around the group toward the car, but just as she was about to get in, they blocked her again. Well, that's a pretty fancy car. Only rich people can afford a Jeep like that. Was this a gift from one of your students' parents? I heard some dance teachers use lessons as an excuse to fool around with rich married men. Ha ha ha. Their remarks grew more and more disgusting. Tanya's expression turned icy. She had reached her limit. Just as she was about to step forward and teach the foul-mouthed bastard a lesson, a tall, slender figure suddenly rushed over. The man moved with astonishing speed. He grabbed the bastard by the collar and, before anyone could react, punched him hard in the face. Bam! The man staggered backward and spat out several teeth. He lifted his head and shouted, "Who the hell?" But when he saw Joel's face and the icy fury in his eyes, his voice died instantly. The others were stunned as well. They hurriedly retreated, stammering, "And Mr. Smith." Joel's frigid gaze swept over them. Finally, he said coldly, "Get lost." Terrified, they fled at once. After they left, onlookers began whispering and pointing. Someone could be faintly heard saying, "She's making such a big scene just because she couldn't enter the club. How embarrassing." Joel suddenly turned to Tanya, grabbed her wrist, and dragged her straight toward the entrance. Then, turning to the lobby manager who stood there respectfully, he said, "Remember her face. From now on, no one is allowed to stop her whenever she comes here." The lobby manager nodded quickly. "Yes, Mr. Smith." Tanya's expression shifted as she was dragged into the club. Was this man fucking sick in the head? He was the one who stopped her from entering earlier, yet now he was playing the hero, swooping in to save her like some righteous knight. As if sensing her emotions, Joel turned around and left the club without a single glance back after issuing his orders. At the Smith residence. After hearing what had happened from her cronies, Hillary lost all interest in dinner and rushed home. The moment she entered, she said tearfully, "I'm sorry, Joel. I didn't know my friends would do something like that. I went to the kindergarten this morning to thank Tanya, but not only did she refuse to appreciate it, she even hit me." She covered her still reddened cheek and lowered her head pitifully. "When my friends heard about it, they invited me to Club Prism, so I went. I really didn't expect them to try to take revenge for me, and even use your name to stop Tanya from going in." She lifted her head, her eyes red, and said, "It's fortunate you were there. Otherwise, Tanya would have suffered injustice again." "I'm sorry, Joel." She had barely finished speaking when Joel calmly raised his head, sneered, and pointed at the items on the table. Hillary froze. But when she picked them up and saw what they were, her expression instantly changed. They were pieces of evidence Joel had obtained after conducting an investigation. Evidence that completely exposed her. Chapter 140. Hillary held the few pages of evidence in her hands. The first page detailed her conflict with Tanya at the kindergarten. The photo clearly showed that Hillary had provoked Tanya first. The humiliated Tanya had then retaliated. The second page consisted of photos of Hillary speaking with the lobby manager in Club Prism's lobby. Her expression in the photo was exceptionally smug. Hillary clenched her fists. She wanted to say something, but before she could, Joel said unhurriedly, "There are surveillance cameras in both the kindergarten and the club. If you continue to deny it, I can have the footage retrieved. Ms. Jones, allow me to remind you that surveillance cameras nowadays record audio as well." Hillary's retort instantly lodged in her throat. She stared at Joel in shock. A moment later, she finally lowered her head dejectedly and said, "It's my fault this time, Joel. I only did that because I panicked when I saw that Tanya was back. I was afraid she would take you away from me. Joel, she told me she came back this time to take revenge on me and take everything I have." With her head lowered, Hillary began to cry. "As you know, Tanya has been fighting with me over everything ever since we were children. I had no other choice. I just wanted her to leave. I just wanted to protect everything that's mine." She looked up at Joel again and continued, "There's also Mia. Out of all the kindergartens around, why did she have to choose that one? It's definitely because she knows Mia is our daughter, so she deliberately went there for her. Joel, she must be planning to start her revenge with Mia. I don't know how she did it, but she's already bribed Mia. It's only been a day, yet Mia is already asking for her." Staring at Joel, she went on, "There's no way someone like Tanya would ever be content. Back then, for the sake of dancing, she abandoned you. Even though she won the championship, her life abroad all these years couldn't have been that great either, right? That's why she came back. She must be planning to pester you again. For the sake of dancing, she abandoned you." Those words stabbed into Joel's heart like a knife. He lowered his eyes and let out a cold chuckle. Perhaps that woman would indeed give up glory and wealth for the sake of dancing, but there was no way he would ever believe she would pester him for the sake of glory or wealth. No matter how much people changed, the pride carved into their bones would never change. Besides, she had gone to that kindergarten for her son. Now that she had Justin Hunt, there was no reason for her to pester him anymore. The icy smile on Joel's lips carried a hint of bitterness. He would rather she pester him instead. "Joel, I really am repentant. I won't do anything anymore, no matter how Tanya provokes me in the future. Don't worry. Even though she betrayed you back then, the two of you are ultimately still friends, so..." Before Hillary could continue sowing discord, Joel interrupted her coldly. "What did I say back then, when you came to me with your child? What had he said?" Hillary bit her lip. Back then, she had wormed her way into the Smith family by relying on her daughter. However, no matter what she did, Joel had refused to marry her and only gave her the title of his fiancé. She was the one who had moved into the Smith residence under the excuse that her daughter needed her mother. Ever since then, she had doted on and fussed over Mia endlessly, preventing Joel from driving her away. Yet on the very night she moved in, the icy Joel had said, "If you stay in your place and behave yourself, I won't interfere with most of what you do. However, you are not allowed to publicize that you are Mrs. Smith. If I ever find out otherwise, I won't let you off." Why would Hillary have cared at the time? She had agreed immediately. In the years that followed, she carefully attended to Mia, hoping that once enough time had passed, Joel would officially register their marriage and give the girl a legitimate mother. That way, even without a wedding ceremony, she would still become the true Mrs. Smith. However, apart from picking Mia up and dropping her off, she barely had any chance to see Joel at all after moving in. It was no exaggeration to say that they were strangers bound by the closest possible relationship. As her thoughts reached this point, Joel said calmly, "Since you've broken the rules, get lost." "Get lost?" Hillary jerked her head up and stared at him in disbelief. Even as he told her to get lost, Joel's upturned eyes still appeared mild, despite his expressionless face. Stunned, she asked, "What did you say?" Joel stood up and said mercilessly, "You violated our agreement." She had violated their agreement. Hillary began trembling all over. To be honest, this wasn't the first time she had broken it over the years. When she moved into the Smith residence, the Jones family had already tacitly treated them as husband and wife. It was precisely because of this that the Jones family's business had continued to flourish. At first, Hillary had been on edge when the Jones family used the Smith name in their dealings. However, she later discovered that Joel didn't care at all, even when he found out. Gradually, she had let down her guard. Yet now, he was bringing up the agreement again. Hillary reached out and grabbed Joel's sleeve. "Joel, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake." Joel pulled his sleeve free. There was not the slightest trace of emotion in his cold eyes. "Are you leaving on your own, or should I have someone throw you out?" Hillary's legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed onto the floor. 5 years. She had lived here for a full 5 years. How heartless could a person be, to feel not even the slightest attachment after all that time? She regained her composure instantly. Relying on Joel's sympathy or feelings was useless. That little bastard was the only thing she could rely on now. Hillary's eyes reddened. She looked at Joel earnestly and said, "I was wrong, Joel. I'll leave, but can you let me see Mia before I go?" Joel stared at her for a long moment. "Fine. But when you see her, I don't need to tell you what you can say in front of her and what you can't, do I?" Hillary's gaze flickered. She lowered her head. "I understand." Only then did Joel instruct the nanny, "Bring Mia over." Mia had stayed home that day and hadn't gone to school after suffering an allergic reaction the previous day. She had been playing alone in her bedroom. When the nanny brought her over, she asked timidly, "Mommy, Daddy, what's wrong?" Hillary immediately put on an affectionate, devoted expression. She hugged Mia tightly and said, "Mia, Mommy will be away for a while. You must behave at home, okay?" She had already thought it through. If she made a scene in front of her daughter, Joel had countless ways to force her out. Her only option was to make Mia unwilling to part with her, to make her cry her heart out in her arms. Only then would Joel relent and let her stay. She was confident she had treated Mia well over the years. Besides, she was her mother. Mia would definitely be unwilling to leave her. She looked at Mia and asked softly, "Will you miss Mommy, Mia?" However, what Hillary never expected was that Mia would instead nod obediently and reply in a timid voice, "Go ahead, Mommy. I'll be a good girl." Chapter 141. Hillary stared at Mia in disbelief. She even suspected that she had misheard her just now. What was that heartless little wench saying? Did she not feel even the slightest reluctance to part with her? She clenched her fists. "What did you say, Mia?" Mia met her gaze and repeated timidly, "I'll be a good girl, Mommy. You don't have to worry about me." A wave of frustration surged through Hillary, leaving her unable to vent it. The look in her eyes gradually turned vicious. She wanted to lose her temper and make a scene, but when she saw the man sitting on the sofa, she forcibly suppressed the urge. As expected, those not related by blood would never be loyal. All these years, she had never dared to treat the girl harshly. At least, she hadn't dared to openly abuse her, afraid that Joel might find out. At most, she complained that Mia wasn't a boy. Even so, Joel had warned her once. Hillary wanted to say more, but Joel glanced over coldly and said, "Aren't you in a hurry? You can leave after you say goodbye to Mia." "Okay." Hillary didn't dare say anything further. She nodded, took a deep breath, and went upstairs. After hastily packing her belongings, she came back down and said, "I only took the clothes I usually wear, Joel. I'll go back to my parents' place for a few days. I'll come back once you're not so angry anymore, all right?" Joel neither agreed nor objected. He simply gave her a faint smile. Hillary couldn't help but get lost in that smile. Who wouldn't fall for such a handsome and gentle man? She dragged her suitcase out of the house. After she left, Joel turned to Mia. He picked his daughter up and studied her small, oval face. Her large eyes were filled with confusion. He suddenly asked, "Mia, let's not let Mommy come back anymore. Is that okay?" Mia was still young and didn't truly understand what was happening. Her eyes flickered slightly when she heard her father's words. To be honest, her mother had treated her reasonably well. Although a nanny had taken care of her daily needs ever since she was little, her mother still sent her to school every morning and picked her up every evening. They even slept in the same bed. However, Mia had never told anyone that she was afraid of her mother. There was no warmth in her mother's eyes whenever she looked at her. The smile she wore seemed more like the one she used when inspecting a piece of jewelry she had just bought. Her mother often told her to make her father happy. She demanded obedience, forbade her from making noise or acting out, forbade her from doing this and that, turning an already timid child even more timid. Later, she would sometimes complain resentfully, "It's all because you're not a boy. That's why your father doesn't want to marry me." After hearing those words too many times, Mia had become afraid of her mother without even realizing it. So when her mother said she was leaving, Mia had actually breathed a sigh of relief inside. She wrapped her small arms around Joel's neck and said softly, just as timidly as ever, "Okay." The moment she said that, Joel called the butler over. The butler walked up respectfully. "Sir, do you need anything?" Joel lifted his eyes toward the second floor and said coldly, "Pack up everything in that woman's bedroom and send it to the Jones family. Do not allow her to step into this house again." "Yes, sir." As the butler went upstairs and began directing people to pack up the bedroom, Mia felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At Club Prism, Justin was ordering food in a private room. As the head of the Hunt family, he had professional nutritionists managing his diet. He preferred light food and had never been particularly interested in indulgent meals. He was equally strict with Pete. However, at this moment, he looked at Cherry and said, "You can order whatever you like." Cherry pointed at the ice cream menu. "Daddy, this looks delicious." The weather hadn't fully warmed up yet, and eating ice cream during this time could easily cause stomach trouble. Justin hesitated. But when he met his daughter's big, innocent eyes, he nodded. "All right. We'll order it." Cherry then pointed at the French fries. "Daddy, I want this too." Fried, greasy food like French fries was clearly unhealthy. Justin never touched such things, yet he still said, "All right, we'll order it." "Daddy, I want this too." "All right, we'll order it." "And this." "All right, we'll order it." By the time Nora arrived, the table was already filled with a chaotic assortment of dishes. Despite the abundance of food, neither of them touched anything. Cherry swallowed. "Why isn't Mommy here yet?" Justin raised an eyebrow as well. He was about to answer when the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly approached the door. He remarked casually, "Your mommy seems to like being late." Cherry nodded, already clutching her ice cream spoon, ready to dig in the moment Mommy arrived. Click. Clack. Click. Clack. The footsteps grew closer. Suddenly, something occurred to Justin. "Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen your mommy wear high heels." He smiled unconsciously as he spoke. That woman had always worn flats whenever he saw her before. Yet today, she had put on high heels. Had she dressed up especially for this meal? It seemed he wasn't the only one looking forward to dinner. However, Cherry blinked and tilted her head uncertainly. "But Mommy never buys high heels." "She never buys high heels?" The instant Justin processed her words, the door was pushed open. A tall, slender woman with long arms and legs stormed in. Before she even fully entered, her loud voice rang out. "Nora, how can you pick a place like this when you're asking me to treat you to dinner? I'm saying this first, if it's too expensive, you're paying part of it." "Wait, what the fuck?" Tanya froze, staring at the two people in the room. She blurted out instinctively, "Did I walk into the wrong room?" But that didn't make sense, Cherry was inside. She swallowed, took out her phone, and dialed Nora. "Where are you?" Nora's lazy voice came through the phone. "Mr. Hunt was the one who helped you. Why should I be there when you're the one treating him to dinner?" "Tanya?" "Justin?" Cherry was the only one who relaxed completely. She happily scooped ice cream into her mouth. An awkward silence filled the private room. After hanging up, Tanya forced a stiff smile. "I'll take care of the bill, Mr. Hunt. Please enjoy your meal with Cherry." Pit. She fled immediately. With Nora gone and Justin indulging her completely, Cherry finally ate to her heart's content. It wasn't until her belly was round and bulging that she finally went home with her gloomy-faced father. Since the villa was under renovation, the two stayed at the Hunt Manor that night. It was already late, so they didn't encounter the other members of the Hunt family. After Justin sent Cherry to her room, she obediently went to sleep. At 1 o'clock in the morning. For some reason, Justin suddenly woke up. Feeling uneasy, he went to the next room to check on Cherry and pull the covers up for her. But the moment he opened the door, he saw his daughter clutching her stomach, her forehead drenched in sweat. Chapter 142. Justin's eyes widened in shock. He hurried over and picked up his daughter. Cherry frowned deeply and, in her dazed state, saw Justin and murmured, "Daddy." Cherry's stomach hurt so much. A stomachache. Justin immediately carried her downstairs, but Cherry suddenly cried out, "I want Mommy. Mommy. Mommy." On the way to the hospital, Justin hesitated for a moment before finally taking out his phone and calling Nora. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. The person on the other end sounded displeased. "You'd better have something important to say." Justin said, "Pete has a stomachache. I'm taking him to the hospital now." There was only a 1-second pause before her voice became much clearer. Obviously, she had woken up. "I'll be there immediately." At the VIP ward of Hospital Finest. Justin sat by the bed, looking at the tiny child lying on it. For fluid flowed into her body through the needle in her hand. Cherry, whose pain had finally subsided, had fallen asleep. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a figure rushed in like a gust of wind. Justin watched as Nora hurried to Cherry's side. She checked her pupils, then held Cherry's wrist as if checking her pulse. After that, she examined the fluid prescribed to her. Only after finishing all this did the woman, her expression cold and composed, say, "It's a normal stomach flu." Even so, she didn't relax much. Cherry had been born prematurely. Although she looked stronger and sturdier than Pete now, that was only because Nora had spent countless hours and effort nursing her back then. Compared to ordinary people, even minor illnesses were more troublesome for her. Nora took a small bottle of pills from her pocket, removed one, and placed it into Cherry's mouth. The movement woke Cherry. She opened her eyes groggily and, upon seeing Nora, let out a soft, kitten-like whimper, "Mommy." The pill melted the moment it entered her mouth. After swallowing it, she drifted back to sleep. This time, her complexion looked noticeably better. After Cherry's condition stabilized, Nora, dressed entirely in black, stood up abruptly, crooked her finger at Justin, and walked out. Justin rose slowly. The corners of his lips curved slightly, and the beauty mark beneath his eye exuded an inexplicably alluring charm. He followed her out of the ward and saw her turn into the stairwell nearby. Before entering, she deliberately glanced back at him. Her almond-shaped eyes were warm and inviting. Justin followed. He had just turned the corner when someone suddenly grabbed his shoulder and shoved him against the wall. By the time his back hit the wall, the woman had already closed in on him. She grabbed his collar with one hand and pressed him down forcefully while pinning his wrists with the other, trapping him completely. Justin didn't resist. He leaned lazily against the wall and smiled at the woman before him. Although she was half a head shorter than him, the look in her eyes was wild and untamed as she lifted her chin and demanded, "Mr. Hunt, why did you call me when your son fell sick?" The amusement in Justin's eyes deepened. Was she suspecting that he knew the truth? He asked calmly, "Aren't you a doctor?" Nora frowned slightly. His composure and those deep, unreadable eyes made it impossible for her to discern what he was thinking. She pressed on, "There are plenty of excellent doctors in this hospital." Justin's voice dropped lower, deeper. She could even feel the vibration of his chest as he spoke. "But none of them are you." So it was because he knew she was anti. That was clearly what he meant, yet the way he said it sounded like an intimate whisper. This man really was flirting with her every damn chance he got. Nora's expression flickered. Only then did she notice how the man's domineering vanilla scent had completely enveloped her due to their close proximity. Her grip on his collar loosened, and she stepped back slightly. Still, her eyes remained sharp as she asked, "What did Pete eat tonight?" Justin didn't dare take this lightly and listed everything carefully. Ice cream, French fries, mousse cake, iced watermelon juice, and... Before he could finish, Nora's lips twitched violently. She snapped, "Children have weak digestive systems. They can't eat heavy meals at night, especially when hot and cold foods are mixed together. Even adults wouldn't be able to handle that shit, let alone a child. Just how the hell did you raise your son to this age, Mr. Hunt?" Since Pete had been staying with her recently, she had taken the opportunity to give him a full medical checkup. Aside from being slightly thinner than average, there was nothing wrong with him. But seeing how careless Justin was now made her seriously question whether he was even qualified to be a father. Justin, thoroughly lectured, rubbed his nose awkwardly. He was normally strict with that little brat's diet, but whenever he faced Cherry, whenever she called him "Daddy" in that soft, sweet voice, he simply couldn't harden his heart, "All right?" Still, this time was undeniably his fault. The usually domineering man lowered his head and said sincerely, "It's my fault." Only then did Nora straighten up. However, the very next moment, Justin let out a soft chuckle and added casually, "We originally ordered those dishes for Ms. Smith. Since you didn't show up, Pete and I had no choice but to eat them ourselves. After all, it's not good to waste food." Nora. Was this bastard blaming her for ditching him? At the other end of the VIP ward corridor, Joel was speaking with the doctor. "My third uncle's condition had been stable recently. Why did he suddenly faint?" The doctor adjusted his glasses and sighed. We conducted a CT scan and found a tumor in Mr. Smith's neck. We still need further examination to determine whether it's malignant or benign, but we'll expedite the process. Joel nodded, a hint of worry appearing on his usually gentle face. What if it's malignant? And if it's benign? The doctor sighed again. The tumor is extremely close to the arteries. It's a very dangerous position. Most hemangiomas are benign, and with proper care, there usually won't be major issues. However, if it's malignant, surgical removal will be extremely difficult. Given how close it was to the arteries, even the slightest mistake, or a single unsteady hand, could cost the patient his life. Anti was likely the only person in the world who would dare attempt such an operation. But the doctor didn't dare voice that thought. All he could do was hope the tumor was benign and treat it conservatively. After finishing the explanation, the doctor left for further consultations. Joel walked toward the ward, frowning deeply. His steps slowed when he noticed the lights still on in another VIP ward on the same floor. Someone nearby explained, "It's the Hunt family's young master. He has stomach flu, so they brought him in for an 4 drip." The Hunt family's young master. In other words, Tanya's son. It was already so late. Tanya should be there too, right? With that thought, Joel impulsively headed toward the ward. However, as he passed by the stairwell, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head sharply. Through the glass door, he saw a man and a woman locked in a passionate kiss inside. The man was Justin Hunt. And the woman was Nora Smith of the Anderson family. Joel froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 143. Joel stopped abruptly in his tracks, a flicker of surprise forming in his upturned eyes. Justin Hunt was with Nora Smith? What was the relationship between the two of them? Suddenly, the people inside seemed to notice movement outside, and Justin's razor-sharp gaze pierced through the window. Joel quickly stepped back and hid to the side. He didn't look inside any further. However, he could hear violent thuds and thumps from within, the sounds of bodies colliding with walls, muffled grunts, and gasps in between. The intensity of it made even Joel blush. He took another step back and slipped away quietly, as if afraid they would notice him. That would be awkward. The last time he had heard such children inappropriate sounds was 5 years ago, when he was still with Tanya. As for Hillary, it had been because he had been drunk one night. He clearly remembered that the person he had been with in bed was Tanya, yet when he woke up, it became Hillary instead. In his memories, he had never slept with Hillary before. Not in the past, and certainly not during the last 5 years. Joel didn't continue to the ward in front. Instead, he returned to Ian's ward. In the stairwell. With her leg blocked, Nora's fist came into play. Spying an opening, she threw a punch at his left shoulder. After landing it, she finally ended the fight and took a step back, pulling away from him. She said coldly, "Mr. Hunt, please keep an appropriate distance from me." Justin held his shoulder. Judging by the way he moved, his injury seemed serious. He gave her a wry smile. "You seem to be the one who approached me first, Miss Smith." Nora's face remained long. Her gaze was sharp, and her eyes glistened with anger. The tips of her ears were slightly red. She had only planned to teach Justin a small lesson. But the moment they finished talking and she released him, he had immediately reached for her waist, pulled her toward him, and kissed her. Kissed her. Damn it! Nora had swung her fist at him instantly. Unfortunately, the man had the audacity to duck. They had struggled for a full 10 minutes before she finally found an opening and struck him, taking her revenge. Nora looked at him coldly, clenching her fists. "If this ever happens again, Mr. Hunt, I'll kill you." Then she pushed the stairwell door open and left, leaving Justin there, touching his nose in embarrassment. He reflected on the scene. The stairwell was dimly lit. The girl's head had been raised, her cold, sharp eyes staring at him. Her small, palm-sized face carried delicate eyebrows and eyes, a sharp pert nose, and moist, rosy lips. Unable to resist, he had acted impulsively and kissed her. Though it lasted only a brief moment, the memory of her soft, tender lips lingered. As he touched his dislocated left shoulder again, a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. She was wild enough for his tastes indeed. 10 minutes later, the family doctor arrived to pop Justin's shoulder back into place. Seeing how Justin could barely exert force, he was momentarily dumbfounded. "Who beat you up, Mr. Hunt?" After all, only a few people in New York, or even in the entire United States, could beat Justin in a fight. The family doctor had previously only treated Pete and Justin's mother. This was the very first time he was treating Justin. But the moment he asked the question, he secretly regretted it. Should he be asking so much about his employer's affairs, especially Justin's? On the surface, Justin was the head of the Hunts, but his real identity was far more complicated. The doctor had always kept his words measured. Would Mr. Hunt be angry now? The doctor observed Justin carefully as he adjusted his shoulder. Yet the man didn't show annoyance. Instead, the corners of his lips curved slightly. Even the beauty mark beneath his eye, usually cold and ruthless, seemed to shimmer at that moment. Justin, clearly in a fantastic mood, replied calmly, "It was worth the fight." The family doctor blinked. Why would someone actually enjoy being beaten up? Surely his boss wasn't a closet masochist, right? Should he prescribe him medication for his mental health? After the joint was popped back into place, Justin began walking back to Cherry's ward, testing his shoulder as he moved. As expected, the woman was still there, asleep on the sofa. Her eyes were closed, her long, silky hair spread across the sofa. Her small, pert nose made her appear quiet and docile. Coupled with her thin frame, she looked fragile, evoking a desire to protect her. Yet once awake, she transformed into a completely different person. Justin softened his steps. He first checked on Cherry, sleeping soundly, her little mouth moving as she murmured in her sleep, "Stinky Daddy. How dare you delete me from your Facebook account? I'm never talking to you again." Justin. He let out a soft chuckle, gently pulled up the covers, and sighed. Had he known Cherry was his daughter earlier, he would have been delirious with joy. He would never have done all the things that were like slapping himself in the face. After tucking in Cherry, he looked back at the woman on the sofa, removed his jacket, and carefully draped it over her. The next day. It was bright and sunny when Nora woke. Cherry sat on the bed, eating her cereal obediently and silently. Nora moved to get up. As she shifted, the jacket slid off her shoulders. She glanced at it and raised her eyebrows when she saw the black, custom-made suit jacket. She yawned and stood. Cherry asked, "Daddy has a morning meeting, so he went off." "Where are you going now, Mommy?" Nora stretched and replied as she headed for the door, "I'm going home." Cherry pouted. "Mommy, can you really leave me alone in the hospital?" Nora glanced at her coolly. "Don't be so fake." Cherry giggled. "Take care, Mommy." With Mommy gone, she could finally play all the games she wanted. She hadn't live-streamed the previous evening and wondered about sponsor Grandpa. She had sent him a message on Messenger in the morning, but no reply. Sigh. Resting her chin on her hand, she wondered, what's up with sponsor Grandpa? She sent another message, "Sponsor Grandpa, I was hospitalized last night with stomach flu. Have you had your lunch today?" Yet, the text still went unanswered. Nora left the ward, dragging her feet. She had just turned the corner when she saw someone watching her. "Are you free for a quick chat, Miss Smith?" Nora raised her eyebrows. She assumed Joel was approaching about Ian. After all, the Andersons were the only ones with carefree pills, so she nodded. Unexpectedly, Joel instead asked, "What's your relationship with Mr. Hunt, Miss Smith?" Nora blinked. Chapter 144. The man in front of her was gentle and mild-mannered. His eyes were slightly upturned, and he looked polite. However, the way he was speaking sounded somewhat strange. Nora found his question ridiculous. This was only the second time they had met, yet he was already taking note of her private life. Even though she found him somewhat likable, she couldn't be bothered to discuss such matters. She raised her brows slightly and said coldly, "It seems like you're minding more than just your own business, Mr. Smith." She had had a pretty good impression of him when they first met. However, when she realized that his wife had bullied Tanya, Nora no longer felt the need to be civil. She left immediately. Joel frowned as he watched her walk away. He couldn't help but call after her, "Miss Smith, allow me to remind you that Mr. Hunt already has a child." Nora blinked. She looked back, raising an eyebrow. "So?" After a long pause, Joel finally smiled bitterly. "As far as I understand, Mr. Hunt intends to marry the child's mother. It doesn't seem wise for you to get involved with him." "The child's mother?" "Yes. That's right. The child ultimately still needs a mother," Joel admitted with difficulty. Back then, he had allowed Hillary to move in, thinking that Mia needed a mother, and because he didn't intend to remarry himself. Now that he thought about it, that reasoning wasn't true at all. Seeing Joel in internal struggle, something seemed to click in Nora's mind. The corners of her lips curled upward as she raised her eyebrows. "Is the child's mother you're referring to Tanya?" From the look of it, Nora was aware of Tanya's existence. Joel nodded. "Yes, that's right. If Nora became close to Justin, Tanya would certainly be upset, or perhaps she would compromise for the child's sake. Therefore, the best solution was for Nora to take the initiative to withdraw. That way, Joel would also be partially fulfilling Tanya's wishes." A wave of irritation surged within Joel. By his character, he would have rather dragged Tanya back and kept her by his side, just like he had done before. But he knew Tanya too well. That woman would never allow herself to be controlled. He looked at Nora. "As long as you're willing to leave Justin Hunt alone, I can fulfill one of your wishes." Nora blinked. She smiled. "You're going to make me misunderstand something if you say that, Mr. Smith." Joel's heart sank. If she found out that Tanya had been involved with him in the past and told Justin, Tanya would likely face trouble in the future. Joel's expression darkened. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard the girl's crisp voice. "Are you interested in Mr. Hunt, Mr. Smith?" Joel blinked. "If so, I'm willing to step back and fulfill things between the two of you." Nora's bright, clear eyes sparkled with mischief as she studied Joel's expression, which looked ready to crack. She then walked around him and headed toward the car park. That guy must have misunderstood Tanya, right? Yet, despite that, he was willing to go to such lengths for her. Not bad. After a few steps, Joel followed her. Letting out a resigned sigh, he said, "Even though you didn't agree to my request, I can still fulfill one of your wishes, Ms. Smith." Nora was slightly taken aback. Why? Since he hadn't allowed her to treat Ian's illness, he must still harbor some resentment toward the Andersons. What was Joel approaching her for now? Joel stared at her a moment before replying slowly, "Because you've done me a favor." Nora frowned. "What favor did I do for you?" Joel didn't explain further. He stepped back and said, "I'm a man of my word. Goodbye." Nora was left speechless. Joel went upstairs. Having not slept a wink the previous night, he rested on the sofa in Ian's ward and closed his eyes. His executive assistant and bodyguard, who had been with him the whole time, couldn't resist asking, "Has Miss Smith helped you in some way, Mr. Smith?" Joel opened his eyes. The depth in his gaze made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. He glanced at Ian on the bed and replied slowly, "Of course. She saved Uncle Ian's life." The assistant blinked. Wasn't Tina York the one who saved Ian? Why was it suddenly Miss Smith? Yet Joel had no intention of explaining further, so the assistant stayed silent. After resting, Joel finally instructed, "Find Anti." The assistant nodded. "We began investigating Anti's whereabouts last night, but found nothing so far. We've also posted a reward in international forums. So far, what we know is that Anti once treated the elderly Mrs. Hunt. Justin Hunt apparently found him at that time." Joel's eyes darkened at the mention of Justin. Coldly, he said, "Do you think I can't find someone Justin Hunt could?" All warmth and mildness vanished from Joel instantly. His entire presence seemed cloaked in darkness, like a demon from hell. At that moment, there was slight movement in the bed. Joel, sensing it immediately, hurried over. Ian was slowly opening his eyes. Anxious, Joel said, "Uncle Ian." Ian glanced at him. Seeing the shadows under Joel's eyes, clearly from a sleepless night, he said, "It must have been tough on you." Joel shook his head. "Don't worry, Uncle Ian. I will find Anti. I'll drag him here and make him treat you, even if he doesn't want to." Ian sighed. "If I'm gone, then so be it. What's the use of all this?" Determination filled Joel's eyes as he held Ian's shoulders. "No, Uncle Ian, you have to live on." He paused, then added, "You're my only kin now." His only kin. To outsiders, this would sound strange, given that the Smith family still had many members. But Ian seemed to understand. His jaw tensed as though he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only sighed deeply. On the way back to the Andersons, Nora called Tanya after thinking it over. Tanya answered immediately, her voice anxious. "How's Cherry? Why did they send you over in the middle of the night? Is it serious?" Nora replied briefly, "It's not gonna kill her." "Not gonna kill her?" Tanya panicked. "That means it's very serious, right? Is she at Hospital Finest? Which ward? I'm coming over now." Nora lazily gave her the ward number and hung up. Joel had clearly misunderstood. She would let Tanya resolve the misunderstanding herself. Nora hated misunderstandings. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, if there was still a chance between Tanya and Justin, fine. If not, they could part properly. Upon receiving the news, Tanya hailed a cab and rushed to the hospital. As soon as she went upstairs, she immediately saw Joel walking out of Ian's ward. Chapter 145. The premium VIP wards were on the top floor of the inpatient department. The lift was full, but Tanya was too anxious to wait, so she took the stairs instead. She didn't expect to run into Joel. Joel, who had something urgent to attend to, was also taking the stairs. He stood on higher ground, looking down at Tanya, while she looked up at him from below. The two locked eyes, and for a long moment, neither spoke. Tanya had rushed here, fearing that Cherry was seriously ill. At the sight of Joel's familiar face, a wave of sadness washed over her, and her eyes reddened instantly. 5 years ago, she could have made him her pillar of support. But now, 5 years later, he had become another woman's pillar of support. The thought forced Tanya to hold back the tears threatening to spill. She cast her eyes downward and walked around Joel to continue upstairs. Joel watched her. When Tanya first saw him, her expression had held some lingering affection. It reminded him of how she had always rushed to him whenever she was scolded by a professor or faced a difficulty. She would hug him and cry, or hug him and laugh. She had always shared everything with him. Just now, she had looked as if she wanted to rush forward and embrace him. Yet, in an instant, she changed her mind. Her gaze became distant, and she tried to walk past him. The rose-scented shower gel she wore drifted to him. The familiar, long-lost scent made a lump form in his throat. Tanya wanted to hurry past him and reach the ward. There was no one else in the stairwell, and the door muffled the hallway noise outside. She could almost hear his heartbeat in the narrow, enclosed space. Tanya turned sideways to pass him. At that moment, Joel suddenly grabbed her arm. "Tanya, do you know that something is going on between Justin Hunt and Nora Smith?" Tanya frowned, not immediately understanding. "Their relationship isn't public yet." "What's the matter?" "Not public yet." In other words, she knew. If she knew he was two-timing her, why was she still with him? 5 years ago, when she realized what had happened between him and Hillary, hadn't she left him immediately and resolutely? Was it because she loved him more than herself? Joel's frustration surged. "So you're willing to turn a blind eye to their relationship? Or, are you the mistress?" Although he hadn't interacted much with Nora, he knew her pride. Joel couldn't believe she would become someone's mistress. But if it wasn't Nora, then, the real mistress was Tanya? Anger flared within Tanya at his words, and she let out a bitter laugh. So, in his eyes, she was someone like that? She looked down and pushed Joel away. There's nothing between the two of us anymore, Mr. Smith. It's none of your business whether I'm someone's mistress or not, right? She tried to leave, but Joel held her arm, pulled her close, and slammed her against the wall. Tanya's words had been a tacit admission. Joel's eyes darkened, and his aura became oppressive. Since you're willing to be someone's mistress, then why not be mine? Tanya snapped angrily, Joel Smith, can you get any more shameless? Joel gripped her chin, forcing her to look at him. How much is Mr. Hunt giving you? I'll double it. Or is it because of the child? In that case, bear me a child, and I'll make you Mrs. Smith. Isn't that better? Child. Tanya's fury shook her from head to toe. She sneered, your behavior is making me think you still have feelings for me, Mr. Smith. Her words had always provoked him in the past. Joel's expression shifted, but he leaned in closer. She could feel his breath on her neck. I wouldn't call it feelings, but I do miss your body. I wonder if it's even more alluring after 5 years apart. His words hit Tanya like a hard slap. She shouted, what, is Hillary not satisfying you? Joel's voice grew harsher. She was never as curvy as you. A dancer's body is softer and more flexible, so you can match me in every way. Joel Smith, you're shameless. Shameless? I can be even more shameless, Miss Turner. Want a taste? Joel kissed Tanya immediately. Furious, she struggled, but the more she struggled, the more fiercely he kissed her, as if trying to swallow her whole. She couldn't push him away and eventually gave up. Joel felt like he was losing control. He had provoked her for a momentary thrill, but seeing her silently admit it made his heart ache and his sadness deepen. He vented the yearning he had held for her over the past 5 years, when suddenly something warm dripped onto his hand. The warmth burned as if scalding, halting his movements. He looked at Tanya and realized she was crying. For a moment, he felt lost. Smack! Tanya slapped him across the cheek, pushed him away, and rushed upstairs. In the ward, Tanya found Cherry playing games energetically. She realized she had been tricked. After comforting Cherry, she left, flustered. Joel was left alone in the empty stairwell. He clenched his fists. Thinking of Tanya's tears, he slapped himself. He had been a real scumbag. But he couldn't bear to see her disrespect herself like that. Joel leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. After a long silent contemplation, he sighed deeply. He stood abruptly. Instead of going down, he went back up. He hesitated at the door, then walked toward young Mr. Hunt's VIP ward. Once there, he lingered at the door before finally pushing it open. Inside, only 2 bodyguards and 2 nurses were present. Tanya wasn't there. Joel frowned. Cherry raised her head, puzzled. Handsome mister, why are you here? Joel opened his mouth, but Cherry pursed her lips. I don't like you. It must have been you who bullied Godmom Tanya and made her cry. Joel was utterly stunned. What did you say? Godmom. Tanya? Chapter 146. Cherry had been part of Operation Complain to Daddy, so she naturally knew it was Mia's father who had bullied Godmom Tanya. However, she was still young and didn't fully understand the complicated relationship between the two. With her hands on her hips, she looked at Joel and said, Handsome mister, how can you bully a girl when you're so good-looking? Godmom Tanya was crying. Crying. He thought of her tears that had fallen onto the back of his hand. Joel suddenly stepped forward. She's your godmother? And not your mother? So, she's not related to Justin Hunt at all? Cherry straightened her back immediately. Why wouldn't she be related to him? Joel's heart sank, but Cherry continued. My godmother is Mommy's good friend. Since Mommy and Daddy gave birth to me, my godmother is definitely related to Daddy, yeah. Don't you dare bully Godmom anymore, or I'll get Daddy to beat you up, yeah. After saying that, the little girl hopped off the bed, came up to Joel, and kicked him in the calf. Although she kicked with all her strength, to Joel, it was still just a light tap. He lowered his head, looked at the tiny fellow in front of him, about the same age as Mia, and gently rubbed her head. You're right. I'm a bad person. I shouldn't have bullied your godmother. How do you think I should apologize to her? Cherry? The young mister surprisingly owned up to his mistakes so quickly. Cherry thought for a moment. A fault confessed is half redressed, mister. You're a pretty good man. Joel tried to sound her out. Do you know what your godmother likes the most? Cherry tilted her head and thought for a while. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I know. There's nothing Godmom has lacked during all these years, except for one thing. What is it? Nora Smith. What the hell do you think you're doing? Nora was driving when she heard Tanya's roar over the phone. She looked ahead lazily and asked casually, how does it feel to meet your old flame, Miss Turner? The other woman's voice immediately became dejected. Not so good. Nora chuckled softly. Did you manage to resolve the misunderstanding? Tanya didn't reply. Nora raised an eyebrow. You can't be serious, right? Are you going to let the misunderstanding continue when I've already created an opportunity for you? Tanya let out a wry laugh. It's not about that. Even if we resolve the misunderstanding, so what? The two of us can't go back to what we used to be. Why? Tanya sighed. He's already in a relationship with Hillary. What would that make me if I involved myself? Besides, they already have a child. The conversation suddenly grew a little depressing. Nora fell silent, then suggested, how about, we make him a widower? Tanya? She was shocked. There's no need for that at all. Even if he becomes a widower, I still don't like the fact that he was once with Hillary. He clearly knows she's the one person I hate most. Nora looked rather disappointed. Okay, then. Tanya. Then she said, how about a drink tonight, Nora? We'll drink till we duro. Beep, beep, beep. Tanya? As Tanya listened to the disconnected tone, she couldn't help but think that she and Nora were fair-weather friends at best. Nora casually tossed her phone aside after hanging up and drove to the New York University School of Medicine. The guards, having been notified in advance, let her in immediately. She drove one round around the campus, then followed the GPS to the office building. After parking, she entered. Inside, she saw Director Shaw, nearly 50 years old, standing at the entrance. He looked at her respectfully. You're here. Nora nodded slightly. The few people behind him were shocked. Director Shaw was a master neurosurgeon. Not only was he head of the Department of Neurosurgery, but also a director in New York Hospital, holding a prestigious position in medicine. Why would someone like him treat a girl who looked barely 20 with such respect? While everyone hesitated, Director Shaw guided her toward the front. This way, please. Nora followed him to his office. Make some coffee, Director Shaw instructed his assistants. Use the premium beans from my collection. Make it stronger, so it's more refreshing. The assistants were dumbfounded. Director Shaw usually guarded those beans jealously, yet he was serving them to a girl who looked much younger than him. Ignoring their puzzled looks, he entered the room and closed the door. Inside, the girl was already seated on the sofa, legs long and slender in black skinny jeans, leaning lazily with cat-like eyes. Why did you call me over so urgently, Mr. Shaw? Director Shaw waved immediately. How am I worthy of honorifics? I asked you over because there's an operation that requires your expertise. Nora raised her eyebrows. What kind of operation? Director Shaw sighed. A 5-year-old child has a tumor in his brain. Its location is very tricky, likely contacting neural nerves. One wrong move could affect his future intelligence. I'm asking you to perform it. He continued, I know you only take 2 operations a month, and this month is fully booked. But the child is pitiful, so I decided to ask for your help, Anti. Nora raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Director Shaw. Nora stood, yawned, and said, couldn't you have just called? Why make me come all this way? You can just send me the time and location. She waved dismissively. I'm going. Director Shaw. It was notoriously difficult to schedule an operation with Anti. Wealthy and powerful people had begged for her help and even offered astronomical fees, yet she refused. The Hunts and Smiths had gone to great lengths to find her, but she still hadn't agreed. He hesitated. Anti, the child doesn't come from a notable family. But if you take the operation, consider it that I owe you a favor. Nora responded with a simple okay and left. The assistants outside didn't dare stop her and even moved aside. Nora headed to the car park. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a voice in surprise, Nora? Why are you here? She turned to see Angela Smith and Lisa Black, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, walking toward her. Angela glanced at her car and then the office building. Her brows furrowed in surprise. Surely you're not here to apply for postgraduate studies, right? Chapter 147. Nora was a little taken aback. Ever since she had moved to New York, she hadn't paid any attention to what was happening in California. Although Angela was her half-sister, there was tension between them, so she didn't want to bother with her at all. Lisa had mentioned that they were coming to New York for their postgraduate entrance exams. She didn't expect to bump into them here. She ignored Angela and looked at Lisa instead. Which professor are you intending to apply for? Lisa glanced at Angela timidly. I'm still thinking about it. I'm planning to apply for someone easier. Ha! Angela scoffed. How ambitious of you. Well, I'm a completely different story. I came here with a clear goal, and that is Director Shaw. She looked at Nora. Do you know who Director Shaw is? He only accepts 4 to 5 students every year. A tiny, unorthodox doctor like you probably won't even pass the exams. To Angela, Nora had never attended college before. The only reason she had medical skills was that she had picked up unorthodox techniques abroad. How could a woman who had never properly attended university possibly be qualified to apply for postgraduate studies? Nora, however, ignored her completely. She didn't even exist in her eyes. She looked at Lisa. Where are you currently staying? At the hotel next to the school. The lodging is very cheap. You don't have to worry about me, Nora. Lisa glanced at Angela after answering. You can just go, Nora. We have to ask around to find out what the professors prefer anyway. Go? What nonsense. Tell me exactly what you're here for, Nora. Angela demanded, her voice shrill and persistent. Nora ignored her. Okay. Give me a call if anything comes up or if you run out of money. She got in the car. Angela stepped in front of the car to block her path. Get out here, Nora. Didn't you hear me? You. Nora stepped on the gas pedal and raced toward her. The car suddenly sped up. Angela shuddered in fright and screamed. Screech. The car stopped barely a centimeter away. Angela could feel its momentum. She turned pale. The woman rested an arm on the car window, poked her head out, and said coolly, "Get out of my way." A badly frightened Angela stepped aside in a daze. She had only taken a few steps when the car sped past her with a whoosh. Its speed was as if Nora were driving a sports car. Angela swallowed hard. Only when the car disappeared into the distance did she finally regain her senses. She cursed angrily, "She wanted to run me over. That little bitch. Fatty. Ugly woman. How dare she think she could run me over? She must be jealous that I got engaged to Anthony." After Nora left California, the Grays and the Smiths had been embroiled in conflict for some time. In the end, Anthony had still become engaged to Angela. Lisa couldn't bear it any longer. Nora doesn't even know you're engaged, Angela. None of us even told her. Shut up. Angela glared at her viciously. From what I see, all you care about is Nora, right? Why don't you stay with her instead of sticking to me? Lisa bit her lip. In that case, give me back the money Uncle Henry lent me. Their family had used up all their savings on her mother's illness. Her mother had borrowed money from Angela's father, Henry Smith, for travel and accommodation during her trip to New York for her postgraduate application. But Henry had transferred all the money to Angela, causing Lisa to be bullied the entire way. Angela pursed her lips. You're borrowing money from Dad, which makes you borrow from me, Lisa. Considering that you're indebted to me, I hope you know what you should say. She frowned again. Nora was driving a Jeep just now, right? I didn't expect the Andersons to treat her so well. Do you think she's here because the Andersons are letting her pursue postgraduate studies? Angela's eyes lit up at the thought. She picked up her cell phone and called Henry in California. Dad, I think Nora definitely has a way to get Director Shaw to do what she wants. Can you ask her to help me? Henry replied, okay. When Nora was about to reach home, her phone rang. It was an unregistered number. She wasn't planning to answer, but because she was driving, she pressed the wrong button. Henry's voice immediately reached her. Nora, I'm your father. I raised you, so you're obligated to support me in my old age. Let's put aside your mother's company profits for now. Get the Andersons to use their connections to get your younger sister acquainted with Director Shaw at once. Nora. How had she set that mad dog free? She was about to hang up when her stepmother Wendy's voice reached her. Nora, I know you don't want to come back because you're living in luxury with the Andersons. You've also taken your mother's company and aren't giving it back, but we're still family. Blood is thicker than water, Angela is your sister after all. Help her out. If she becomes a famous surgeon, we won't have to bother you when we're old. Don't you agree? Nora suddenly smiled. Blood is thicker than water? Wendy replied, yes. You and your younger sister share the same father. The same blood flows through your veins. Don't forget your roots after climbing the social ladder. The same father. If they hadn't reminded her, she might have forgotten she even had a father. That father was strange. He took care of Angela's needs properly but was cold and frosty toward Nora. It was as if it didn't matter as long as she didn't starve. Nora cast her eyes down and raised her eyebrows. I see. Ha! What do you mean by I see? Nora, you. Before Wendy could finish, Nora hung up. She called Lisa. Where are you? I'm still at the school, a surprised Lisa replied. Okay. I'm coming to you now. Lisa was dumbfounded. Why are you looking for me, Nora? Nora's eyes narrowed, and the corners of her lips curled upward. Oh. I want to see if blood is indeed thicker than water between Angela and me. Lisa. She hung up on an utterly confused Lisa. The car turned at the intersection and went straight to the New York University School of Medicine. 10 minutes later, the Jeep stopped in front of the office building. Nora hopped out slickly and walked straight toward Angela and Lisa. Angela smiled triumphantly. Ha, did Dad call you? Nora, I'll tell you this. Before she could finish, Nora suddenly grabbed her hair. A jolt of pain shot through Angela. The next moment, she saw that Nora had plucked out a few strands. Her voice was lazy as she said, "Let me borrow this for a sec." Chapter 148. Angela immediately held her hand over her head in pain and took a step back. What are you doing, Nora? While Angela was still in shock, Nora quickly put the strands of hair into a plastic bag. After slipping it into her pocket, she raised her eyebrows and replied, I didn't do anything. Angela said angrily, You obviously hurt me just now. You're bullying me. Impatience flashed across Nora's eyes. Yes, I'm bullying you. So? So what? Angela had never been able to beat her sister in fights. When they were children, she had been fat and strong. However, after they grew up, she had tried to beat her whenever she could because she really wanted to. She took a step back, her eyes red. "I'm going to tell Dad." "Don't be so smug just yet, Nora." Nora waved nonchalantly and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Angela panicked again when she saw her leaving. "Dad told you to take me to Director Shaw so we could talk about my postgraduate studies application. Didn't you hear him?" Nora got into her car and drove off as if she hadn't heard a word. This time, Angela didn't dare stand in her path. Forced to watch helplessly as she left, Angela stamped her foot in anger. She looked at the office building again. She wanted to go in but was stopped again. She was so mad that she immediately blamed Lisa. "Why didn't you stop her just now?" Lisa kept her head down and said nothing, though her delicate brows were knitted together. Angela grew even angrier at her reaction. "You're such bad luck. Who are you trying to impress with that long face you always pull? Come on, let's go. Are you just going to stand there and embarrass yourself?" Lisa sighed and followed behind Angela. When the two were about to leave, they suddenly heard a voice behind them. "The two of you, please wait. Director Shaw is asking you to go upstairs." "Upstairs?" Director Shaw was astonished when he saw through the windows that the big boss had returned in her very wild-looking Jeep. Then, he saw her speak a few words to the two girls downstairs before she left again. Immediately, Director Shaw couldn't sit still. Anti was an internationally renowned master surgeon. She had done him a huge favor when she agreed to perform the operation, so he was now trying to figure out how to repay her. That was why he had hurriedly told his assistant to invite the two of them upstairs. The usually stern and serious man was now smiling at Lisa and Angela. "How are the two of you related to him?" "I mean, Miss Smith." "Related how?" Angela's eyes lit up. In Angela's opinion, Nora must have met Director Shaw through the Andersons. She smiled and replied, "I'm her younger sister." Sure enough, Director Shaw became kinder. Her younger sister? Are you a medical university student? Angela quickly shook her head. No, I'm not, Director Shaw. I finished my undergraduate studies at the California University of Medicine. These are my exam results. I came to New York because I'm planning to apply as a postgraduate student under your tutelage this year. She was planning to apply as a postgraduate student under him. Director Shaw became even happier. He picked up Angela's results and glanced over them. Angela's grades were solid, and she had always been among the top scorers. Otherwise, Henry and Wendy wouldn't have treated her like a precious treasure. Neither would the Grays have agreed to her becoming Anthony's fiancée instead of Nora. Director Shaw praised, "Your grades are very good. How are your written exam results in the postgraduate entrance exams?" Angela became even more excited. I've passed the exam and am waiting for the interview notice. Okay, I'll keep you in mind. Director Shaw then looked at Lisa. You are. Before he could finish, Angela stepped in front of her. She's my classmate who accompanied me. Director Shaw, if you give me a chance, my sister and the Andersons will definitely repay your kindness. Repay him for his kindness? A horrified Director Shaw replied, Not at all, not at all. Anti only had to say the word, and he would accept as many postgraduate students as she wanted him to. Angela's eyes flickered. She couldn't help feeling that the Andersons' social status was even higher than she had imagined. She smiled. Director Shaw, if there's nothing else, shall we leave for now? Director Shaw nodded. Sure. You can go home and wait for the interview notice. After that, Angela led Lisa out, glaring at her. As they exited, Angela sneered at Lisa's hesitancy. Why are you moving so slowly? Are you planning to ask me to introduce you to Director Shaw? Weren't you behaving loftily just now? Didn't you say people shouldn't use connections for their benefit? When she was calling Henry, Lisa had tried to persuade her. Let's work hard on our own instead, Angela. Let's not give Nora trouble. Besides, postgraduate applications should be based on merit. Lisa lowered her head. Why, you said you're Nora's younger sister just now. It's not very nice to use the Andersons' name without permission, is it? Angela immediately looked at her. I'm Nora's biological younger sister. What's the big deal if I use her name? You're just a cousin, so of course you can't do the same. She picked up her cell phone excitedly. She saw someone on Facebook at mentioning her, asking how her exam went, how her interview went, and whether she was confident. Angela hadn't mentioned anything before. When Anti had exposed her lie back in California, the school punished her and left a blemish on her record. They even cancelled her eligibility for recommendations for postgraduate studies. Now, she could finally brag. She wrote, Director Shaw said my grades are very good when we met. He wants me as his postgraduate student. A furor went through her social circle immediately. Director Shaw. Is that the same Director Shaw I'm thinking of? F***CK. Angela is so impressive. She was already a hotshot in school. Now she's in New York, she's become a hotshot again. Dear Ms. Smith, please don't forget your old classmates when you make it big. Everyone showered Angela with compliments, making her feel on cloud nine. Lisa hesitated. Director Shaw just told her to wait for an interview notice, not an enrollment notice. If I remind her, she'll scold me again. Better not say anything. After the two girls left, the nearly 50-year-old professor took off his glasses and massaged his temples. For some reason, he didn't quite like that girl just now. After teaching so many postgraduate students, he could usually see through their thoughts at a glance. There was too much in that girl's eyes, and her attitude toward medicine was impure. Director Shaw picked up his cell phone and sent Nora a text message detailing the time and location of the young patient's operation. The big boss replied quickly, got it. Director Shaw stared at her message, then sent another, do you have a younger sister named Angela? She says she plans to apply as my postgraduate student. One mustn't stay quiet after doing a good deed. He mustn't let Anti think he was useless. However, the next moment, he received a reply from her. Chapter 149. Anti, I don't know who that is. Director Shaw. It suddenly occurred to him that even though the two of them had spoken downstairs, if Angela really was Anti's younger sister, why would she choose to apply to be a postgraduate student under him rather than under Professor Anti? Anti was a neurosurgery professor at the New York University School of Medicine by the school's invitation. Many people knew this. Over the last 2 years, there had been no shortage of applicants hoping to become her postgraduate students. However, as Anti had been out of the country, she had never accepted any of them. But she had returned to the States this year. At the very least, she could have brought her sister with her. This showed that her relationship with her younger sister must not be that great. The shrewd Director Shaw immediately caught these small details and breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had brought it up and prevented his plan from backfiring. This was exactly why people shouldn't just do things for someone else's sake without checking first. Without asking, how could one know whether it was truly needed? Nora had just sent the strands of hair, with follicles intact, along with her own hair samples abroad a moment ago. She called Lily, her assistant, and instructed, go to the most professional DNA testing lab and get me the results as soon as possible. A puzzled Lily asked, why don't you do it in the States, Anti? Nora raised her eyebrows. Because it's easy for others to falsify results here. Lily fell silent, she was rendered speechless. A moment later, she said, I strongly feel you have a persecution complex. You've been hiding your identity for so many years because you're supposedly in mortal danger, but I've never seen anyone wanting to kill you. Nora chuckled. Yeah, maybe you're right. Just get it done for me, though. She didn't dare let her guard down even after hanging up. Her mother, Yvette Anderson, had told her to stay mediocre and avoid standing out. Otherwise, it could get her killed. She still didn't know exactly where the danger would come from. However, she was no longer the same devil-may-care woman from a few years ago. She had 2 children now. One could never go wrong being a little more careful. After couriering the package, she drove leisurely to the kindergarten to pick up Pete. Tanya was in a bad mood that day and had taken the day off, so she hadn't gone to the kindergarten. As a result, she had to pick up Pete herself. If only Pete could drive home by himself. She let out a yawn while thinking about it. At the same time, a surly-looking Pete stood at the entrance of the kindergarten with his school bag. After repeated protests, Mommy had finally allowed him to wear trousers instead of the skirt version of the uniform that day. After all, there were other little girls in the kindergarten who wore the trouser version of the school uniform. While waiting in boredom, Nora finally arrived. After the little fellow got into the back seat and fastened his seatbelt, he heaved a silent sigh. "Can I stop going to school, Mommy?" Nora turned the car around and asked, "Why?" Pete complained, "The kids in the kindergarten are too childish." Through the rearview mirror, Nora could see her son frowning helplessly. "What happened?" she asked curiously. Pete replied, "The teacher told us the story about the tortoise and the hare today. Then they asked whether we wanted to be a tortoise or a hare." Nora chuckled. "And then?" Pete replied, "Why do the kids want to be hares instead of the humans that they are?" Then Pete lowered his head and went on. "Also, Brandon drank a girl's yogurt drink today. The girl drank it after that too. Then she became very scared and said that her mom and dad told her she would get pregnant if she kissed a boy. So, she asked what she should do if she became pregnant." Nora was no longer sleepy at this point. "And then?" Pete sighed. Brandon patted his chest and told her not to worry. He said she can just give birth to the baby if she really becomes pregnant. After that, the three of them can attend kindergarten together. Pete looked at Nora. "Sharing a yogurt drink won't make anyone pregnant, you have to sleep together for that to happen. They are so ignorant." Nora held back her laughter and said approvingly, "I find Brandon quite a responsible boy. The Smiths have taught their children well." Pete? Was Mommy actually praising Brandon, that simple-minded boy who had almost castrated himself? He pursed his lips. "I will also be a very responsible boy." Nora raised her eyebrows. "Oh? Is there a kid you like?" Pete tilted his head and answered seriously, "Yes. TSK." Unexpectedly, that stubborn block of wood, just like his father, actually had someone he liked. But as soon as Nora thought that, he said, "I like Cherry." Nora's lips twitched slightly. "What about anyone aside from Cherry? Do you have any friends you like?" Pete was mildly autistic, so Nora had to gently bring him out of it and encourage him to be more cheerful. Since she was driving, she might as well tease him a little. Pete originally wanted to shake his head, but a timid little figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. He asked, "Mommy, what will happen if someone who's allergic to mangoes eats it?" Cherry had told him that Mommy's medical skills were the best in the world. Nora replied, "They'll be fine if they are sent to the hospital in time." In that case, why didn't Mia come to school today? He wondered only for a moment before tossing the thought aside. When they reached the Andersons, Pete got out of the car by himself and waited obediently. Nora saw a text message from Justin, "How about visiting my son again this evening, Miss Smith?" Nora. Cherry was just having a mild stomach flu. With the pills she had been given, she must be full of energy now. Yet she was still in the hospital. Weren't they going to go home? Nora's lips twitched as she replied, "He should be fine by now." After replying, she brought Pete inside. In the hotel next to the New York University School of Medicine, Angela had booked only one room, a double-bed room. She made up an excuse that she wasn't used to sleeping with someone else and forced Lisa to sleep on the sofa. After happily having a big feast, Angela was painting her nails with a mask sheet on her face and doing her skincare routine. Lisa, in contrast, was bent over the desk, studying. The interview was just a few days away, and she wanted to do well. When Angela finished painting her nails, she stretched and leaned back against the bed. Seeing Lisa working, she laughed. "What's the use of working so hard? Which professor are you applying to?" Lisa ignored her. Angela went on, "Is it Tina York? She just became a professor this year, and she's young, so she's probably inexperienced." But with your grades, you'll do well if you become her postgraduate student. At least you'll still be at the New York University School of Medicine. It'll be easier to find a job in the future." Right after she said that, their cell phones beeped simultaneously. The interview notices had arrived. A beaming Angela picked up her phone and opened the message. Chapter 150. Both of them had received interview notices. To apply to become a postgraduate student, one had to pass a preliminary exam and then an interview. Before the interview, they should also make contact with their tutors, which would make passing the interview easier. If Director Shaw and Angela had really hit it off, with Director Shaw escorting her, the interview would be just a formality. Therefore, Angela wasn't nervous at all. Lisa also breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the interview notice. Their interviews were on the same day, and results would basically be out shortly afterward. Once she passed the interview, she would be able to stay in New York and intern at a hospital. However, Lisa wasn't planning to leave even if she didn't clear the interview. New York had one of the highest standards of medical care in the country. The city also had the most advanced equipment, so she wanted to stay and learn more. While she was mulling over it, Angela suddenly looked at her. She walked over and said, "I want to use the desk for a while." "Lisa?" Her brows knitted as she stared at Angela, whose arms were outstretched, but she still stepped aside and went to the sofa with her books. The sofa in the five-star hotel room was very narrow, so she couldn't move at all while sleeping on it. After the last few days, her back was already sore and aching. She leaned against the dining table and continued reading. She had only just taken a couple of glances when she heard loud voices. Angela had turned on her cell phone and was watching a variety TV show on it. She had turned the audio very loud and was also guffawing. It was so noisy that Lisa couldn't read at all. She took a deep breath, put on her earphones, and continued reading. At 9 o'clock in the evening, when Lisa stepped away from the table, Angela switched off the lights in the room. Lisa panicked. "I'm still studying my materials about patients with severe head injuries. I'm planning to go in that direction tomorrow for the interview. Why are you switching off the lights?" Angela raised her eyebrows. "What does your interview have to do with me? I'm going to sleep. You'll only have the energy to go through the interview after a good night's rest." She laid down on the bed afterward. "Lisa." She took a deep breath and went to the bathroom angrily with her books. She turned on a dim lamp, sat on the toilet, and continued studying. In the room, Angela rested on the bed. Since she was used to staying up, she couldn't sleep either, so she started using her cell phone. Wendy sent her a text message, "How's Lisa?" Angela replied, "She's okay, I suppose, but I don't want her to pass. It'll make me look bad if word gets out that she also passed." Wendy wrote, "Isn't that easy? You can just hide her admission ticket." Her words made Angela's eyes light up. She sat up from the bed and secretly peeked into the bathroom. She wasn't actually the highest scorer in the California University of Medicine for the postgraduate written entrance examination this time. The highest scorer was Lisa. She had never expected that little bitch to outshine her. Therefore, she mustn't give her the opportunity to attend the interview. Especially when Angela had discovered that Lisa had also filled in Director Shaw's name in the preferred mentor field when she had looked at her application form earlier that day. Didn't that make her a competitor, then? Director Shaw only accepted 4 to 5 postgraduate students a year. Every spot taken was a spot gone. Angela got off the bed and quietly went over to Lisa's school bag. She rummaged through it, took out her ID card and admission ticket, wrapped them up, and hid them in her own bag. That evening, Lisa made sufficient preparations for her interview the next day. By the time she went to sleep on the sofa, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. She rested on the sofa and slept until the sun came up. After waking, she hurriedly washed up, picked up the bag she had already packed, and went out with Angela. The hotel was very close to the university, so it only took them 10 minutes to walk there. After entering the university, they went to the interview venue. Angela took out her admission ticket and ID card and waited to be called in for the interview. The interview included a self-introduction and a self-evaluation. While silently reciting her self-introduction, Lisa suddenly stood up. Where's my ID card? And my admission ticket? Have you seen them, Angela? Angela pursed her lips and retorted arrogantly, why are you asking me about your missing ID card? It's not like I stole it. That's not what I mean. Lisa was in such a panic that she was about to burst into tears. She rummaged through her bag again but still couldn't find her ID card. Finally, she said, give me the hotel key card, Angela. I'm going back to look for it. Angela raised her eyebrows and handed her the key card. Lisa took the key card and ran anxiously back to the hotel. After she ran off, Angela suddenly stood up and went to the bathroom. She took out Lisa's admission ticket and ID card from her pocket and tossed them into the trash can. When she was done, she left the bathroom feeling refreshed and invigorated. Soon, it was her turn for the interview. Angela entered the room, only to realize that Director Shaw wasn't among the 4 interviewers today. Well, that made sense. After all, why would a doctor of Director Shaw's level attend interviews like this? Angela nevertheless sat down obediently. When asked if she had a preferred mentor, Angela smiled and replied, yes, I've already talked to Director Shaw. Everyone present could tell what she was implying. Interviews were generally simple and easy to clear. Although Angela's answers weren't satisfactory, the 4 teachers still cleared her in the end. When Angela came out of the room, she happened to see an out-of-breath Lisa running back from the hotel. She was talking to the person in charge of the interview. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but this interview really means a lot to me. Can you allow me to go for the interview first? The staff member sighed. If you had lost just the admission ticket, I could still have used your ID card to print one at the last minute. But since you've lost even that, I can't help you. Please don't make things difficult for me, miss. You can still try again next year. Lisa's eyes were all red. But that means I would have wasted a whole year. Please, mister, can you help me ask the higher-ups if they can make an exception? I really like this school. I came all the way from California to New York for this. At the sight of her crying so pitifully, the staff member relented. Just as he was about to say something, Angela walked over and said bitchily, Lisa, the most important quality a doctor should possess is meticulousness. What are you making a fuss here for when you can't even keep your admission ticket and ID card with you properly for an exam? Will you only realize you forgot your scalpel when you're already at the operating table? Her words made the staff member harden his heart again. Angela grabbed Lisa's arm and dragged her away. Stop embarrassing yourself here and come with me instead. A despondent Lisa followed behind her. However, as she walked to the entrance, she suddenly noticed a familiar-looking Jeep parked there.